Chapter 2371. Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu quickly chased after the cultivator who had taken the heavenly demon emperor's son. What made them extremely depressed was that the aura of the cultivator was gradually dissipating. After an hour, he had completely disappeared without a trace. He ran away. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Gongzi Yu nodded with a gloomy expression. Damn it. Which bastard is that? We went through so much trouble to injure the heavenly demon emperor's son. We were just about to kill him, but someone snatched the heavenly demon emperor's son away. This is so infuriating. Gongzi Yu cursed like a madman. No matter who it was, they would be very depressed if they encountered such a situation. Lin Feng was also very depressed. He said, although the heavenly demon emperor's son has been taken away by that person, I've already captured his aura. Since his participating in the prodigy ranking, I'm sure he wants to enter the 9 states paradise. Since he wants to enter the 9 states paradise, he'll have to participate in the prodigy ranking competition. As long as he appears, I'll be able to find him and kill him. The heavenly demon emperor's son will be ours in the end. Gongzi Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, then I'll wait until the Heaven's Pride ranking competition to kill that guy. When I see that guy, I'll tear him into pieces. Gongzi Yu's killing intent was extremely strong. Lin Feng guessed that the item on the heavenly demon emperor's son must be very important to Gongzi Yu. Otherwise, Gongzi Yu would not be so flustered and exasperated right now. Lin Feng said, I plan to look around the 5th stage. What do you plan to do? I'm going to the prodigy tower. Once I'm there, I'll adjust my condition, Gongzi Yu said. All right. We'll meet again after the prodigy tower, Lin Feng said. Gongzi Yu nodded. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew off into the distance, while Gongzi Yu flew towards the heaven's favorite pagoda. Lin Feng continued to search for various cave abodes or natural treasures in the 5th heaven's proud son of heaven dojo. He still had a lot of dragon chi on him, which he could use. This was because many of the caves in the heaven's chosen dojo were quite special. One would need to spend a lot of dragon chi to enter them. Many of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo's natural treasures were also protected by powerful restrictions. If one wanted to break those restrictions, they would need to expend dragon chi. Therefore, when many people discovered some precious heavenly treasures, heavenly paradises, and other places, their dragon chi was almost depleted, and they could only look at the treasures and lament their inadequacy. Lin Feng still had a lot of dragon chi in his body. He kept collecting all kinds of treasures in the 5th level of the prodigy Dao field. Many people had their eyes on Lin Feng, and some even had thoughts of killing Lin Feng. However, some of their companions recognized Lin Feng's identity, so they quickly stopped their companions. Those cultivators told their companions about Lin Feng's identity. Those cultivators who wanted to kill Lin Feng were almost scared to death. Lin Feng was now in the limelight. First, he killed Long Wn Kang, then he killed Sun Aoxian. Later, he joined forces with Gongzi Yu and almost killed the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Many people included Lin Feng in the list of supreme prodigies. Therefore, very few people dared to provoke Lin Feng now. Lin Feng had gained a lot in the 5th level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. All kinds of treasures were piled up like mountains. Lin Feng even found an armory in one of the cave abodes. There were piles of magical equipment in the arsenal. Those treasures were at least divine artifacts. There were even many divine artifacts. There were more than 50,000 treasures in the armory, which made Lin Feng very excited. More than 50,000 deity-level magic treasures were enough to equip an elite army. When Lin Feng's dragon chi was almost exhausted, he decided to head to the Heaven's Chosen Pagoda. Cultivators who wanted to participate in the Heaven's Chosen Pagoda had to go there. Although the Heaven's Chosen Pagoda hadn't started yet, they could go to the Heaven's Chosen Pagoda in advance to recuperate and adjust their condition. Lin Feng flew in the direction of the Heaven's Chosen Pagoda. When he passed by a mountain range, he found that there was a big battle going on. More than 30 cultivators were attacking more than 10 cultivators. Due to the small number of besieged cultivators, 3 of them were quickly killed. Lin Feng didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he saw Chu Yashuan in the crowd. Chu Yaxuan had asked a disciple to pass a message to get to know him. Lin Feng naturally knew that Chu Yaxuan was interested in him and wanted to develop a relationship with him. Chu Yaxuan was born beautiful and gentle. Who wouldn't be moved by such a beauty? However, Lin Feng tactfully rejected the idea of getting to know Chu Yaxuan better. Lin Feng didn't want to provoke such an obedient female disciple. An obedient girl like Chu Yaxuan should find a man who loves her wholeheartedly. She shouldn't find a man who was flirtatious. Lin Feng's personality wouldn't change. He liked beautiful women. He liked them in the past, now, and in the future. Therefore, he wasn't suitable for Chu Yaxuan. This was also why Lin Feng didn't provoke Chu Yaxuan. Since he wasn't suitable for her, he didn't want to hurt Chu Yaxuan. After seeing Chu Yaxuan, Lin Feng knew that the disciples who were being attacked were most likely disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect. Because there weren't many of them, 3 of them died in a short time. Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. How could he do nothing when his fellow disciples were killed? He quickly flew towards the scene of the battle. At this moment, Chu Yaxuan and the others didn't notice Lin Feng. They tried to break out of the encirclement, but failed after many attempts. Not only did they have more people, but they were also very powerful. The disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were in despair. But now, there was nothing they could do. It's a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. However, now is not the time to be gentle. You have to die. A fierce-looking cultivator sneered as he looked at Chu Yaxuan. His weapon was a blood-red broadsword. He slashed at Chu Yaxuan again and again. Chu Yaxuan's weapon was a short sword. After a few clashes, Chu Yaxuan couldn't hold on any longer. The short sword in her hand was sent flying by the fierce-looking cultivator. Die! The fierce-looking cultivator sneered and slashed at Chu Yaxuan. This attack was unavoidable. Chu Yaxuan thought that she was going to die and closed her eyes in fear. However, after a while, Chu Yaxuan realized that the sword didn't hit her. Chu Yaxuan was very confused. She opened her eyes and saw that the man who had been in her dreams had appeared in front of her and grabbed the blood-red sword. Chapter 2372. F***CK. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? Do you have a death wish? The cultivator roared in anger when he saw Lin Feng grab his saber. He glared at Lin Feng viciously. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He looked at the ugly and ferocious cultivator coldly. He raised his other hand and a sword chi emerged from his fingers. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere as the cultivator's head flew into the air. He died on the spot. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked Chu Yaxuan. Chu Yaxuan blushed as she looked at Lin Feng and shook her head. Her voice was soft and gentle. Anyone who heard her voice would feel their bones go soft. She said, I'm fine. Senior brother, don't be tempted. It's senior brother Lin. The disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were excited when they saw Lin Feng. They didn't know how strong Lin Feng was, but they knew that these people were strong. But in front of Lin Feng, he was still far from being that strong. You're courting death. When the 4 or 5 cultivators saw Lin Feng kill the fierce-looking cultivator, they shouted furiously and threw themselves at Lin Feng. They looked ferocious and murderous. Lin Feng looked at those cultivators indifferently. He raised his right hand and waved it casually. A beam of sword chi flew out. Poof! 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 Following that, the sound of something being torn apart could be heard. The cultivators were killed one by one. 5 or 6 cultivators who had attacked Lin Feng weren't weak, but they couldn't even withstand a single attack from Lin Feng. Their souls had already left the 9 heavens. Senior brother Lin is amazing, the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect shouted excitedly. The faces of the other group of cultivators turned ugly. His Lin Feng. Someone suddenly shouted. Some of the cultivators recognized Lin Feng and were scared out of their wits. Not many people had seen Lin Feng before. However, many of them had heard of Lin Feng. What? His Lin Feng? The rest of the cultivators were shocked. Let's go. The leader of the cultivators waved his hand and said. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. They were afraid of Lin Feng's cultivation. Did I say you can leave? Lin Feng looked at the cultivators who wanted to leave. His eyes were cold and murderous. What? You want us to stay? We're from the Undying Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects. Why don't we each take a step back? The leading cultivator said in a deep voice. The Immortal Sect. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lin Feng had never thought that these people were from the Immortal Celestial Sect. Lin Feng ignored the cultivator from the Immortal Celestial Sect and looked at Chu Yashuan. What's going on? Why are these people from the Undying Immortal Sect attacking you? We got a batch of Earth Source Immortal Crystals and they found it. They want to kill us and steal it, Chu Yashuan said. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the words Earth Source Immortal Crystals. Earth Source Immortal Crystals were a type of origin crystal, but they were extremely rare. An Earth Source Immortal Crystal could be exchanged for at least 100,000 ordinary origin crystals. But the key point was that even if you wanted to exchange, no one would exchange with you. This was because Earth Source Immortal Crystals were too rare. Such an origin crystal could improve one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. If one obtained such a treasure, who would want to exchange it for it? No one would trade with an Earth Source Immortal Crystal unless they were in urgent need of ordinary origin crystals. The market price was 100,000 ordinary origin crystals for an Earth Source Immortal Crystal. However, if one really wanted to trade, 400,000 to 500,000 ordinary origin crystals for an Earth Source Immortal Crystal was already a good deal. It was no wonder the cultivators from the Immortal Sect wanted to kill Chu Yashuan and the rest. They were after the Earth Source Immortal Crystals. A treasure like the Earth Source Immortal Crystal was enough to make many people go crazy. The leading cultivator of the Immortal Sect said, "We didn't get the Earth Source Immortal Crystal, and we also lost a lot of people on our side. Now, let's each take a step back, and the sea and sky will be wide open. Furthermore, we have to rush to meet up with the core disciples of the Immortal Sect. They are waiting for us not far away." Are you threatening me? Lin Feng sneered. How could he not hear the threat in the cultivator's words? It's not a threat. I'm just speaking the truth. You're a smart person. You should know what to do. The leader of the cultivators from the Immortal Sect said. Lin Feng sneered. You want to kill my Immortal Sect's disciples for the treasure? If I didn't appear here, wouldn't all of my disciples be killed by you? Even now, you still dare to threaten me. You really don't know what death is. I'll kill all of you today. Let's see what the Immortal Sect can do to me. With that, Lin Feng stepped out and walked towards the cultivators from the Immortal Sect. At this moment, a cold snort came from afar. 3 men walked over. They were 3 extremely young men. Each of them was unfathomable. Senior brother Yu Wen is here. Seeing the newcomers, the group of disciples from the Immortal Sect became excited. Of the 3 cultivators, the one on the left was called Zhong Mo. The one on the right was called Li Xiao. These 2 were the top experts of the Immortal Sect's younger generation. The one in the middle had an even bigger background. He was called Yu Wenxia. Even the cultivators from the Immortal Sect didn't know much about Yu Wenxia's background. However, they vaguely heard that a few of the top geniuses with the surname Yu Wen were related to the fleeting Immortal clan. Of course, they weren't sure if they were related. However, they knew how terrifying Yu Wenxia was. Once, Yu Wenxia's arm was chopped off, but he was able to regrow it. It was like a legend. Many people were shocked. After seeing the 3, Lin Feng couldn't help but stop and look at them with narrowed eyes. You're Lin Feng. Yu Wenxia looked at Lin Feng and asked indifferently. Yes, Lin Feng replied indifferently. I heard that you have the immortal body. Is the rumor true? Yu Wenxia looked at Lin Feng with narrowed eyes. Lin Feng had shown the ability of the immortal body before, so it wasn't a secret that he had the immortal body. Lin Feng said. Yes, I have the immortal body. However, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? In this world, only people from one clan can have the immortal body. If anyone outside of this clan has the immortal body, then only death awaits them. I'll give you a chance now. Cripple your own bloodline or die. Choose one of the 2. Yuan Xia looked down at Lin Feng and said in a tone that brooked no argument. Chapter 2373. Lin Feng suddenly thought of those people who called this person Brother Yuan. This person once again threatened him. Lin Feng remembered that the Undying clan's surname was Yuan. Could this person be from the Undying clan? You're from the Undying clan? Yes, he asked calmly. Even the people from the Undying Immortal sect looked at Yuan Xia, although they also heard that the Undying Immortal sect's disciples with the surname Yuan were related to the Undying clan. But no one could confirm whether these people were from the Undying clan or not. Right now, they also wanted to see how Yuan Xia would answer. You know quite a lot. Yuan Xia's expression was indifferent as he said, the Undying bloodline is a clan's bloodline. Logically speaking, it is impossible for people outside the Undying clan to have the Undying bloodline, but you have it. It seems like your ancestor must have been expelled by the Undying clan. You people already don't have the qualifications to have the Undying bloodline. The reason why I gave you a choice to live is because of this trace of fate. Otherwise, you would have already died thousands of times. Alright, I don't want to waste words with you. Although Yuan Xia's words were short, Lin Feng already obtained a lot of useful information from his words. The first information was that Yuan Xia was indeed from the Undying clan. The second information was that his ancestor was expelled by the Undying clan and no longer had the qualifications to have the Undying bloodline. An ancient clan like the Undying clan attached great importance to the inheritance of the bloodline. The clansmen who had the Undying bloodline basically lived in the ancestral land. Therefore, this was also why Yuan Xia dared to confirm that Lin Feng was the descendant of the expelled clansman. In the long history of the Undying clan, there were some people who were expelled due to various reasons. Most of the people who were expelled had extremely miserable fates. In order to preserve the bloodline, the Undying clan would not spread their branches and leaves outside, breaking away from the Undying clan's control. Therefore, they would kill the expelled clansmen. But there were also some people who escaped. These people who escaped gave birth to children, although the bloodline was getting worse with each generation. But in the long years, occasionally, someone would awaken the Undying bloodline. For example, in the Lin clan, Lin Feng's father Lin Baitian awakened the Undying divine body. Lin Feng inherited his father's bloodline. He also awakened the Undying divine body. In fact, no one in the Undying clan had the Undying bloodline. Before this, the Lin family was just a small family that lived in a remote corner of the world. It was a small family that almost no one paid attention to. Until Lin's father awakened the Undying bloodline. But in this world, no one remembered Undying clan's ancestor. Perhaps the Undying clan Yuan Qi. His father had died in battle for the family when he was young. Due to his lack of talent, he had been abandoned by the family. He hadn't even awakened his Undying bloodline and was abandoned by the family. His mother had died of a serious illness. Because his mother was only the daughter of a small family, she didn't even have the right to be buried in the ancestral grave. Yuan Qi knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, hoping to bury his mother and father together, but he was mercilessly driven away. No one would care about an abandoned child. Especially a huge power like the Undying clan. There were countless geniuses. Who would care about a piece of trash that couldn't even awaken the Undying bloodline? Yuan Qi carried his mother's corpse and left. At that time, the young savage and Yuan Qi depended on each other for survival and left together with Yuan Qi. Later, Yuan Qi abandoned his surname and changed his name to Lin Qi. This was the origin of the Lin family. Lin Qi's achievements in Immortal Ancient Era were something that would never be erased. Even if the people of the future knew what happened back then, they would still worship him. However, with the passage of countless years, those things might have long been buried by history. This lineage had experienced great ups and downs, and it was indeed not easy for it to be passed down to this day. And now, Lin Feng could basically conclude that their bloodline was destined to not walk together with the Undying clan. Countless years had passed, and it was unknown how many generations had passed. The connection between bloodlines had long since become as thin as paper. In the secular world, There was a saying that one could not pass down the power to 5 generations. This meant that after passing down the power to 5 generations, these people could no longer be considered relatives. Passing down the power to 5 generations could no longer be considered relatives, let alone now who knew how many generations it had passed down? What kind of relationship was there? They were complete strangers. If it was traced back to the ancestors, there might even be hatred. Therefore, the Undying clan naturally would not allow anyone other than the Undying clan to have the Undying bloodline. Undying clan! Undying clan! Undying clan, Lin Feng muttered to himself. His eyes gradually became cold. Although he did not know what happened back then, his bloodline was naturally the one that was expelled. This meant that his bloodline no longer had any relationship with the Undying clan. Both sides met again. There was only hatred. Where is the Undying clan's ancestral land? Tell me and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Xia with an indifferent expression. Since he had already shed all pretenses with the Undying clan, Lin Feng knew that it was impossible to openly head to the Undying clan to awaken the Undying bloodline. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to find out the location of the Undying clan. In the future, when he was strong enough, he would go to the Undying clan. As long as he was strong enough, would he be afraid that the Undying clan would not allow him to awaken the bloodline? The Undying clan was strong enough. However, if his strength was terrifying enough, he could use it to threaten the Undying clan. Would the Undying clan take the risk of being heavily injured and fight to the death with him? Lin Feng believed that the Undying clan would not do such a thing. If it was any other peak power, they would compromise. Brat, what did you say? Yuan Xia thought that he had heard wrongly and looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. What? You don't understand human language? Lin Feng said indifferently. Courting death, courting death. You, the descendant of an exiled person, a lowly existence, actually dared to be so impudent in front of this young master. You really don't know life from death. Today, this young master will personally kill you. Yuan Xia's voice was incomparably cold. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Yuan Xia's body emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It was the fluctuation of his bloodline. Lin Feng had only awakened the Undying god blood. This was a shallow awakening. Many abilities had not awakened. Chapter 2374. Boom, Yuan Xia made his move and a blood-red seal appeared on his palm. This ability was called Blood Law Heavenly Seal. Once used, its power was boundless. Now that the Blood Law Heavenly Seal had been used by Yuan Xia, the void crumbled wherever the giant hand passed. The tyrannical attack was aimed at Lin Feng. Yuan Xia wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. Blood Law Heavenly Seal, I have seen senior brother Yuan use this sacred art before. This is an extremely heaven-defying sacred art. Once it is used, it can simply shatter the sun, moon, and sky, and destroy all living beings in the world. This sacred art is not even a sacred art passed down from our immortal sect. I guess it is very likely related to senior brother Yuan's bloodline. Seeing Yuan Xia use the Blood Law Heavenly Seal, a cultivator of the immortal sect immediately cried out in alarm. With senior brother Yuan Xia taking action, that brat is dead for sure. The rest of the Undying Immortal Sect cultivators looked at Lin Feng with indifferent expressions. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They knew Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, but so what? In their opinion, Lin Feng couldn't be compared to Yuan Xia. Yuan Xia was a true peak expert. His cultivation was heaven-defying. True Dragon Seal. Facing Yuan Xia's attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the terror of Yuan Xia's attack, so Lin Feng directly used the True Dragon Seal. Lin Feng obtained the cultivation method of the 5 layers of the True Dragon Seal. Each layer was stronger than the last. Of course, Lin Feng had only cultivated the first layer of the True Dragon Seal for the time being. Even though it was only the first layer, it had already reached the power of a half-immortal art. It was extremely powerful. A dragon appeared behind Lin Feng, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The true dragon roared towards the sky, shaking the mountains and rivers. Bang! The two sides collided, and the tyrannical shockwaves cracked the surrounding void. Numerous space-time rifts appeared, swallowing up a large number of plants, trees, and rocks. Soon, the space-time rifts closed again. Lin Feng and Yuan Xie both took 3 steps back. Seeing Lin Feng block Yuan Xie's attack, the cultivators of the Immortal sect were clearly surprised. On the other hand, the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were confident in Lin Feng. They had never seen Lin Feng suffer a loss before. So what if they were from the Undying clan? The Undying clan could only kneel and beg in front of senior brother Lin. In the hearts of the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng was almost invincible. No one could defeat Lin Feng. If someone said that Lin Feng could win first place in this year's Prodigy ranking battle, they would be shocked. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect did not doubt him at all. Is this all you've got after awakening your undying bloodline? I haven't even awakened my undying bloodline in the ancestral land, and you can't even suppress me. After I awaken my undying bloodline, I can crush you with one hand. How dare a piece of trash like you jump around in front of me? Lin Feng did not change his arrogance and looked at Yuan Xie with disdain. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were used to it. Because this was Lin Feng's personality. He had always been domineering. The disciples of the Immortal sect were shocked beyond words. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? He actually dared to call Yuan Xie a piece of trash. How could Yuan Xie not be angry? As expected. Yuan Xie's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Lowly bastard, how dare you boast shamelessly in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Today, I'll let you know the terror of the undying bloodline." After saying that, Yuan Xie's body actually emitted a rumbling sound. It was like a surging river, sweeping through heaven and earth. A terrifying power surged within Yuan Xie's body. Yuan Xie's aura became more and more terrifying. Yuan Xie was awakening the power slumbering in his bloodline. The undying divine bloodline was the most ancient bloodline. The power of the ancestors slumbered in the bloodline. However, to awaken this power for one's own use, one had to undergo a deep awakening. Yuan Xie had already undergone a deep awakening, so he could awaken this terrifying power. However, Lin Feng was unable to do so. Undying demon god. Yuan Xie's low voice resounded through heaven and earth. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and an endless black mist rolled. An ancient demon god stepped out of the black mist. This demon god seemed to have crossed the river of time from the absolute beginning era. Countless runes swirled around his body. These runes caused the surrounding space to distort. This divine ability was obtained when Yuan Xie's bloodline awakened. He could summon the undying primordial spirit left behind by the undying demon god to fight against his enemies. It was incomparably powerful. Yuan Xie had experienced many life and death battles. In the end, he'd used this divine ability to defeat his opponents and kill them. Now that he was facing off against Lin Feng, Yuan Xie once again used this tyrannical attack. After the undying demon god appeared, he quickly attacked Lin Feng. Demonic light surged through heaven and earth, as if to turn the entire world into a demonic realm. What a terrifying divine ability! Senior brother Yuan is serious. That brat is dead for sure. The disciples of the Undying Immortal sect roared one after another. Yuan Xie's divine ability had deeply shocked them. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect couldn't help but pale. This divine ability was so terrifying that it made their souls tremble. Now, the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were slightly shaken. They'd originally thought that Yuan Xie wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng, but now they couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. This was because Yuan Xie's divine ability was truly too powerful. Such a tyrannical divine ability. It made one's heart tremble. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted many spectators. Many people stood in the distance and watched the battle. Isn't that Yuan Xie? Rumor has it that he's related to the ancient and mysterious Undying clan. I wonder if it's true or not. I have also heard about it, but whether or not it is related to the Undying clan, perhaps only they themselves know. However, regardless of whether or not it is related to the Undying clan, this Yuan Shi's cultivation is incomparably terrifying. It is said that he can regrow a severed arm. This is the ability of the Undying bloodline, right? Yes, it's the ability of the Undying bloodline. That's why this person is so terrifying. Even if he's seriously injured, he can quickly recover. Yuan Shi's opponent seems to be Lin Feng, right? It really is Lin Feng. This is going to be a good show. This Lin Feng is also very powerful. Moreover, he's not an arrogant and overbearing person. If he fights with Yuan Shi, it'll definitely be a fierce battle. Many cultivators in the surroundings began to discuss spiritedly. At this time, the undying demon god summoned by Yuan Shi had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. The terrifying palm enveloped Lin Feng's body and ruthlessly attacked Lin Feng. Chapter 2375. What undying demon god? Death is death. Lin Feng sneered. He stepped forward, activated the arm of the dragon and elephant, and punched the original spirit of the undying demon god. Bang! With a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng's powerful punch collided with the undying demon god's attack. Lin Feng didn't move at all. The original spirit of the undying demon god was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's arm of the dragon and elephant could destroy a planet with one punch. Naturally, it wouldn't be difficult for him to shatter the original spirit of the undying demon god. "Break for me," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He took a step forwards and threw punches at Lin Feng. Bang, 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 3 consecutive punches were sent out. The 3 violent punches landed on the original spirit of the undying demon god. The original spirit of the undying demon god directly exploded. It vanished into thin air. "Isn't he too strong?" The surrounding cultivators all exclaimed in shock. The original spirit of the undying demon god was a top-notch move that Yuan Shi had learned when his bloodline awakened. It was unbelievable that Lin Feng could break it so easily. How strong was Lin Feng to be able to break Yuan Shi's attack so easily? The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were all excited. As expected of senior brother Lin. His cultivation is too terrifying. The faces of those from the Immortal sect turned ugly. They originally thought that Lin Feng would be suppressed. They didn't expect this result. After breaking the original spirit of the undying demon god, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward Yuan Shi. The arm of the dragon and elephant was activated. The terrifying attack instantly exploded. It could be said that it could destroy heaven and earth. It was a terrifying attack that could destroy a planet. It was obvious how powerful this attack was. Yuan Shi's face suddenly changed. He wanted to retreat quickly to avoid Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. Therefore, he could only wave his fist to block Lin Feng's attack. The two sides fiercely collided. Crack, crack. Yuan Shi's arm was directly broken by Lin Feng. His entire body flew back several hundred meters. Wow! He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Yuan Shi is heavily injured. Many people cried out in surprise. In a battle between experts, if one side was injured, then they wouldn't be far from being killed. Now that Yuan Shi was seriously injured, in many people's eyes, Yuan Shi was likely to die. But at this time, Yuan Shi's body flashed with a bloody light. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuan Shi had the immortal divine body and could quickly recover from his injuries. Many people had heard of the terrifying immortal divine body, but those who had seen it were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. There were too many rumors in the world. It was impossible to distinguish between the truth and the lies. Therefore, no one knew if the rumored immortal divine body was really that powerful and could quickly recover from injuries. Now that they saw Yuan Shi's injuries recover so quickly, many people were abnormally shocked. The rumors were actually true. The immortal divine body could quickly recover from injuries. No wonder the immortal divine body was so terrifying. This kind of physique was too frightening, especially in a battle between cultivators. After a fierce battle, both sides had suffered extremely serious injuries. Just as they were about to fight to the death, one side suddenly recovered from his injuries. Wouldn't the other side be waiting for death? As expected of the immortal divine body. This ancient physique is really too frightening. This battle won't end so easily. Yuan Xia must have even more terrifying means that he hasn't used yet. Many people whispered. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two people in the battle, waiting for an even more intense battle to break out. Such a battle naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Lin Feng. Since I, Yuan Xia, was born, I have never suffered any injuries. You are the first person to injure me, and now, you will suffer my endless fury. Yuan Xia floated in the air, looking at Lin Feng with a pair of eyes full of hatred. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Keep bragging. A piece of trash like you can only defeat me by bragging. Said Lin Feng indifferently. But, after hearing Lin Feng's words, many people directly burst out laughing. Lin Feng's words were too hurtful. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Even some cultivators from the immortal divine sect couldn't help but laugh, but when they thought of their own status, they quickly suppressed their laughter. Yuan Xia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Lin Feng with resentment, then said, I will definitely cut off your flesh piece by piece, extract your soul, and burn it with samadhi true fire. You will suffer a fate worse than death. Only then will I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Boom boom boom. After Yuan Xia finished speaking, his body emitted an even more powerful and frightening aura. The immortal divine body is about to awaken from its slumber. A deep voice unexpectedly came from Yuan Xia's body. That voice was incomparably ancient. When that voice rang out, everyone even felt as if that voice was trying to drag them back to the ancient times hundreds of millions of years ago. The ancestor's dormant power in his bloodline is about to awaken. Some cultivators cried out in shock. Many people were moved. These ancient bloodlines were extremely terrifying, especially when the ancestor's dormant power was awakened. Once it was awakened, it would be even more frightening. Once the ancestor's dormant power was awakened, it would be his final trump card. This method was indeed powerful, but it also consumed a lot of the body's energy. Sometimes, it would even cause harm to the body. However, in order to kill Lin Feng, Yuan Xia didn't hesitate to use it. Even if he suffered a backlash, he still wanted to kill Lin Feng. Yuan Xia, stop. You've only awakened your bloodline for a short period of time. You're still unable to control the sleeping power of your ancestor within your bloodline. If you rashly stimulate the sleeping power of your ancestor within your bloodline, it will cause serious damage to your body. Perhaps your body will collapse before that brat is killed by you. At that moment, an indifferent voice came from afar. Everyone looked into the distance and saw two cultivators walking over step by step. The one who spoke was dressed in green and looked very handsome. Lin Feng didn't recognize him, but he recognized the other person. Lin Feng had seen the other person before. Yuan Yu. Back then, this person occupied a Heaven's Pride peak. Many experts challenged Yuan Yu, but they all failed. In the end, Yuan Yu successfully defended the peak. From this, one could see how terrifying Yuan Yu was. Yuan Ji, Yuan Yu. Many people couldn't help but cry out when they saw the newcomers. These two were too terrifying. They were many times stronger than Yuan Xia. Now that they had come together, didn't that mean Lin Feng was doomed? Chapter 2376. Yuan Yu and Lin Feng were well aware of how terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Feng didn't know what cultivation level this Yuan Ji had, but Lin Feng discovered that Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu seemed to have an equal relationship. Yuan Xia, on the other hand, had a respectful expression in front of these two people. Lin Feng knew that Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu should have similar cultivation levels. Many top geniuses had come to the prodigy ranking battle. Previously, when the 9 prodigy peaks appeared, many top geniuses didn't appear at all. Now that Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu had come together, it was naturally a very dangerous thing for Lin Feng. These two people's cultivation levels were too tyrannical, and Yuan Xia was eyeing covetously from the side. If these 3 people from the Undying clan joined forces, they might really have the strength to kill Lin Feng. This was also the reason why the surrounding cultivators felt that Lin Feng was very likely to be killed by the 3 of them. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and sized up Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu. The two of them were also sizing up Lin Feng. I didn't expect that outside of the Undying clan, there would actually be someone who could awaken the immortal divine body. Your ancestor was an exiled person. My Undying clan has always been decisive in dealing with exiles, leaving no survivors. Back then, my ancestor was lucky enough to escape this calamity, but you won't have such luck. Let's start with you. Your bloodline will officially disappear from this world, Yuan Ji said coldly. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. His eyes that looked at Lin Feng were filled with a cold light. Yuan Ji's personality was domineering, so he wouldn't hide his inner thoughts. After he had the intention to kill Lin Feng, he wouldn't hide it in any way. On the other hand, Yuan Yu was different. This person's sharpness was restrained, and he looked like an ancient well without ripples. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking from his face. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Big clans are really cruel. They kill their clansmen without mercy. This has really broadened my horizons. However, after such a long time, my bloodline has long had nothing to do with the Undying clan. Since there is an irreconcilable conflict between the two sides, today, I would like to experience the strength of the Undying clan's successor." Lin Feng's tone was very calm. He wasn't worried about being surrounded by Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, he was confident that even if he wasn't an enemy, if he wanted to leave, nobody would be able to stop him. "Let's kill him here." Yuan Ji said. Yuan Yu nodded. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu's side, quickly. Yuan Xia didn't make a move. He seemed to be extremely confident in Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu. They came from the same clan. It was precisely because of this that Yuan Xia knew how terrifying Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu were. In Yuan Xia's opinion, the two of them didn't even need to work together. Just one of them could easily kill Lin Feng. Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu actually want to work together to deal with Lin Feng. I thought that with their status, they would choose to fight Lin Feng alone. Since they can work together, why do they have to deal with Lin Feng alone? What's more, to deal with someone as powerful as Lin Feng, even if Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu can defeat Lin Feng alone, there's no guarantee that Lin Feng will counterattack before he dies. At that time, they might die together. However, it's different if the two of them work together to deal with Lin Feng. They can take care of each other. It won't be easy for Lin Feng to counterattack. Yeah, I'm afraid Lin Feng will be in danger in this battle. Although he's powerful, Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu are also extremely terrifying. Moreover, there's still Yuan Xia who hasn't made a move yet. Many people began to discuss. They didn't have high hopes for Lin Feng in this battle. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect also had ugly expressions. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Chu Yashuan's face was even paler. She looked at Lin Feng worriedly. On paper, the strength of both sides was still too weak. And they couldn't help Lin Feng. Therefore, Chu Yashuan was extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu indifferently. He began to condense his qi to increase his combat strength. "Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who?" Lin Feng had experienced countless life and death battles over the years. He was never afraid. It seemed that the two sides were about to fight. Suddenly, the void split open. A fatso riding a little donkey rushed out of the crack in the void. It was Fatso and Brother Donkey. Fatso and Brother Donkey appeared above Yuan Ji. Ahaha! 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 Little Donkey suddenly let out a strange cry. It raised its hooves and kicked at Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji's expression suddenly darkened. A donkey dared to attack him. This made him feel angry and humiliated. Yuan Ji threw a punch at Little Donkey. Bang! Yuan Ji and Little Donkey collided. Yuan Ji was pushed back by Little Donkey's hooves. Little Donkey was also pushed back a few meters. "Hey, you're quite capable. You can actually block my attack," Little Donkey suddenly shouted. "Damn! Heavenly Donkey Saint. This donkey is too shameless." Many people rolled their eyes. The word saint couldn't be used casually. It had a lot of implications. Just like how Great Emperor couldn't be used casually. Very few people dared to call themselves great emperors before entering the great emperor realm. Perhaps only those evil cultivators who didn't become great emperors would give themselves the title of great emperor to keep up appearances. Little Donkey dared to call himself Heavenly Donkey Saint. This naturally attracted the disdain of many cultivators. Little Donkey looked askance at the surrounding cultivators and shouted arrogantly, "What? You're not convinced? If you have the guts, fight this saint one-on-one." Little Donkey was able to push Yuan Ji back with a single kick. It was clear that its strength wasn't ordinary. The spectating cultivators naturally didn't want to fight Little Donkey for no reason. "We're magnanimous and won't bicker with a donkey," many cultivators said. Little Donkey pursed its lips and ignored them. It looked at Lin Feng and said, "Big brother Feng, we came just in time." Lin Feng said, "You really came just in time. If we came any later, the fight would have started." Fatso jumped off Little Donkey and said, "These are the people from the Undying clan? TSK. Even this ancient clan has a successor. Looks like all the monsters in this world are about to come into being." The donkey looked at Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu and shouted arrogantly, "You two dare to bully the big brother of the Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign? I think you're tired of living. I'll give you a chance to live. Come and kowtow to my big brother Feng and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll kick the two of you until the peach blossoms bloom." Chapter 2377. That donkey's too arrogant. He's even more arrogant than humans. He actually made Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu kneel before Lin Feng and beg for mercy. That donkey is really something else. Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu are being looked down upon by a donkey. Won't they be angered to death? Many people started discussing the situation, glancing at Little Donkey, Yuan Ji, and Yuan Yu from time to time. The spectating cultivators were all looking forward to an intense battle between the two sides. Since they were just here to watch the show, they weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. The bigger the matter, the more intense the better. When the time came, it would be best if they fought to the death so that they could watch an exciting battle. Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Yuan Yu said, "It's rare for a donkey to be able to cultivate. This isn't a place for a battle to the death. We'll wait for you at the Tower of Geniuses." Yuan Yu had wanted to join forces with Yuan Ji to kill Lin Feng, but she'd changed her mind. Fatso and Little Donkey's arrival had narrowed the gap between them. Even if they could defeat Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey, it would be a fierce battle. But they couldn't guarantee that someone wouldn't use underhanded tricks against them. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. In the Tower of Geniuses, no one dared to use underhanded tricks. Yuan Yu and Yuan Ji were both extremely confident in their own cultivation levels. Even though it might be troublesome for them to deal with Lin Feng on their own, they were confident in their strength. They were confident that they could easily deal with Lin Feng. That confidence came from their trust in their ancestral blood. Over the years, Yuan Ji and Yuan Yu had fought countless battles, but the two of them had always been invincible. Lin Feng also had immortal divine blood. But so what? His bloodline hadn't truly awakened. In their eyes, he wasn't much of a threat. If you're scared, just say it. Don't make excuses. Little Donkey was aggressive. Yuan Ji sneered. "I'm looking forward to slaughtering you and making you into donkey soup," Little Donkey cursed. "If you have the ability, then fight with this holy venerable right now. See if this holy venerable doesn't kick you to death." Yuan Ji didn't stop fighting Little Donkey just because of its provocation. Yuan Ji, Yuan Yu, and the rest quickly left. When the surrounding cultivators saw that there was no more excitement, they all left one after another. "Collect their corpses," Lin Feng said to the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. "Yes, senior brother." A few disciples went forward to collect the corpses of the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Then, the group left as well. At a place where a small stream flowed, the group stopped to rest. Lin Feng looked at Fatso and said, "Are you and Brother Donkey going to participate in the Genius List battle? I heard that the rules of the Prodigy ranking battle have been changed. Summoning pets and mounts is no longer allowed." Little Donkey said, "Ahahaha, ahahaha. I want to participate myself." From now on, the heavenly donkey Holy Venerable's name will resound throughout the 9 state. Lin Feng said with a smile. It seems like Brother Donkey is very confident about this ranking battle. Little Donkey said proudly. Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm the wise and mighty heavenly donkey Holy Venerable. Lin Feng nodded. Of course. I wish Brother Donkey good results. Fatso said, Lin Feng, that girl Chu Yashuan keeps staring at you. TSK, it seems like she's attracted to you. Why don't you take her down? Lin Feng looked at Chu Yashuan, and their eyes met. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of goddesses, when he saw Chu Yashuan's face, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Yashuan's beauty touched one's soul. It was a kind of beauty that made one's soul tremble. Her eyes were pure, like a celestial lotus that hadn't been tainted by the mortal world. Chu Yashuan saw Lin Feng looking at her and her face turned red. She lowered her head shyly. What do you think? Top quality, right? Fatso said with a smile. Lin Feng looked away and said, My heart isn't here right now. Let's think about the ranking battle. Now that they were talking about serious matters, the fatty became serious for once. He said, I'm afraid that the ranking competition will be unprecedentedly difficult. Many experts who broke out of the stone will come out, and even divine spirits born from the heavens and earth will come out. Why are these guys so interested in the ranking battle? Lin Feng frowned. Of course it's for the paradise of the 9 states. You have to know that the paradise of the 9 states hides many secrets. Those guys know many secrets that we don't. They want to enter the paradise of the 9 states to find those secrets and obtain heaven-defying opportunities. Fatso said. Lin Feng said, The 5 signs of celestial decay have appeared. It seems like the battle to destroy the world isn't far away. That's right, said the fat man. That's why they're all coming out. It's not just the young geniuses. Even the older geniuses who've sealed themselves in stone are coming out. We just haven't had the chance to meet them yet. The genius ranking competition is extremely intense. Just wait and see. The sovereign ranking competition is going to be just as exciting. It's going to be even more intense than here. Lin Feng said, The sky market world is about to open, right? It seems like the sovereign ranking battle is about to start. Fatso nodded. It's a pity that we won't have the chance to watch it. It was getting late, so Lin Feng decided to rest for a day before going to the Genius Tower. Chu Yashuan and the others had also obtained many opportunities, so they didn't plan to continue exploring the Genius training grounds. They planned to go to the Genius Tower to watch the battles. However, they weren't strong enough to compete for the Genius ranking battle, so Chu Yashuan and the others didn't plan to participate. At night, the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars dotted the sky. Lin Feng lay down on a smooth rock to rest. A fragrance wafted over. Chu Yashuan walked over. Chu Yashuan was wearing a long blue dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Even the fairies of the 9 heavens paled in comparison to her. Thank you for saving our lives, senior brother. Here are 100 Earth Source Immortal Crystals. Please accept them. Chu Yashuan took out a pouch of Earth Source Immortal Crystals. Earth Source Immortal Crystals were precious mainly because they were difficult to find. Lin Feng would have refused if they were ordinary items, but they were very useful for his cultivation. Lin Feng didn't refuse. We're from the same sect, so it's only natural that I save you. I won't let you suffer any losses. Here are 50 million origin crystals. Take it and share it with everyone. Lin Feng took out a pouch of origin crystals. Chu Yashuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She took the pouch of Earth Source Immortal Crystals and handed it to Lin Feng. When their hands touched, Chu Yashuan couldn't help but feel a little shy. Her face flushed red, and her hair turned red. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the legends. Chapter 2378. The Prodigy's Tower was like a towering mountain in the deepest part of the Primordial Ruins realm. The Prodigy's Tower stretched upward, and no one knew where it ended. The area where the Prodigy's Tower was located was extraordinary. There was a powerful restriction on space, and if one wanted to ascend the tower, they had to climb up from the outside. Many cultivators had already begun to climb the tower. Because of the restriction on space, if you fall from such a tall tower, you'll definitely be smashed into a pulp, Fatso said. Said Lin Feng. It said that there are also cosmic energies, such as gravity cosmic energies, space and time cosmic energies, which prevent cultivators from climbing the Tower of Geniuses. Climbing the Tower of Geniuses is a form of cultivation. If you can climb the Tower of Geniuses, your determination and physical strength will improve tremendously. Fatso said, that's right, that's true. Look at the cultivators climbing the Prodigy's Tower. Only a small portion of them can actually reach the top. Most of them are just trying to hone their cultivation. Let's go up too, Lin Feng said. Fatso nodded. All right, I can't wait to see what's at the top of the Prodigy's Tower. At that moment, Little Donkey suddenly jumped up and placed his front hooves on Fatso's shoulders, while his back hooves clamped onto Fatso's waist. F***CK, get off me, Fatso shouted gloomily. Little Donkey said, you're usually the one riding me, but climbing the Prodigy's Tower is as difficult as ascending to the heavens for me. Carry me up. Phut! Lin Feng burst out laughing. Fatso finally had a day like this. It's always been a man riding a donkey, but now a donkey is riding a man. How interesting. Many people pointed at the strange combination of Fatso and Little Donkey and couldn't help but laugh. These two guys were simply a pair of clowns. Fatso shouted angrily, Brother Donkey, don't go overboard. Otherwise, I'll fall out with you. Little Donkey said, do you still have any shame? Fatso rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, what are you talking about? Why does it sound so hateful? Do you believe that Lord Fatty will slap you to death? Fatso went all out. All kinds of threatening methods were used, but Little Donkey remained indifferent. He had no intention of coming down. Fatso had no choice but to carry Little Donkey. Then, Lin Feng and the others also began to climb the Prodigy's Tower. At the bottom of the Prodigy's Tower was the law of gravity. The higher they climbed, the heavier their bodies felt. Many people could no longer bear it when they reached the 1,000-meter mark. The law of gravity at a distance of 1,000 meters increased the gravity by about 150,000 times. As such, after climbing to this height, many people had already reached their limit. When it reached about 10,000 meters, the law of gravity even reached 1,000,000 times. There were very few cultivators who could persist until now. The most perverse thing was when the law of gravity reached 1,000,000 times. The law of gravity did not disappear after reaching its limit. As they climbed higher, the law of gravity remained at 1,000,000 times. Fortunately, it did not increase. The law of spacetime appeared above the law of gravity. A powerful spacetime storm blew around the Prodigy's Tower. Many people were blown far away. Those who were weaker might even be torn apart by the spacetime storm. They died on the spot. Above the law of spacetime, there were also the law of ice, the law of the sun, the law of the sword, the law of illusions, the law of mental demons, and so on. Every 10,000 meters, a new law would appear to disturb the cultivators. After climbing 200,000 meters, Lin Feng finally saw a huge floating fortress in the sky. Damn, we're finally here, Fatso could not help but shout. Carrying Little Donkey all the way up had made Fatso very depressed. Of the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect who had climbed the Prodigy's Tower with Lin Feng, only Chu Yashuan had made it this far. The others had all failed halfway and returned. Lin Feng was very surprised that Chu Yashuan had made it to the end and overcome 20 different laws. However, Lin Feng could see that it had not been easy for Chu Yashuan to make it this far. She looked haggard and had suffered some injuries. Her breathing was a little erratic. If the Prodigy's Tower was a little higher, Chu Yashuan would not have been able to continue. Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the castle at the top of the Prodigy's Tower. This castle was called the Prodigy's City. It stood at the top of the Prodigy's Tower and was also the place where the Prodigy's ranking competition was held. Lin Feng took out a supreme-grade healing pill and gave it to Chu Yashuan. Eat it. Your body will recover faster. Chu Yashuan did not expect Lin Feng to care about her. When she saw the pill, she was very happy. She took the pill and thanked Lin Feng before eating it. Come down, Fatso shouted in exasperation. It's so comfortable. I can't bear to come down. Carry me to rest. Little donkey said. Lin Feng laughed. Little donkey seemed to like being carried. An image suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. In the future, when he went out, it would not be Fatso riding little donkey. It would be Fatso carrying little donkey. Lin Feng could not help but laugh when he thought of this. It was too funny. Is brother donkey arrogant, or is Master Fatty too weak to hold the knife? Let me tell you, Master Fatty can still hold the knife now, Fatso said through gritted teeth. Little donkey smiled embarrassedly and jumped down from Fatso. A good donkey does not fight with others. Brother donkey is magnanimous. I will not lower myself to your level. Damn it. I was despised by my own mount. Fatty's face was gloomy. Brother donkey was not an ordinary mount. It was the best of the best. Let's go and take a look at the castle, Lin Feng said. They entered the castle. Many cultivators entered the castle one after another. Some were here to participate in the competition, while others were here to watch the show. Many people looked at Lin Feng and the others in surprise. Someone muttered, "A donkey climbed up. Is this donkey going to participate in the Heaven's Chosen rankings as well?" Brother Donkey was furious when he heard this. "Who are you calling a donkey? I am Heavenly Donkey Holy Master. A donkey is a donkey. Heavenly Donkey Holy Master my ass." A cultivator rolled his eyes and said. Little donkey locked onto the cultivator and pounced. Its front hooves landed on the cultivator's shoulder and its back hooves clamped onto the cultivator's waist. Then, it lay on the cultivator's back and shouted, "Giddy up, giddy up. Run for me. I want you to be my human pet. Get down." The cultivator was furious. The cultivator was furious and roared in exasperation. Being ridden by a donkey was simply a great humiliation. He wanted to throw the donkey off, but he failed every time he tried. "Human pet, be obedient and carry me on your back. Otherwise, I'll throw you out of the Tower of Geniuses," Little Donkey shouted arrogantly. Chapter 2379. This donkey is heaven-defying. I've never seen such a ferocious donkey. It's really a demonic donkey. Many people gathered around. Everyone was pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The cultivator who was being ridden by Little Donkey was so depressed that he even wanted to die. "I'll fight you to the death." The cultivator soared into the air and landed on his back. He wanted to smash Little Donkey into the ground, but Little Donkey did not let him have his way. Little Donkey controlled the cultivator's body. The cultivator landed on the ground again and looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Spare me, I was wrong." The cultivator begged for mercy. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. He wanted to escape from the evil donkey's clutches. "Look at you. Trash like you isn't qualified to be my slave," said the holy sage. The donkey said and then jumped down. It raised its hind hooves and sent the cultivator flying with a kick. The cultivator glared at Little Donkey fiercely and turned to leave quickly. The donkey shouted, "This holy venerable wants to subdue a few human pets during the prodigy ranking competition. Those prodigies, saints, goddesses, and beauties are barely qualified to become this holy venerable's human pet. Keep bragging." Many people rolled their eyes and looked at Little Donkey with disdain. Did this guy really think he was a big shot? He actually dared to boast about subduing those top geniuses. He was really shameless. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome donkey before? Remember my name. I'm called the Heavenly Donkey Holy Venerable." Little Donkey shouted at the cultivators around him. Many people could not help but give Little Donkey the middle finger before leaving. "Brother Donkey is leaving," Fatso said in annoyance. Little Donkey followed them. Then, he looked for a place to stay with Lin Feng and the others. Everyone entered the inner city of the ancient city. They immediately saw many human-shaped puppets shuttling back and forth in the city, welcoming the cultivators who entered. These human-shaped puppets looked exactly the same as humans. There were both men and women, but they were all wearing the same clothes. Their expressions were slightly wooden. "Everyone, please follow me. I'll bring you to a place to rest." A humanoid puppet walked over. It was a woman. She was tall and very attractive. She arranged a place for Lin Feng and the others to stay. Lin Feng and the others stayed in a place called the Qingya Pavilion. There were more than 10 huge courtyards. Every courtyard was filled with lush green grass, rockeries, and grotesque rocks. The environment was beautiful. There were 36 independent courtyards in the middle of the estate. After arranging the accommodations for Lin Feng and the others, the puppet left. Chu Yashuan said, "This puppet doesn't seem to be much different from a real person. It even knows how to think on its own. It's unbelievable." Lin Feng said with a smile. "These puppets are not simple. It's said that they're called heavenly Tao puppets. They were forged from heavenly Tao crystals and integrated with the world power of the original ruins realm. It's not entirely accurate to call them puppets. They're more like a different kind of life form that has complete autonomy. However, it's said that they can't leave the original ruins realm. It's like this. The purpose of their existence is to serve the primary ruins realm, so they can't leave the primary ruins realm. If they leave without permission, their bodies will self-destruct." Chu Yashuan asked, "Then who created them?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It's said that they were already here when the original ruins realm appeared. The original ruins realm was also created by an expert. Even the sky ruins realm, which is connected to the original ruins realm, was created by an expert." Fatso said, "I heard that the original ruins realm and the holy ruins realm are related to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. As for whether that's true, I'm not too sure. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. That's too far-fetched," Lin Feng said as he stroked his chin. The courtyard they stayed in was a small 2-story building with more than 10 rooms. There were enough rooms, so everyone chose their own rooms. Lin Feng went into seclusion to adjust his condition. There wasn't much time left until the prodigy ranking competition. Some time later, Lin Feng stayed in seclusion to adjust his condition. Dong 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 dong. On this day, the bell rang. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He walked out. Chu Yashuan said, "The cultivators who are participating in the ranking competition have to register. The prodigy ranking competition will officially begin in 3 days. There were many cultivators participating in the prodigy ranking competition, so they had to register first. After the registration, the next step was to draw up the list of participants. There were also some preparations that needed to be done. These things would be completed in 3 days. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, you can rest here. Fatso, Brother Donkey, and I will go register." Chu Yashuan nodded obediently. When they arrived at the registration square, they saw a sea of people and it was very lively. There was an endless stream of cultivators registering. There were a total of 100 spots on the prodigy ranking. Naturally, the competition was intense. Many cultivators were in high spirits and full of confidence. Those who had the confidence to participate in the final prodigy ranking competition were all geniuses. They had powerful cultivation bases. Therefore, they were looking forward to their performance and believed that they could stand out. Of course, there were also some weaker cultivators who had worried looks on their faces. Even so, those cultivators still signed up. Perhaps there would be some miracles. Every time the prodigy ranking competition was held, there would be a few people who were luckier. Round after round of competition passed. They were lucky enough to avoid those top-notch experts every time. Therefore, they went very far. Some people were even lucky enough to make it into the top 100. Such things happened from time to time. Lin Feng saw Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu also saw Lin Feng and walked towards Lin Feng. The two of them exchanged a few simple words. At this moment, in the distance, endless demonic aura swept through heaven and earth as a group of cultivators flew over. When Lin Feng saw the leader, he couldn't help but frown. The son of the heavenly demon emperor, Gongzi Yu spat out coldly. Previously, Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu had joined forces to severely injure the son of the heavenly demon emperor. They were about to kill the son of the heavenly demon emperor, but the son of the heavenly demon emperor was taken away by someone in a cosmic bag. Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu chased for a long time, but they couldn't catch up. They originally thought that the son of the heavenly demon emperor had already been killed. However, they didn't expect that the other party didn't use the cosmic bag to take away the son of the heavenly demon emperor because they were eyeing the son's treasures. They were saving the son of the heavenly demon emperor. When the son of the heavenly demon emperor saw Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu, his eyes revealed monstrous killing intent. He quickly flew towards Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu. Chapter 2380. Have the two of you thought about how you'll die when you meet me in the qualifiers? The heavenly demon emperor's son glared coldly at Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu, killing intent flashing in his eyes. The heavenly demon emperor's son wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu to pieces. If he didn't do that, Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu would give birth to endless demonic thoughts in his heart. If that happened, he might even suffer from cultivation deviation. Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu were his inner demons. Lin Feng laughed. TSK, TSK. We beat you until you ran away like a dog, and now you're jumping around in front of us. Don't you have any shame? The heavenly demon emperor's son said angrily. The two of you ganged up on me, and you still have the nerve to praise yourselves. Bullshit. Who ganged up on you? Lin Feng pursed his lips. It was clearly the two of us who fought against each other. The corners of the heavenly demon emperor's son's mouth twitched when he heard Lin Feng's words. How can this guy describe ganging up on someone so casually? How shameless. Don't you know who that guy is? He's Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Have you heard of his nickname? What's his nickname? The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect all call him Scum. Scum. Hee hee. It seems like Lin Feng has done a lot of terrible things to deserve such a nickname, said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Feng's cultivation base is terrifying. That guy beside him is Gongzi Yu, right? He's also an extremely terrifying existence. Previously, the two of them defended the Tianjiao Peak, and they both succeeded. It's obvious how strong they are. The heavenly demon emperor's son has a conflict with the two of them. It'll definitely be a fierce battle. I wonder who will win in the end. Many people saw that there was a verbal conflict here and immediately gathered around. They were all waiting to watch a good show. Before the prodigy role ranking, there were many people provoking each other. This was also a highlight. The heavenly demon emperor's son wasn't a match for Lin Feng when it came to arguing. Therefore, when he heard Lin Feng's mockery, he gnashed his teeth in anger, but he couldn't refute Lin Feng. At that moment, a female cultivator beside the heavenly demon emperor's son said, "Your Highness, ignore him. You'll be able to kill him during the ranking competition." Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator who spoke. This female cultivator had a pitilessly enchanting figure. Her face was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She's beauty's faces. She was beautiful. Beauty's beauty choose beauty. Chu Yashuan's beauty was pure, clean, and otherworldly. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. The woman in front of him, on the other hand, was a seductive beauty. Her beauty was so hot and enchanting that any man would go crazy for her. TSK, so you're the one who saved the heavenly demon emperor's son. The heavenly demon emperor's son's severed arm was restored. It's definitely not the heavenly demon emperor's own ability. Did you help him recover his severed arm? Lin Feng looked at the woman with interest. She was a demoness. She emitted the aura of a demon. The woman looked at Lin Feng and said indifferently, "That's right, I did it. Soon, I'll be able to see you die at the hands of the heavenly demon emperor's son in the ranking competition." Ahaha! Ahaha! Little donkey shouted. What heavenly demon emperor? Isn't he just a heavenly demon? He's a race that disappeared long ago. Brother Feng doesn't even need to do anything. I can stomp him to death with my hooves. It's that donkey again. Many cultivators rolled their eyes. Little Donkey had been strolling around outside recently, saying that he wanted to take in some top-tier human pets. He was very arrogant. Someone wanted to teach Little Donkey a lesson. But in the end, he was beaten half to death by Little Donkey. Little Donkey was too powerful. Although he was arrogant, he had the strength to back it up. Many people knew Little Donkey. Now that Little Donkey was provoking the heavenly demon emperor's son, many people were speechless. Why was little donkey everywhere? A donkey. This prince can't be bothered to bicker with you because you're not worthy. The heavenly demon emperor's son glanced coldly at little donkey and said disdainfully. Little donkey was furious. You bastard, are you blind? I'm the heavenly donkey, holy sovereign. If you call me a donkey again, I'll kick you to death with my hooves. PFFF. Many people burst out laughing. Little donkey was a freak among freaks. If they offended him, they would be angered to death by little donkey. The heavenly demon emperor's son's expression was gloomy. He glanced coldly at little donkey, but he didn't continue arguing with little donkey. He was the heavenly demon emperor's son. If he argued with a donkey, it would be beneath his dignity. The two of you should pray that you don't meet me later. That way, you'll be able to live longer. The heavenly demon emperor's son looked disdainfully at Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu. He was very confident in himself. In a one-on-one fight, he believed that he could easily kill Lin Feng or Gongzi Yu. We'll wait. Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu sneered. Let's go. The Sky Demon Emperor's son waved his hand and the group of people followed behind him. The fatty's eyes were fixed on the demoness beside the Sky Demon Emperor's son. He said, Beauty, don't go. Why don't you go back with Fat Brother? When the time comes, Fat Brother will treat you well. The enchanting woman looked at Fatso and revealed a bewitching expression. Then, she turned and left. Lin Feng patted Fatso's shoulder and said, Good luck. Hey. Fatty laughed weirdly and said, Wait until we meet that little girl in the ranking competition. Lord Fatty will definitely carry her back to our place. At that time, we'll throw the dice and whoever wins gets to keep her. That's a good idea. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, Not interested. Gongzi Yu said coldly, What? They didn't even fight and they're already leaving. Let's leave as well. Many of the cultivators who were watching the show were speechless. Then, they quickly left. In the registration hall, there were 100 human-shaped puppets sitting in front of tables. They were responsible for the registration of cultivators. The cultivators who were participating in the qualifiers were lined up in long lines and went to register in an orderly manner. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt two cold gazes lock onto him. These two gazes made his hair stand on end. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. He turned around and saw the mysterious woman in white. Gongzi Yu seemed to sense something and looked over. When he saw the woman in white, he frowned and said, It's her. I didn't think that she would choose to appear at a time like this. Chapter 2381. Gongzi Yu smiled bitterly. Yes, we've known each other since we were young. This surprised Lin Feng. Gongzi Yu had known the woman in white since they were young. Lin Feng was even more curious about the woman's identity. He wondered who the woman in white was. He asked, Who exactly is that woman in white? Gongzi Yu said, Her name is Bai Wanyu, and her background is not simple. There's an ancient race called the Divine Sun Race, and she's from the Divine Sun Race. The Divine Sun Race? What race is that? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. However, in this world, there were too many different races. They were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. There were large and small races. The more famous ones were the Sky Devil race, the Skeleton race, the Kinwu people, the Three-Eyed race, the Dragon race, the Peacock race, and so on. Of course, there were also many less famous races. However, some of the less famous races were not necessarily weak. In fact, there were some races that others had never even heard of, and their strength was incomparably terrifying. For example, there was once a race called the Giant Crocodile race. This race was too powerful. During the Primordial era, they fed on carnate life forms. After the carnate era ended, they fed on giant dragons, Daotais, and other divine beasts. However, this race was unknown because those who had seen the giant crocodile of Primordial had all become its food. Naturally, no one knew about the giant crocodile of Primordial. As for the Divine Sun race, although Lin Feng did not know what race it was, he felt that it was not an ordinary race just by hearing the name. It was very likely that it was an extremely powerful and terrifying race. Fatso said, The Divine Sun race. Is it the race that lives near the sun? Lives near the sun? Lin Feng was surprised. The sun illuminated the world. It was a place that even immortals could not reach. To living beings, the sun was a place that could not be explored. Therefore, the sun was filled with endless mysteries. As for what was on top of the sun, no one knew. When Lin Feng heard Gongzi Yu say that the woman in white was from the Divine Sun clan, he suspected that the woman in white might be related to the sun. Perhaps it was time to prove this point. Gongzi Yu said, "The Divine Sun race is said to be the race that guards the sun. They live in the Divine Sun Great World, and the Divine Sun Great World is one of the great worlds closest to the sun. If he's from the Divine Sun clan, why would he appear in the 9 states?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Back then, when Bai Wanyu's ancestors were traveling through the stars, something strange seemed to have happened. Many people died, but Bai Wanyu was lucky enough to escape. Then, she descended and slaughtered the 9 states world. Gongzi Yu said. Cultivators who dared to travel long distances in the starry sky were definitely abnormally strong. It seemed that what had happened back then must have been very terrifying. Otherwise, the Divine Sun cultivators would not have suffered such heavy losses. Gongzi Yu said, when Bai Wanyu came to the 9 states, she was still a teenage girl. At that time, something happened in my clan, so I had to escape from my clan and come to the 9 states. Then, I got to know Bai Wanyu, and we even went on a mission together. Later, I heard that this woman entered the Yuanshu world and used some unknown method to seal herself so that her life stopped flowing. She was waiting for the day to come that she would recover. I left the 9 states and came to the Qianwu continent, where I sealed myself in a stone and fell into a deep sleep. Gongzi Yu's expression was a little lonely. Perhaps he was thinking of some things in the past. Although he was the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Lin Feng felt that Gongzi Yu's life was not as dazzling as he had imagined. The changes that had happened back then had forced him to leave his home. It seemed that something extremely complicated had happened back then. If he did not leave, perhaps only death would await him. However, Lin Feng did not know what had happened to Gongzi Yu back then, and Gongzi Yu had no intention of talking about it. Lin Feng knew Gongzi Yu better. If he wanted to talk about it, he did not need to ask. Gongzi Yu would tell him what had happened back then. If he did not want to talk about it, even if he asked, Gongzi Yu would not talk about it. Bai Wanyu flew towards Lin Feng. Fatso said, "She's here. This woman is very scary." Even little Donkey, who had always been fearless, could not help but reveal an extremely fearful expression. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Using the word scary alone was not enough to describe this woman. After Bai Wanyu glanced at Lin Feng, she looked at Gongzi Yu. "I didn't expect to see an old friend after sleeping for countless years," Gongzi Yu said. "Yes, I didn't expect to see you here either. It seems that you must have woken up because you sensed the aura of the 5 signs of heaven's decay." Bai Wanyu said, "This is the worst era, but it's also the best era. The age of doom has ended, and the era is on the verge of collapse. A new era is about to begin. If you can survive, you will be able to transcend life and death and become a living being that transcends eras to exist in the world." Heh! Isn't that equivalent to a living being in the black fog? It can transcend eras and not be destroyed, obtaining great luck when the era is rebuilt. Lin Feng could not help but say. However, as far as I know, the living beings in the black fog are not the most terrifying. The living beings in the black fog are only living beings that are controlled by people, Bai Wanyu said. Hearing Bai Wanyu's words, Lin Feng could not help but gasp. The living beings in the black fog had pushed the end of one great era after another. They were such terrifying existences. They were almost unkillable existences. They were actually a group of living beings that were controlled by people. Was this true? Why did it sound so unbelievable? However, Bai Wanyu looked serious and did not seem to be joking at all. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask Bai Wanyu about the living beings in the black fog. However, Bai Wanyu was obviously not interested in talking about this matter. She chatted with Gongzi Yu for a while before leaving. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Soon, it was their turn to sign up. The registration was very simple. They only needed to provide their name, age, and the force they belonged to. If they were rogue cultivators, They could indicate that they were rogue cultivators. Age could not be faked. This was because every cultivator who signed up would receive a jade token. The jade token would record all kinds of information about the cultivators who signed up. When the ranking competition began, the information about each victory and defeat would also be recorded. There was a bone pattern formation on the jade token. The bone pattern formation could detect a cultivator's true age. Because the ranking competition used a point system, when the points were the same, it would be based on age. The younger one would advance, and the older one would be eliminated. Therefore, the ranking competition of the prodigy ranking had a very high requirement for age. The younger one was, the more points they had, which meant that they were more talented. After the registration was over, Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Fatso, and Little Donkey returned to their residence to rest and adjust their states. They waited for the prodigy ranking competition to officially begin in 3 days. Chapter 2382. 3 days passed very quickly. Early in the morning, everyone arrived at the square. There were many cultivators gathered in the square. Some were here to participate in the prodigy role ranking competition while others were here to watch the battle. Watching the battle between the top experts might allow them to comprehend some Dao. It was also beneficial to one's cultivation base. Lin Feng and the others also rushed to the square, waiting for the prodigy role ranking competition to begin. Many top geniuses had arrived, and some of them were very well hidden. Previously, they had kept a low profile, but now that the prodigy role ranking competition had officially begun, those cultivators who had hidden their cultivation would probably amaze the world with a single feat in some large-scale competitions. There would often be dark horses. Originally, they were not obvious. However, they would amaze the world with a single feat. In fact, these dark horses were deliberately hiding their strength in order to achieve the effect of amaze the world with a single feat. Only in this way would it be easier for people to remember them. For example, in this prodigy role ranking competition, there would definitely be such dark horses. Becoming famous in one fell swoop. It was said that these dark horses would shine brightly. Everyone was discussing and speculating who would successfully make it to the prodigy role. As long as they could make it to the prodigy role, they would be qualified to enter the 9 states immortal realm. Of course, making it to the prodigy role was only the first step. Next, they had to do their best to improve their ranking. The higher their ranking, the more generous the rewards. Most importantly, they would receive a lot of luck as a reward. At this stage of cultivation, every cultivator knew the importance of luck. Moreover, the luck rewarded by the prodigy role ranking competition was not as simple as ordinary luck. The luck rewarded by the prodigy role ranking competition was also related to some opportunities in the 9 states immortal realm. The more luck one received as a reward, the more incredible the opportunity one would get when entering the 9 regions immortal realm. So, all the cultivators who made it to the prodigy role would definitely do their best to improve their ranking. The higher their ranking, the more luck they would receive. After entering the 9 states immortal realm, the more amazing the opportunities they would receive. Dong, dong, dong. The Dao bell rang again. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. As the Dao bell rang, it meant that the prodigy role ranking competition was about to begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of cultivators flew over from afar. The one in the lead was an old man. These people were all humanoid puppets. However, they had their own thoughts and were very powerful. They even had their own names. Every puppet was different from the rest. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to simply call them puppets. Lin Feng preferred to see them as a race. Lin Feng gave them a name in his heart, which was the puppet race. The old man in the lead stopped on the stage at the center of the plaza. He clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, my surname is Dongfang, and my name is Sovereign. I am the manager of the Heaven's Pride ranking competition. The fact that all of you are here shows that you are the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures in the past 800 years. There will definitely be some among you who will be able to rise to the top and become overlords. However, most of you will probably be wiped out and become mediocre. How can you become an overlord? There are many factors involved, but there is one thing that is very important to all of you, and that is to seize all the opportunities that you can. How many opportunities can there be in life? Sometimes, if you miss an opportunity, you might never encounter such a good opportunity again in your life. Those who can make it into the Heaven's Pride ranking will not only receive generous rewards, but they will also be able to enter the 9 prefectures paradise. I'm sure everyone knows about the 9 prefectures paradise. The history of the 9 prefectures paradise is difficult to trace, but we know one thing for sure. That place hides countless secrets of the 9 prefectures, countless top-notch cultivation techniques, powerful immortal techniques, immortal treasures, and so on. Every time the 9 prefectures paradise opens, there will be people who obtain such heaven-defying opportunities. You should know about the Red World Fairy. Why is she so powerful? It's because the Red World Fairy obtained a heaven-defying era in the 9 prefectures paradise. As for whether you can become the Red World Fairy, that will depend on your own abilities. Sovereign Dongfang's words made many people extremely excited. Many cultivators were even extremely upset now. Why didn't they sign up? Although it was very difficult to make it into the Heaven's Pride ranking with their cultivation level. But if they were lucky enough, they might really be able to occupy a spot on the Heaven's Pride ranking. But now, it was too late to regret. The registration for the Heaven's Pride ranking competition had already ended. Sovereign Dongfang continued, because there are too many participants in the Heaven's Pride ranking competition, we will adopt a point system. Every time an opponent is eliminated, you will receive a certain amount of points as a reward. The winner will also automatically receive the opponent's points as a reward. This kind of duel will last until 1,000 people. The last 1,000 people will be ranked according to their points. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator with the higher points is usually stronger. The duel between these 1,000 cultivators will not be randomly drawn to disrupt the order. Instead, the cultivator with the first 1,000 points will fight the cultivator with the first 1,000 points, the cultivator with the second 1,000 points will fight the cultivator with the 999th points, and so on. Until the top 100 is determined. After the top 100 is determined, the top 100 cultivators will engage in the final duel. At this time, the two sides will be randomly drawn. The winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated until everyone's ranking is determined. This kind of rule had been in place for many years, so many people knew about it in advance, so they didn't make a fuss. There were probably hundreds of thousands of cultivators participating this time. The duel of the Heaven's Pride ranking competition would definitely take a long time. The Heaven's Pride ranking competition has officially begun. Sovereign Dongfang shouted in a deep voice. As Sovereign Dongfang's voice fell, immediately afterward, void arenas appeared one after another. A total of 1,000 void arenas were suspended in mid-air. Swoosh, swoosh. Beams of light shot out from these void arenas. The beams of light enveloped the cultivators one by one. All the cultivators who were enveloped by the beams of light were teleported to the void arenas by the beams of light. Boom, soon, the cultivators on the arenas were engaged in a fierce battle. Many of the cultivators on the arenas were evenly matched. However, some of the duels on the arenas were one-sided. The first wave of cultivators didn't choose Linfeng and the others. Because there were too many people, Gongzi Yu was only swept to the arena by a beam of light after more than 2 hours. Gongzi Yu was also the first person among Linfeng and the others to step onto the void arena to fight. Linfeng and the others also looked at the void arena where Gongzi Yu was. Chapter 2383. Gongzi Yu's opponent was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. She wore a long pink dress and had an impressive figure. She was born with a face so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Moreover, she was very charming. She exuded a seductive aura from head to toe. Although she was slightly inferior to Chu Yashuan and the Demoness by the Sky Demon Emperor's son's side, still, she could definitely be considered a peerless beauty. Hey, little brother, you must go easy on me later. The woman giggled. Her face was pink, and she seemed very shy. Wow, she's so pretty. Gongzi Yu, you mustn't hurt this little fairy sister, Fatso shouted. How he wished he could replace Gongzi Yu and fight that seductive woman. He might even be able to get close to her then. A charm technique. She's using a charm technique on Gongzi Yu. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Charm techniques were often extremely strange. Most importantly, there were too many ways to use charm techniques. Any random action could be used to cast a charm technique. Thus, it was very easy to fall for it. A charm technique? No wonder. I almost fell for it just now. Fatso grinned. He didn't look like he had fallen for the charm at all. He looked at Gongzi Yu and saw that Gongzi Yu was still standing in place. Meanwhile, the seductive woman was swaying her slender waist as she walked towards Gongzi Yu. She was extremely seductive. Fatty immediately cried out, "This guy usually puts on a cold and callous appearance. Who would have thought that he's actually a womanizer? But then again, it's normal. After all, how can a man not like a woman?" Little Donkey shouted, "Do you think everyone is like you? You can't move your feet when you see a beautiful woman." Fatso said calmly, "What do you know? Lord Fatty appreciates those beauties with the attitude of appreciating beauty." Fatso was the kind of person who didn't fear boiling water. He was very shameless. However, Lin Feng was already used to it. At this time, Lin Feng's attention was on the stage. The flirtatious woman had already arrived at Gongzi Yu's side. She seemed to be very confident in her charm technique. A smug smile appeared on her charming face. She stretched out her hand and tapped Gongzi Yu lightly, wanting to disperse Gongzi Yu's mana. Who would have known? Gongzi Yu, who had been motionless, suddenly raised his fist. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Gongzi Yu punched the beautiful face of the flirtatious woman. The seductive woman was knocked unconscious by Gongzi Yu's punch and fell straight to the ground. Her originally beautiful face was now swollen. "What the? Are you still human? You actually don't know how to show mercy to a woman. The crimes that this guy has committed are too numerous to be recorded. Later, I better meet this guy. I will teach him a lesson and let him know how to treat a woman." Many people couldn't help but angrily shout. No matter where a beautiful woman went, she would always be the center of attention. The flirtatious woman just now was naturally this kind of woman. So many people were paying attention to the battle between Gongzi Yu and the flirtatious woman. If Gongzi Yu defeated the flirtatious woman in a more gentlemanly way, no one would say anything. But the key point was that Gongzi Yu used such a brutal way to defeat the flirtatious woman, which immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. Lin Feng also smiled bitterly. However, he could also understand Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu, this guy, really didn't get close to women. So in the eyes of others, that flirtatious woman was as beautiful as a fairy. She was someone who needed extra care. But in Gongzi Yu's eyes, that flirtatious woman was no different from a stone, a wooden stake, a man, or a beast. Anyone who dared to stop him from entering the prodigy list. They were all his opponents. Gongzi Yu punched the woman until she fainted. This was already considered as being merciful. One had to know that Gongzi Yu wasn't a kind person. This guy was the son of the Sky Devil Emperor. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Gongzi Yu directly ignored the group of cultivators who were filled with righteous indignation and flew down from the stage. Then, he stood beside Lin Feng. Chu Yashuan seemed to be a little afraid of Gongzi Yu and leaned against Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Brother, don't be so brutal next time. It's okay if you scare the children, but it's not good if you scare the flowers and plant." Gongzi Yu nodded seriously. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Swoosh, an hour later, another beam of light shone down. This time, it enveloped Little Donkey. "Watch Brother Donkey's massacre." The donkey began to bray loudly. In the next moment, it was teleported to the arena. Little Donkey's opponent was an extremely rough-looking cultivator with a huge axe. Damn it! Is there a mistake? Why is my opponent a donkey? The cultivator couldn't help but cry out gloomily. Lin Feng and the others looked at the cultivator with pity when they heard his complaints. Little Donkey hated it when people called it a donkey or this donkey. This cultivator had violated a taboo. Damn you! Open your dog eyes. I'm the heavenly donkey sage. Kneel down and beg me, great heavenly donkey sage, I was wrong. Please spare me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kick you to death. Do you believe me? Little Donkey shouted arrogantly. Damn, isn't this donkey a little too arrogant? Many of the cultivators in the crowd muttered. This donkey is very strong. Don't be fooled by its arrogance. It has the right to be arrogant. Some of the cultivators who'd seen Little Donkey in action said. They knew that Little Donkey wasn't someone to be trifled with. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll chop you to death. The rough-looking cultivator shouted coldly, swinging his axe at Little Donkey. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Little Donkey laughed strangely, then raised its hooves and kicked at the cultivator. Bang! Little Donkey's kick sent the cultivator flying. He fell to the ground, unmoving. Little Donkey charged over, wanting to teach the cultivator a lesson. However, Little Donkey discovered that the cultivator had been knocked unconscious by its hooves. Little Donkey immediately lost its desire to fight. I'm the heavenly donkey sage. Remember this. Little Donkey immediately shouted in the crowd, looking very arrogant. Little Donkey then flew down. 2 hours later. Whoosh! Another beam of light shone down, this time onto Lin Feng. It's my turn, Lin Feng perked up. In the next moment, he was teleported onto the arena. Chapter 2384. Lin Feng's opponent was also moved onto the stage. It was a young cultivator in green robes. When he saw Lin Feng, he had a bitter expression on his face. Brother-in-law, please have mercy on me, the cultivator said. F***ck, who's this? Why did you randomly call him your brother-in-law? Fatso immediately shouted from below. Many people also burst into laughter. The battle hadn't even started, and he already called Lin Feng his brother-in-law. Wasn't this guy too funny? Why did he sell out his own sister? Little Donkey shouted, what does your sister look like? If she's too ugly, Brother Feng doesn't want her. That cultivator's face was filled with black lines as he glared at Little Donkey. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then said, You're from the Mu clan of the god realm of infinite desolation? The cultivator hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, brother-in-law. I'm from the Mu clan. My name is Mu Shenkuan, and I'm Mu Shencha's cousin. He was referring to his uncle's son. As for whether he was his cousin or not, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to ask. He nodded and said, All right, let's fight. I'll stop when the time comes. Thank you, brother-in-law. Mu Shenkuan suddenly stomped his foot and directly shot towards Lin Feng. He began to attack Lin Feng. Mu Shenkuan was quite depressed that he had encountered an expert like Lin Feng in the first round. However, after thinking about it, Mu Shenkuan realized that his chances of entering the prodigy role weren't high. Now, he had encountered an expert like Lin Feng, and they were even relatives. He could boldly attack Lin Feng without any worries and display all his skills to the fullest. Let this cousin-in-law of his give him some pointers. It could also be considered a great harvest. TSK, they really are relatives, many people said as they smacked their lips. The cultivators of the Mu clan had gathered together. There were about 100 of them, and they were all elites of the younger generation of the Mu clan. They were all watching the battle on the stage. Now, these people had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng. Originally, they all thought that Lin Feng was a very ordinary young cultivator. If Lin Feng's teacher hadn't been Mr. Tortoise, he would have been furious. Who would recognize him? Therefore, everyone seemed to be able to understand why Mu Xianling looked down on Lin Feng. The man Mu Xianling was going to marry would definitely be a peerless genius who could laugh proudly in the 9 states. Was Lin Feng worthy? But who would have thought that Lin Feng had hidden his strength so deeply? Even the son of the heavenly demon emperor had almost died at his hands. At that time, Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu had joined forces to attack the heavenly demon emperor's son. However, many people speculated that Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu's cultivation should be similar to that of the Sky Demon Emperor's son. That was why the two of them could injure the Sky Demon Emperor's son to such an extent when they worked together. If the two of them were weaker than the Sky Demon Emperor's son, even if they worked together, it would be very difficult for them to injure Lin Feng. Some of the women in the Mu clan were now envious of Mu Xiancha. After Mu Xianling had rejected the marriage alliance with Lin Feng, the elders of the Mu clan had also discussed this matter with them. However, No one was willing to marry Lin Feng. In the end, they chose Mu Xianxia. Now that they thought about it, their intestines were green with regret. Lin Feng was such a powerful person. If there were no accidents, he would almost certainly enter the prodigy role. As for his ranking on the prodigy role, it would depend on the specific situation at that time. Lin Feng gave Mu Xianquan some pointers on his cultivation. Mu Xianquan stood on the stage and seemed to have comprehended something. He only woke up after an hour. After waking up, he had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. Then, he cupped his fists at Lin Feng, took the initiative to admit defeat, and flew down. The first round of the competition ended peacefully. Lin Feng also flew down. Not long after, Fatso appeared and easily defeated his opponent. Round after round of the competition was carried out. Lin Feng and the others also continuously went up the stage. It was now the preliminaries stage. The main thing was to defeat the opponents and strive to enter the top 1000. Then, they had to earn as many points as possible. The more points they earned, the higher their ranking was. The first way to earn points was to obtain the opponent's points when they defeated him. The second was to defeat the opponent as quickly as possible because defeating the opponent would also give them points. The faster they defeated the opponent, the more points they would receive. The preliminaries lasted for a total of 10 days. And there were no breaks in between. The cultivators who participated in the competition would all rest after winning. Lin Feng had earned a total of 720,000 points. He was ranked 42nd in the final list of 1,000 people. Although he wasn't particularly in the front, this ranking was already considered quite good. Lin Feng only knew the son of the Heaven Demon Emperor among the top 3. He didn't know the other 2. The son of the Heaven Demon Emperor was ranked 3rd. The second was a woman with a veil over her face. He couldn't see what she looked like. The third was a little girl who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. Lin Feng had seen that little girl attack previously. She was unbelievably ferocious and no matter who it was, they would all be knocked out by her punch. The little girl looked very cute, but who would have thought that she would be so ferocious? Everyone, rest for 6 hours. At that time, the finals will be held until the top 100 are decided, Dongfang Zhentian said. Everyone seized the time to rest and adjust their states. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The competition continued. There were only 10 void arenas left. The contestants in the first round of the finals were the 500th place against the 500th and first place. 499 against 502. The 498th versus the 503rd. The 497th versus the 504th. The 496th versus the 505th. 495 versus 506. The 494th versus the 507th. The 493rd versus the 508th. The 492nd versus the 509th. The 491st versus the 510th. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of light enveloped these cultivators. These cultivators were swept up into the arena one after another. Hey, Zhongyong, that's a disciple of our reincarnation immortal sect. Chu Yashuan pointed to a thin male cultivator. This male disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect named Zhongyong was ranked 510th. His opponent was the cultivator ranked 491st. Begin, with the command of Dongfang Zhentian. The cultivators on the 10 arenas fought one after another. To be able to stand out among hundreds of thousands of people and fight their way into the top 1000. Naturally, they were the top experts of the 9 regions. Therefore, the battles on each arena were very exciting. All kinds of magical powers were displayed, it was simply dazzling. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others were looking at Zhongyong's battle ring. After all, Zhongyong was a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. Compared to the battles on the other arenas, they naturally paid more attention to the battle between Zhongyong and another cultivator. Chapter 2385. Zhongyong's opponent was a cultivator wearing a grayish-brown robe. That cultivator exuded a cold aura. It seemed that he was a demon expert. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them did not speak much and directly engaged in battle. All kinds of supernatural powers were displayed, bombarding each other. After fighting for more than 30 rounds, Zhongyong was gradually losing the upper hand. "You can't take more than 30 rounds." That demon expert let out a burst of gloomy whispers, sending chills down one's spine. "Don't be complacent too early," Zhongyong said in a cold voice. He stepped forward and threw punch after punch at the demonic faction expert. The fist technique that Zhongyong used was called Moon Falling Sky Fist. He had obviously cultivated this fist technique to the point where it was as pure as fire. One punch after another was thrown out. Stars and moons were falling from the sky. Of course. Those were not real stars and moons, but stars and moons evolved from supernatural powers. The power was huge. Thousands of holy lights intertwined. Stars and moons fell. Although it was evolved from a divine ability, its power was terrifying enough to make people tremble in fear. In the face of such a tyrannical attack, that demon cultivator snorted coldly. Buddha and demon dual cultivator. Demon Buddha appears. Suddenly, the evil cultivator let out a long howl. Then, a shocking scene appeared. A terrifying existence appeared behind him. Half of that existence's body was that of a Buddha. Golden light shone, and Buddha's light illuminated the world. It was as if an ancient Buddha had descended to the world. The other half of the body was that of a demon. Endless demonic light emitted from the demon body. Demon destroys the world. Demon swallows the sky. One Buddha and one demon. They were supposed to oppose each other and restrain each other. But now, it had appeared on a body. It was truly inconceivable. Buddha and demon Tao, thousands of ancient techniques. Buddha and demon as one, moving unhindered in the world. After seeing this secret technique, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Senior brother Zhong is going to be defeated." Sure enough, it was as Lin Feng had said. The demon and Buddha combined into one body, stretched out both hands, as if it could push the world apart. Both hands clapped repeatedly. Bang bang bang, the falling moon and stars were all destroyed. After that, the Buddha body slapped Zhongyong with his palm and sent Zhongyong flying off into the distance. What? Zhongyong could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. That strike just now. Zhongyong was heavily injured. He fell to the ground and no longer had the strength to fight. After the victor was decided, the two cultivators flew down and new cultivators were teleported onto the arena to fight each other. Gongzi Yu ranked 35th, Fatso was ranked 57th. Little Donkey had the highest score, ranking 11th. Lin Feng was ranked 42nd. Therefore, they would not go on stage for a while. Lin Feng and the others watched the battles with great interest. More and more disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect stepped onto the platform. Someone defeated their opponent and successfully advanced to the next round. There were some who were defeated and miserably eliminated. The battles were not particularly bloody, and no cultivators died. Under normal circumstances, if there was no deep hatred, there would basically be no deaths in this kind of arena battle. Unless there was some deep hatred and they had to kill the other party, there would be people killed in the arena. Because they were all experts, it was not easy to determine the winner in a short period of time. Therefore, each battle was relatively slow. 5 days later, a battle attracted Lin Feng's attention. This battle was between Mu Xianqiong, ranked 77th, and Zhong Muyun, ranked 923rd. The reason why Lin Feng paid attention to this battle was because Mu Xianqiong was from the Mu family, and he had heard of Mu Xianqiong's name from Mu Xianxia. Mu Xianxia said that she had a few half-brothers, but they were not very close. Lin Feng remembered that one of them was called Mu Xianqiong. It should be the person in front of him. Mu Xianqiong's strength was very tyrannical. He only used 10 moves to defeat Zhong Muyun and successfully advanced. Not long after, Fatso appeared. Fatso also defeated its opponent rather easily. After Fatso appeared, they waited for another 12 hours. Lin Feng also went up the arena and defeated his opponent rather easily. After Lin Feng went down, Mu Xianling went up the arena. Mu Xianling's points were in front of Lin Feng, and she was ranked 41st. Mu Xianling also defeated her opponent very easily. The further they went, the greater the difference in strength between the two sides. Therefore, it was easier for them to end the battle quickly. Not long after, Gongzi Yu also went up the arena. Gongzi Yu also advanced easily. The last one to go up the arena was Little Donkey. Hello everyone. Remember, my name is Heavenly Donkey Sage. Little Donkey shouted after going up the arena, looking arrogant. Many people could not help but mutter. It was this donkey again. Although it looked like it deserved a beating. Everyone also knew that Little Donkey was not to be trifled with. However, everyone was quite disdainful of Little Donkey's claim that he was called Heavenly Donkey Sage. A donkey. So what if his cultivation was higher? He actually dared to call himself sage. This was even more shameless than those demonic cultivators who called themselves Great Emperor. Little Donkey's opponent was a cultivator ranked 999. This cultivator was naturally no match for Little Donkey. The next 10 rounds of battles also ended very quickly. As a result, the battles of the top 1000 to the top 500 all ended. Next was the battle of the top 200-500 to the top 205. This round of advancement battles was even more intense. Because the further one went, the stronger the cultivators were. It was naturally more difficult to defeat their opponents and advance. However, Lin Feng and the others were outstanding. In this round of advancement battles, they defeated their opponents and successfully advanced. Next was the battle of the top 250 to the top 125th. This round of advancement battles used the same method as before. The ones with the highest points were the seeded contestants. The ones with the highest points faced the ones with the lowest points. And so on. However, the biggest difference between this round of advancement battles and the previous ones was that many of the cultivators with low points displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. There were constantly cultivators with low points defeating cultivators with high points. There are only 250 people left. These people stood out from hundreds of thousands of people. Now, it's impossible to judge their strength by points alone, Lin Feng said. Gongzi Yu nodded and said, that's true. Moreover, many people were hiding their strength before. Now, these people won't continue to hide. At this time, the battles in the arenas continued to determine the winners and losers. In the same batch, in the battles in the 10 arenas. A total of 7 cultivators with high points were defeated by their opponents one after another. This caused countless people to gasp in amazement. In the previous dozens of battles, most of the cultivators who were eliminated were cultivators with high points. On the contrary, some of the cultivators with low points defeated their opponents and successfully advanced. Fatso muttered, F***ck. There are so many people who pretend to be weak to eat strong opponents. Swoosh. A beam of light shone down and enveloped Fatso. The next moment. Chapter 2386. Whoa, it's Fatso's turn. Little Donkey grinned when he saw Fatso being teleported away. Damn you. Fatso was still in midair when he heard Little Donkey call him Fatso. Fatso immediately cursed and raised his middle finger at Little Donkey. Little Donkey hated it when people called him this donkey, that donkey, or that donkey. Fatty, on the other hand, hated it when people called him damn fatty. These two guys were really a pair of weirdos. Fatso landed in the arena. At this time, Fatso's opponent also landed in the arena. Fatso's opponent was wearing a black tight-fitting suit. He was relatively short and had his face covered. His body exuded a cold aura. An assassin? Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There were also some top assassin organizations in the 9 states. Generally, assassins trained by assassin organizations were more low-key. However, there were also some assassins who were more high-profile. Just like this year's Prodigy ranking competition. Ordinary assassins were not willing to participate in this kind of high-profile Prodigy ranking competition to avoid exposing themselves. However, Fatso's opponent came swaggering to participate in the Prodigy ranking competition. Moreover, he had advanced to the top 250. This person's aura was very terrifying. At a glance, It was obvious that he was an expert who pretended to be weak. This time, he came to participate in the prodigy ranking competition. It seemed that he had absolute confidence in his strength. Perhaps he wanted to kill his way into the top 100. It's rare for an assassin to participate in the prodigy ranking competition. Many people looked at the arena where Fatso was and could not help but frown slightly. Assassins were a profession that was not liked by people. They lived in the dark and killed people for money. This profession made people instinctively feel disgusted. Of course, perhaps it was because people were afraid of assassins that they felt disgusted with this profession. Who knew when they would die in the hands of these detestable assassins? After all, who did not have a few enemies? Many people were most worried that their enemies would find assassins to assassinate them. TSK, TSK. Even assassins are participating in the Heaven's Pride ranking competition. Fatso muttered. If Fatso, who is as fat as a pig, can come, why can't I? The assassin said coldly. Hearing the assassin's words, Fatso was almost angered to death. Master Fatty will let you have a taste of a fist bigger than a sandbag. Fatso roared. Then, he pounced on the killer. Dog-beating fist technique, Fatso shouted as he threw out a punch. Shadows of fists filled the sky as they headed straight for the assassin. Naturally, his fist technique wasn't called the dog-beating fist technique. The name dog-beating fist was given by Fatso on purpose to infuriate the killer. However, the assassin's gaze was cold and indifferent. He was not angered by Fatso's words. He wanted to become a top assassin. Patience was a compulsory subject. Therefore, it wasn't easy to infuriate these assassins with words. Faced with Fatso's attack, the assassin disappeared without a trace. He's gone. These assassins are the best at concealment techniques. My divine telekinesis can't detect the assassin's whereabouts. This is too strange. He actually disappeared without a trace. Many people exclaimed in surprise. The assassin seemed to have vanished without a trace. They couldn't detect his whereabouts and didn't know what kind of technique he used. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He used his divine telekinesis to scan the arena where Fatso was, but he couldn't find the assassin's whereabouts. Gongzi said, he must have fused with the void. This assassin's use of the void is amazing. Lin Feng nodded. Bang! Suddenly, the assassin appeared silently behind Fatso and kicked Fatso's buttocks, sending Fatso flying. Fatso fell to the ground miserably and fell flat on his face. Ouch! Lord Fatty's buttocks. You damned bastard, how dare you kick Lord Fatty's buttocks? Fatso covered his buttocks and jumped up, glaring fiercely at the assassin. The assassin said, this move of mine is called backward-facing wild goose landing. It's pretty powerful, right? How could Fatso not know that the assassin was mocking him? Fatso was furious. He cursed, Shorty, do you think Lord Fatty has no way of dealing with you? Lord Fatty has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. After saying that, Fatso charged at the assassin again. Swoosh! The assassin disappeared without a trace again. Seeing this scene, many people frowned. The assassin's concealment technique was too terrifying. With such a terrifying concealment technique, it would not be easy for Fatso to discover him. Therefore, in many people's opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Wah! Suddenly, Fatso let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Many people felt as if their heads were about to split open when they heard Fatso's cry. With Fatso as the center, terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Fatso used an extremely powerful sound wave attack. Bam! The assassin who was hiding in the void was forced out. This damned Fatso has some tricks up his sleeve. Gongzi said. Lin Feng said, don't underestimate this guy. He's actually very powerful. Fatso said proudly, Shorty, you have nowhere to hide now, right? Take another punch from Lord Fatty. Fatso swung his fist at the assassin. Whoosh! However, the assassin's speed was too fast. With a slight movement, he dodged Fatso's attack. Fatso punched the assassin again and again, but he could not even touch the assassin's clothes. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed is unbeatable. Fatso's speed is too slow compared to the assassin. He can't even touch the assassin. How can he fight this battle? Yeah, I think Fatso will definitely lose this battle. Many cultivators discussed among themselves. The assassin also looked at Fatso with a mocking expression. Whoosh! His body flashed and disappeared without a trace, as if he had teleported. The next moment, he appeared behind Fatso and chopped at Fatso's neck with his palm. This attack was very powerful. If it hit Fatty, he would have been struck by it. Fatso would immediately lose his ability to fight. Fatso is going to be defeated. The assassin's speed is too fast. It's normal for Fatso to be defeated. Many people whispered as they looked at the assassin with deep fear in their eyes. The assassin's attack landed on Fatso's body, but to everyone's surprise. Chapter 2387. How is this possible? The assassin exclaimed in disbelief. What he had hit was only an afterimage. He did not even realize that he had hit an afterimage. He had always thought that he had hit Fatso. The rest of the people were also shocked. No one realized how Fatso had disappeared. And after disappearing, an afterimage was left behind. How fast did he have to be to do that? Just thinking about it gave people a feeling of disbelief. But all of this was real. The assassin knew that he had underestimated Fatso. He wanted to use his stealth technique to hide himself in the void. He wanted to avoid Fatso's attack, but Fatso had already appeared behind the assassin. He threw a punch. The assassin's expression changed. It was no longer realistic to try to dodge. Therefore, he could only choose to fight Fatso head-on. The assassin swung his fist at Fatso. Bang! Both sides collided. Fatso, who had gathered his strength for a strike, displayed his powerful strength and sent the assassin flying with one punch. Crack! Crack! The assassin's arm was broken. Ahaha! Now you know how powerful I, Lord Fatty, am? Fatty laughed out loud in a very pleased manner. Whoosh! Fatso moved quickly. His speed was unbelievably fast. It was so fast that it shocked and moved people. He was like a human-shaped lightning bolt that charged at the assassin. The assassin's speed was also very fast, but compared to Fatso, he was still much slower. What the? Many people rolled their eyes when they saw this. Usually, when people who were fat were mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was slow and clumsy. However, although Fatso was fat, he was extraordinarily fast and very agile. He was simply a different kind of person from Fatso. The assassin's speed was crushed by Fatso. Bang, 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 Fatso threw 3 consecutive punches. The assassin could not withstand Fatso's attack and had his magic dispersed by Fatso. He was defeated in the end. Ha 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 ha, you let me win, you let me win. Fatso revealed an amiable expression and said with a smile after obtaining victory. The assassin ignored Fatso. After recovering some of his magic power, he quickly flew down. Fatso is with the donkey. He's also a wolf in sheep's clothing. What do you mean by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He is a pig to begin with. Many people began to slander him. Fatso flew down from the ring. The battle continued. Whoosh! Half an hour later, a beam of light swept out from one of the stages and wrapped around Lin Feng. The next moment, Lin Feng was teleported onto the stage. After Lin Feng was teleported to the ring, the other cultivator was also teleported onto the arena. The cultivator appeared very young and he wore golden robes. It was as though a sun had been born from his body. His entire body was bathed in the divine light of the sun. Lin Feng is going up. This Lin Feng's methods are extraordinary. He might be able to enter the top 20. Lin Feng's opponent is actually this person. This is going to be troublesome. Who is that person? Is he very powerful? Someone immediately asked. The cultivator who recognized Lin Feng's opponent said, that person is a cultivator from the Qinwu people. His name is Jin Wuxia. This person's golden crow bloodline is extremely powerful. 300 years ago, I once saw this person challenge and defeat a powerhouse of the giant god realm. Heavens, he was already so powerful 300 years ago. How terrifying would he be now? Many people could not help but exclaim. However, they soon became extremely excited. The stronger Jin Wuxia was. This battle would become even more exciting. And the spectators were naturally looking forward to seeing such a thing happen. On the stage, after seeing Jin Wuxie, Lin Feng knew that this person was a cultivator from the Qinwu people. The Qinwu people were now very powerful overseas. Lin Feng knew that the Qinwu people had a close relationship with the heavenly demon emperor's son. The Tao protector by the side of the sky demon emperor's son could be described as unfathomable. That protector. He was a powerhouse of the Qinwu people. I didn't expect to meet you so early. Jin Wuxie sneered as he looked at Lin Feng. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? Do you want to meet me that much? Killing you can be considered as helping His Highness solve a problem," Jin Wuxie said indifferently. His Highness? The heavenly demon emperor's son? Lin Feng looked at Jin Wuxie in surprise. Is that strange? In the past, the Golden Crow clan was the heavenly demon emperor's right-hand man. Now that the heavenly demon emperor's second son has been born, the Golden Crow clan will naturally assist the heavenly demon emperor's son. His Highness will definitely reach the same heights as the heavenly demon emperor in the future. When that happens, the Golden Crow clan will return to the glory of the immortal era, Jin Wuxie said with an indifferent expression. It seems that the Qinwu people aren't as good as they used to be. If I remember correctly, the Qinwu people were the descendants of the demon emperor, Di Jun, right? Now, they have to follow someone else. Each generation is worse than the last. Lin Feng pursed his lips. What do you know? The Qinwu people were at their most glorious when they followed the heavenly demon emperor. The heavenly demon emperor was one of the strongest existences among the immortals. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Hand over your life. Jin Wuxie sneered and leaped toward Lin Feng. Whoosh. In midair, Jin Wuxie turned into a streak of cold golden light. Emperor Jin's heaven-shattering slash. His deep voice resounded through the heavens. This divine ability was infused with the Tao of the Golden Emperor. This was because the Tao of the Golden Emperor focused on offense. Therefore, this divine ability possessed incomparably powerful destructive power. In an instant, the streak of cold golden light arrived in front of Lin Feng and slashed toward him. It seemed like it wanted to cut Lin Feng in half. Chimpage. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly and send a palm strike toward the streak of cold golden light. Bang! Along with that fierce blow, Lin Feng's strike struck the streak of cold golden light. But to everyone's astonishment, when Lin Feng's strike struck the streak of cold golden light that Jin Wuxie had transformed into, the streak of cold golden light that Jin Wuxie had transformed into wasn't repelled by Lin Feng. What made everyone's hair stand on end was that the streak of cold golden light that Jin Wuxie had transformed into actually shot out countless streaks of golden sword energy. Those streaks of sword energy were practically endless, and their power was so terrifying that it was suffocating. So many streaks of sword energy, at such a close distance, were all aimed at Lin Feng. In the face of such a violent and domineering attack, Lin Feng had nowhere to run. Lin Feng won't be cut into pieces by those 10,000 streaks of sword energy, right? Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Chapter 2388. Jin Wuxie's attack was simply too sudden, and it was also sufficiently terrifying. Thus, many people felt that Lin Feng would not be able to withstand this attack. Just as the sword Qi was about to strike Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Layers of defensive crystal walls appeared in front of Lin Feng. These were the defensive crystal walls formed by the great defensive art. They possessed extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Clang clang clang, when the sword Qi slammed into the defensive crystal wall, the defensive crystal wall was destroyed. In an instant, a series of muffled collision sounds could be heard. Every time a collision occurred, a deafening sound could be heard. Although Jin Wuxie's attack was powerful, it was unable to break through the defensive system constructed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to step forward and punch at Jin Wuxie. Jin Wuxie grabbed at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided once more. Then, both of them retreated. Jin Wuxie was truly powerful. He was actually not at a disadvantage in his clash with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not stop. He stepped forward in the void. Several deep voices echoed across the heavens and earth. The river of death runs through the ages. Countless souls will be sucked into it. They are destined to become undead in the river of death. As Lin Feng's voice rang out, a series of loud rumbles resounded throughout the world. A river of death flew out. The river of death descended from the sky and enveloped Jin Wuxie within. Originally, Lin Feng had only cultivated the great death art to the realm of greater mastery. He was unable to unleash many of its mysteries. However, a few months ago, Lin Feng had entered the netherworld and gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of death. Thus, the great death art had reached the realm of perfection. Once the art reached perfection, it would transform into all sorts of wondrous aspects. Numerous gods of death appeared in the river of death. Wielding their scythes, they charged at Jin Wuxie. Behind the Grim Reaper was a dense army of undead creatures. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The undead army surged in the river of death as if they wanted to rush out of the river of death and conquer the world. What divine ability is this? Such a powerful death aura? What kind of divine ability could be so terrifying? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Many people were astonished when they saw Lin Feng's skill. Could this be the legendary Great Death Art? A cultivator said aloud. The Great Death Art was a peerless technique. 3,000 great Daos. He was very famous. Many people had heard of the Great Death Art before, but those who had truly seen the Great Death Art before were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chileen horns. Because he had never seen it before. So when they saw the Great Death Spell, he also didn't know that this divine ability was originally the Great Death Technique. Is this the Great Death Spell? What a terrifying ability. He can summon a river of death, and the river of death condenses a death god and an army of dead souls. If that's really the Great Death Technique, Lin Feng must have already practiced it to a very high level. Countless cultivators were shocked. Bang! Jin Wuxie was unable to withstand the attacks of the death god and the undead army, and he was blasted flying. Barf! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. His expression turned extremely gloomy. Jin Wuxie had rich combat experience. He knew that he couldn't stay in the river of death any longer. He had to leave the river of death as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to move forward. Jin Wuxie turned around and rushed out. He wanted to escape the river of death. However, it wasn't an easy task. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth as numerous death dragons condensed and sealed off Jin Wuxie's escape route. Jin Wuxie was trapped in the river of death. What a powerful divine ability! Jin Wuxie is in trouble. Seeing Jin Wuxie trapped in the river of death, the expressions of the spectators turned solemn. Lin Feng's divine ability was simply too powerful. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the battle on the stage, afraid that they would miss a single scene. Among the crowd, the heavenly demon emperor's son looked over with a cold expression. Beside him was the beautiful demonic woman and more than 20 cultivators. They were most likely the heavenly demon emperor's son's followers. Some of them were cultivators of the Qinwu people like Jin Wuxie. Cold killing intent flashed through the heavenly demon emperor's son's eyes from time to time. He hated Lin Feng to the bone. Not far away, Mu Xianling looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Mu Xianling was so powerful that Lin Feng had died at Jin Wuxie's hands. But now, Lin Feng had the upper hand. Gongzi Yu, Fatso, and Little Donkey all wore calm expressions. They had full confidence in Lin Feng. Only Chu Yaxuan looked at Lin Feng with great concern, afraid that something would happen to Lin Feng. "Mph, I'll let you have a taste of my power today," Jin Wuxie sneered. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. A divine sun slowly rose into the sky. It was a divine sun. It illuminated the world. It emitted an extremely scorching light. It was as if the sun from beyond the 9 heavens had descended upon the world. The scorching divine sun chased away all darkness. Yin and Yang countered each other. Lin Feng's great death technique was countered by this divine ability of Jin Wuxie's. The undead army was dissipating. The massive body of the death dragon also began to dismember. The death gods roared in anger, but they could not resist the fate of their bodies being destroyed. Divine Sun rising illuminates the world. This is an ability passed down from the Kinwu people's bloodline. It's extremely terrifying. It's a perfect counter to Lin Feng's divine ability. A cultivator recognized this divine ability and could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng's river of death also began to crumble. Jin Wuxie could not help but reveal a smug expression. However, at this moment, Lin Feng made his move again. He directly formed the True Dragon seal. Roar, a massive True Dragon was formed, and its roar shook the heavens. The True Dragon opened its mouth and took a deep breath. The Divine Sun was instantly swallowed by the True Dragon. True Dragon swallows the sun. In the legends, the True Dragon could swallow the sun. The True Dragon formed by Lin Feng's True Dragon seal countered Jin Wuxie's divine ability. Everything in the world reinforced and countered each other. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility. True Dragon swings its tail. After the True Dragon swallowed Jin Wuxie's divine sun, it swung its massive tail at Jin Wuxie. Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Jin Wuxie was sent flying by the impact. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Jin Wuxie's body. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. Lin Feng flew out like a bolt of lightning, grabbed Jin Wuxie's head, and exerted a little force. Phut, blood spurted out. Jin Wuxie's head was plucked off by Lin Feng. The headless corpse fell from the sky. Chapter 2389. Jin Wuxie is dead. I didn't expect Jin Wuxie to die just like that. This Lin Feng is really too powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to enter the top 20 of the prodigy list. Top 20. I think it's even possible for him to enter the top 10. It's not that easy to enter the top 10. Anyway, I don't think he can enter the top 10. At most, he'll be in the top 20, maybe between 20 and 30. After seeing Lin Feng kill Jin Wuxie, everyone started to talk about their opinions. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's final ranking. Naturally, everyone expressed their opinions. Some people were more optimistic about Lin Feng and felt that Lin Feng could enter the top 10. Some people were not optimistic about Lin Feng and felt that Lin Feng's ranking would be around 20 or 30 or even lower. The reason they thought so was because Lin Feng had not encountered the top experts yet. For example, the top geniuses who came out of the stone materials. If he encountered those abnormal fellows, would Lin Feng be able to defeat them? Lin Feng flew down from the arena. As soon as Lin Feng flew down, Mu Xianling was enveloped by a beam of light. Then, Mu Xianling was teleported to the arena. Because her ranking was one rank higher than Lin Feng's, it would be Mu Xianling's turn after Lin Feng's turn. Mu Xianling's opponent this time was a female cultivator. She was a female disciple of the Red Dust Immortal sect called Li Tingzhu. This female cultivator had been keeping a low profile before. In addition, she was not particularly beautiful, so she did not attract much attention. However, this female cultivator was very strong. Now that it was the elimination round for the top 125, this female cultivator did not hide her cultivation level anymore. Although Lin Feng was quite disgusted by Mu Xianling, he had to admit that she was indeed very strong. She and Li Tingzhu began to fight. Both of them were very skilled in the use of divine abilities. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were simply at their fingertips. The battle between the two of them was very intense. In the end, Mu Xianling won by half a move against Li Tingzhu. After Mu Xianling came down, one cultivator after another went up the ring to fight. Soon, Gongzi Yu also stepped into the ring. Gongzi Yu's opponent this time was a young angel. Angels were a very powerful race, but they were quite rare nowadays. This angel cultivator had a total of 36 pairs of wings. When the 36 pairs of wings spread out, beams of divine light surged out. The angel elite was shrouded in holy light. He was like an immortal god, exuding a majestic aura. Is that Gongzi Yu? Rumor has it that he is the son of the heavenly demon emperor. His cultivation can be described as unfathomable. Previously, I thought that Gongzi Yu would be able to enter the top 10, But now, I'm afraid it will be difficult. His opponent is a 36-winged angel, and Gongzi Yu is a member of the heavenly demon race. He will be suppressed by the angel. All living things reinforce and restrain each other. Gongzi Yu will indeed be restrained. This battle will be quite troublesome for Gongzi Yu, someone said. Many people were pointing and discussing. They were not optimistic about Gongzi Yu's chances of winning this battle. Chu Yashuan said, Gongzi Yu is probably going to be in trouble, right? Will he be defeated? Lin Feng said, he will indeed be restrained by the angel cultivator, but we don't know how strong that angel cultivator is. If he is too strong, Gongzi Yu will indeed be in trouble. Lin Feng couldn't directly say whether Gongzi Yu would win or lose. This was because he didn't know much about the angel cultivator. However, Lin Feng had heard that the more wings an angel had, the stronger they would be. The angel cultivator in front of him had 36 pairs of wings. He was definitely a very tyrannical character. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry about Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu, I've heard of you. You are the son of the heavenly demon emperor. You have powerful demon blood flowing in your veins. In the previous battles, you were almost invincible. You were able to easily advance to the next round because you didn't meet me. Now that you have met me, your road to advancement will come to an end, the angel cultivator said with an indifferent expression. He didn't put Gongzi Yu in his eyes at all. Ahaha, ahaha, little donkey cried out twice and said, this guy is really arrogant. He's even more arrogant than me. Fatso said, this guy has so many wings. His cultivation must be very tyrannical. It's not without reason that he's so arrogant. Gongzi Yu walked step by step toward the angel cultivator. He said with an indifferent expression, is that so? Today, I'd like to experience the divine ability of the angel race. Holy light. The angel cultivator sneered. He didn't say anything else and directly used the powerful divine ability passed down by the angel race. This divine ability condensed an endless amount of holy light. The holy light seemed to be able to dispel all darkness and evil. Gongzi Yu was a heavenly demon. The heavenly demon represented darkness, coldness, and evil. It was completely opposite to the holy light. When the holy light descended, the black fog around Gongzi Yu was ignited. Light dispels darkness. Holy light dispels evil. You will turn into dust in the flames. The angel cultivator walked towards Gongzi Yu. More and more holy light surged out of his body. The holy light was like fuel. The black fog around Gongzi Yu burned more and more fiercely. The holy light was burning. The black fog was only ignited by the holy light. When the black fog was completely burned away, the holy light would ignite Gongzi Yu's body. Gongzi Yu's current situation could be said to be very dangerous. They've just started fighting, but Gongzi Yu is already suppressed. There shouldn't be any suspense in this battle, right? Gongzi Yu is such a powerful person, but he doesn't even have the strength to resist. Who told Gongzi Yu to be restrained by the angel cultivator? Many people exclaimed when they saw the battle in the arena. They had thought that Gongzi Yu would lose. However, they all thought that even if Gongzi Yu was really defeated, it would still be possible. Both sides had experienced an intense battle before they were defeated. Unlike the current situation, where Gongzi Yu was completely suppressed after just exchanging blows. Gongzi Yu, I've already said that your path of advancement will come to an end after meeting me. If you surrender, you will suffer less physical pain. The angel cultivator flapped his 36 pairs of wings and looked indifferently at Gongzi Yu, who was surrounded by raging flames. It's still not certain who will win. At that moment, Gongzi Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Two cold rays of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2390. Swish. Swish. Two cold beams of light shot out from Gongzi Yu's eyes, piercing through the blazing flames and heading towards the angel race cultivator. The angel race cultivator snorted and waved his hand, condensing an illusory world. That illusory world instantly swallowed the two cold beams of light that shot out from Gongzi Yu's eyes. In the end, the two cold beams of light destroyed the illusory world. But because the energy dissipated, the two cold beams of light They also disappeared. But at this moment, Gongzi Yu had already seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He directly tore apart the blazing holy light and quickly escaped. It's useless. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape the envelopment of the holy light. The angel race cultivator's cold voice sounded. More holy light surged out of his body. The holy light filled the entire arena. The entire area covered by the arena was burning fiercely. Gongzi Yu couldn't avoid it. This birdman is quite capable. Fatso smacked his lips and said. This guy shouldn't be talking bad. He actually called the angel race cultivator a birdman. Fortunately, the angel race cultivator didn't hear it. If he did, he would definitely fight Fatso to the death. In the arena, the holy light burned. Gongzi Yu was once again enveloped by flames. There seemed to be only one way out now, and that was to take the initiative to admit defeat. If he continued to stay in the arena, the burning holy light would sooner or later cause serious damage to Gongzi Yu. The cultivators who were watching the show also felt that there was basically no suspense in this battle. Gongzi Yu was being suppressed too much. But at this moment, Gongzi Yu's body emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Gongzi Yu opened his mouth and suddenly sucked. Whoosh! Whoosh! A powerful suction force surged out. The raging flames that enveloped the entire arena were swallowed by Gongzi Yu in a single gulp. This demon swallowing sun and moon divine ability was really terrifying. There seemed to be nothing that Gongzi Yu could not devour. Now, it's your turn to receive my ultimate move. Gongzi Yu looked at the angel race cultivator indifferently. Great Sun Devil Immortal. Gongzi Yu let out a long roar. His hands continuously formed seals, and an ancient existence appeared behind Gongzi Yu. A great sun floated behind this being. The sun emitted an incomparably scorching light. That powerful existence was like a demon and a god. It was actually a fiend immortal. Demonic immortals were terrifying demonic Dao experts who cultivated the demonic Dao and became immortals. After becoming an immortal, he would cultivate both immortal and demonic cultivation. His strength improved by leaps and bounds. Even among immortals, they were the top existences. The Great Sun Devil Immortal was an ancient divine ability that could create a devil immortal phantom. It could kill gods, immortals, and devils. He was invincible. After the demonic immortal phantom appeared, it sent a palm strike towards the angel race cultivator. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Countless spectating cultivators had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship towards the Great Sun Devil Immortal. Many people were shocked. The divine ability that Gongzi Yu used was really too terrifying. It was simply shocking to the soul. The angel race cultivator naturally knew how powerful this ultimate move was. His originally smug expression turned extremely solemn. Divine judgment. However, the angel race cultivator was not to be outdone. He also used a powerful ultimate move. This divine judgment was the top divine ability of the angel race. It condensed divine power to judge all living beings in the world. Against evil cultivators. It was also their natural nemesis. However, the Great Sun Devil Immortal that Gongzi Yu used was really powerful. This divine ability was a divine ability that both immortals and demons cultivated, so it could not be simply defined as an evil divine ability. Therefore, the angel race cultivator's divine judgment was unable to truly suppress Gongzi Yu's divine ability. Instead, it was Gongzi Yu's divine ability that broke the angel race cultivator's divine judgment. After the divine judgment was broken, the Great Sun Devil Immortal's palm struck the angel race cultivator. The angel race cultivator was directly sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. Whoa! The angel race cultivator vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. He fell onto the arena and no longer had the strength to fight. Gongzi Yu actually won. Many people still had an expression of disbelief. This result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Gongzi Yu dual cultivator, this is too powerful. Someone sighed. Many cultivators who were still participating frowned slightly because they also felt how terrifying Gongzi Yu was. Naturally, They did not want to meet such a powerful existence like Gongzi Yu in the following battles. After Gongzi Yu went down, the competition continued. A day later, Little Donkey went up the arena. "It's this donkey again." Many people couldn't help but call out after seeing Little Donkey speechlessly. Little Donkey, this weirdo, naturally left a deep impression on everyone. Heavenly Donkey Holy Venerable has appeared. Where are the cheers? Little Donkey asked loudly. Sure, this guy didn't get cheers, but boos from countless cultivators. There was a saying that one who was shameless was invincible. It was referring to Little Donkey. He actually dared to name himself Heavenly Donkey Holy Venerable. How could his skin be so thick? Little Donkey's opponent was a beautiful female cultivator with big eyes who looked very cute and innocent. But this female cultivator's strength was not simple. The two sides fought for 300 rounds before Little Donkey finally defeated the female cultivator. Then, he flew down while panting. Pervert, truly perverted, this guy was still muttering to himself. In the last 10 battles, there were no upsets. The cultivators in the top 10 of the rankings all defeated their opponents and advanced to the next round. As a result, thus, the top 125 were decided. Because the prodigy roll only ranked the top 100. So, another 25 cultivators had to be eliminated. Only then could the prodigy roll be confirmed. I think there's going to be a battle royal. I heard that there's a big battle royal for the top 100 from 125. The first 25 people to be eliminated will be eliminated, and the rest will enter the prodigy roll, Fatso whispered. This was the rule in the past, and it had been in place for many years. So Fatso guessed that it would be the same this year. If there was a big battle royal, the cultivators who were left alone would be in the most danger. Because the cultivators who were left alone would easily become the target of others' attacks. They were also the cultivators who were the easiest to be eliminated. Chapter 2391. The revised rules lifted the spirits of many people. Many people were unwilling to participate in the battle royal. Because all kinds of unpredictable things could happen in the battle royal. Even if one's strength was superior to others, in such a large-scale battle royal, one might be besieged by others and eventually defeated. This situation had happened many times in the past. Now that the rules had been changed, everyone was naturally very happy and didn't have to worry about those things anymore. Everyone, rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours, we will begin to challenge the giant god of light and shadow, Master Dongfang said. Everyone began to take the time to rest and adjust their state. 2 hours passed quickly. Swish swish swish, beams of light shone out, enveloping the cultivators one after another. All of the cultivators who were enveloped by the light were teleported to the arena. Everyone has 2 hours. Everyone, do your best to defeat the giant god of light and shadow. You don't have to defeat the most of them, but you must defeat more than the other 25 people because only 25 people will be eliminated in this round. Master Dongfang said loudly. As soon as his voice fell, beams of divine light surged out of the void. Giant god of light and shadow. Giant god of light and shadow, deep roars could be heard from within the divine light. Immediately after, one by one, the giant gods of light and shadow descended. 10 giant gods of light and shadow descended from each of the arenas. The cultivation of these giant gods of light and shadow was very tyrannical. Each giant god of light and shadow had the strength of the giant god realm. And they were at the peak of the giant god realm. Now, 10 giant gods of light and shadow descended on each arena together. These cultivators were about to be besieged by the 10 giant gods of light and shadow. The slightest carelessness would lead to defeat. Boom, a great battle broke out. The giant gods of light and shadow fought with those cultivators. The cultivators who could finally kill their way into the top 125 were naturally extraordinary and had abnormally tyrannical cultivation. And basically, they all had their own trump cards. Therefore, even in the face of the siege of the 10 giant gods of light and shadow, many people were still at ease. But it was definitely impossible to deal with these giant gods of light and shadow at ease. They needed to defeat the giant gods of light and shadow with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Therefore, Many cultivators adopted the posture of the main attack. Round after round of the competition began. Groups of cultivators ascended the arena to challenge the giant gods of light and shadow. The cultivators with good results were naturally overjoyed. The faces of the cultivators whose results were not ideal became extremely ugly. Swish, 10 beams of light swept over, once again enveloping the 10 cultivators. Fatso took the stage. A fierce battle ensued. Fatso ultimately defeated 132 giant gods of light and shadow. Their results were quite good. Among all the participants who had finished the competition, Fatso was at the top. After the Fatso group was finished, it was Linfeng's turn. Linfeng defeated a total of 197 giant gods of light and shadow. Mu Xianling, who was in the same group as Linfeng, defeated 86 light and shadow gods. Seeing that Linfeng had defeated so many giant gods of light and shadow, Mu Xianling's expression turned ugly. Linfeng completely ignored Mu Xianling. He didn't even look at her. Groups of cultivators went up the ring. Gongzi Yu and Little Donkey also went up the ring. Gongzi Yu defeated 235 giant gods of light and shadow. Little Donkey defeated 244 giant gods of light and shadow. After the competition ended, the rankings were also out. The first place was still that mysterious little girl, who had defeated 388 giant gods of light and shadow. Ranked second was Qing Emperor. He defeated 309 giant gods of light and shadow. Ranked third was the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. He defeated 295 giant gods of light and shadow. Linfeng was ranked 36th. This was an average ranking. Fatso was ranked 49th, Gongzi Yu was ranked 23rd, Little Donkey was ranked 16th. The 25 cultivators who were ranked last were eliminated. These cultivators' expressions were extremely ugly. They had been advancing triumphantly all the way here. They were about to advance to the prodigy role. But they fell at the last step. But no matter how unwilling they were, they couldn't change all of this. And the 100 people who successfully made it to the prodigy role were naturally overjoyed. Making it to the prodigy role meant that they had the qualifications to enter the 9 states immortal realm. Next, they had to do their best to increase their rankings. The higher their rankings, the more rewards they received. And the providence obtained would be even more majestic. Congratulations to everyone for successfully advancing to this year's prodigy role. Next, we will rank the prodigy role. In the final ranking competition, there will be no seeded contestants. Instead, you will draw lots to determine your opponents. The ranking competition adopts the principle of elimination. 50 from 100 will advance, and the losers will not fight again. The losers' rankings will be calculated based on the time they have spent fighting. The longer the losers persist, the closer their rankings will be, and so on. The rules for the later rounds of 50 will be the same for 25, and 25 will be the same for 13. However, in the round of 25 to 13, one person will advance directly. As for who will advance, they will have to draw lots to decide. There will also be one person who will advance to the 7th stage, but the rules of this round are slightly changed. Those who advance will prepare to participate in the battle for the 4th stage of the 7th stage, while the 6 who are eliminated will draw lots to fight. The 3 who win will fight in a mixed battle. The first to fall will be ranked 10th, and the last to fall will be ranked 8th. Because there are 93 places in this round, if the contestants can't advance to the top 7, they can't slack off. They must work hard to enter the top 10, because the rewards for the top 10 are not comparable to the rewards for the top 10. Among the top 7, one person will advance to the next round. The other 6 will compete for 3 spots to determine the top 4. The 3 who lose will compete for the 5th, 6th, and 7th places. This round is the same as the 80th and 90 places. It will also be a mixed battle. The first to fall will be ranked 7th, and the last to fall will be ranked 5th. After the top 4, they will draw lots to decide who will enter the finals. The 2 who lose will compete for the 3rd and 4th place. Dongfang Zhentian began to introduce the rules of the ranking competition. The rules were quite complicated, but it was easy to understand. Everyone, Come on stage and draw lots. Dongfang Zhentian said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One cultivator after another flew towards the main arena where Dongfang Zhentian was. Then, they began to draw lots. Lin Feng took out a bamboo stick. There was a pattern on it, but there was no name. Lin Feng guessed that this pattern was a kind of mark. It represented the identity of the opponent. They could only wait until the battle began. Only then would they know who their opponent was. Everyone finished drawing lots. Then, everyone flew back into the distance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of light shone down, enveloping the cultivators. The first batch of 20 cultivators were all teleported to the corresponding arena. Chapter 2392. Little Donkey's opponent made Lin Feng very surprised. It was actually Mu Xianling. Fatso grinned. Isn't this the little girl from the Mu clan? She's always acting so high and mighty, it's really annoying. Now that brother Donkey has met her, it'll be interesting. Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't say anything. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Mu Xianling, so he didn't care about her. The cultivators fighting now were all cultivators on the prodigy roll. In the entire 9 provinces, this group of people should be the strongest among the younger generation. Therefore, everyone had a trump card, and everyone knew many powerful divine abilities. Now that they were fighting, it was hard to tell who would win. Mu Xianling launched a frenzied attack on Little Donkey. She naturally knew Little Donkey and knew that Little Donkey and Lin Feng had a close relationship. Therefore, she didn't show any mercy. Hundreds of millions of terrifying killing lights condensed in Mu Xianling's hands. The terrifying light of slaughter seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and destroy the universe. This divine ability was called the Great Killing Technique. It was one of the 3,000 Great Tao. There are a total of 72 divine abilities in the 3,000 Great Tao. This Great Killing Technique is one of the 72 divine abilities. Its attack power is extremely terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He had cultivated more than 20 of the 3,000 Great Tao and was very familiar with them. If any of the 3,000 Great Tao could be cultivated to the Great Perfection realm, they would all display endless magical effects. Mu Xianling's talent was astonishing, and her comprehension was also extremely high. Although she hadn't cultivated the Great Killing Technique to the Great Perfection realm, she had already cultivated it to the Great Perfection realm. After cultivating the Great Killing Technique to the Great Perfection realm, it was already able to display a sufficiently powerful might. Mu Xianling was very confident in her Great Killing Technique. She believed that she could definitely defeat Little Donkey with the Great Killing Technique. When Mu Xianling confidently attacked Little Donkey turned around and suddenly shook his butt. Poof! Poison gas was immediately released. This was Little Donkey's signature move. The power of this unique skill that had a scent was too terrifying. Not only did it contain lethal poison, but it also contained a powerful explosive force. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion. Little Donkey's smelly attack exploded beside Mu Xianling and sent her flying. Mu Xianling fainted in midair. It was unknown whether he had fainted from the kick or from the poison. There was a thump. Mu Xianling fell onto the stage. Victory and defeat were decided between the two. Damn, that donkey is too savage. Many people couldn't help but cry out. Little Donkey's ability was simply heaven-defying. But soon after, many people began to slander him. The little donkey was simply too much of a beast. He had actually used such a disgusting attack to knock out a beautiful woman. Sure enough, it was an animal. He didn't know what it meant to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. I'll kill you. Mu Xianling woke up and almost went crazy when she thought of what had happened. She took out her sword and pounced towards Little Donkey, wanting to kill Little Donkey to vent her anger. Swoosh! But at this moment, a beam of light enveloped Mu Xianling and teleported her down. Mu Xianling had already been defeated, so she naturally couldn't continue to stay in the arena. You're still not convinced after losing. You're simply a shrew. Little Donkey pursed his lips and said. Come down, I'll definitely kill you. Mu Xianling screamed in exasperation. Master of the East said in a deep voice, this contestant, Private battles are prohibited in the ancient city. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the prodigy role. Hearing Master of the East say this, Mu Xianling naturally didn't dare to continue being rash. Her face was gloomy. She glanced coldly at Little Donkey before putting away her sword. The donkey swaggered down, still looking as arrogant as ever. Fatso said with a smile, "Brother Donkey, you're really something. You're the first contestant to defeat your opponent." Little Donkey said proudly, "Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm the Heavenly Donkey Sacred Venerable. Heavenly Donkey Sacred Venerable my ass." He only knows how to flatter himself. Many people couldn't help but mutter, looking down on Little Donkey. However, these people naturally didn't dare to say what they were thinking. Little Donkey was very powerful. If they offended Little Donkey, it wouldn't end well for them. The outcome of the battle in the arena was decided one after another. When the cultivators came down, new cultivators were teleported to the arena. Swoosh! A beam of light shone down and enveloped Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng was teleported to the arena. At the same time, Lin Feng's opponent was teleported onto the battle stage. After seeing his opponent, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yuan Ji was actually this person. An expert of the Undying Clan's younger generation. Lin Feng didn't know much about the Undying Clan, but he knew how terrifying this clan was. Of course, Lin Feng and the Undying Clan were no longer related by blood. If there was, it would only be due to grudges. The Undying Clan wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let the Undying Clan have an easy time. It's really heaven's will. Yuan Ji's lips curled into a cold smile. He wanted to kill Lin Feng very much. First, because as the successor of the Undying Clan, he had the obligation to eliminate the descendants of the exiled. Second, because Lin Feng had many abilities, magic treasures, and wealth, which made Yuan Ji greedy. Yuan Ji wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Yuan Ji had been praying that he would be able to meet Lin Feng. Now that he finally met him, Yuan Ji was very excited. In Yuan Ji's opinion, Lin Feng couldn't even awaken the Undying Clan's divine blood on a deeper level. How could he be a match for him? When the time came, how could he kill Lin Feng? How could he kill Lin Feng? Lin Feng said calmly, "Maybe it's just as you said. It's all heaven's will. Have you thought about how you want to die?" Yuan Ji sneered. "Hee, how laughable. In my eyes, the descendants of the exiled are nothing but trash. Lowly bastards, you don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes, yet you dare to boast to me that I've thought about how I'm going to die." As soon as Yuan Ji finished speaking, he walked toward Lin Feng step by step, emitting a terrifying aura. "That's Yuan Ji from the Undying Immortal sect, right? I heard that he's related to the Undying Clan. Have you noticed? Yuan Ji and Lin Feng seem to have a deep grudge. I don't know why, but Yuan Ji really wants to kill Lin Feng. Yuan Ji is too terrifying. Lin Feng is also very strong, but compared to Yuan Ji, there's still a gap, right? Yeah, do you think Lin Feng will really be killed by Yuan Ji? I think it's possible. I think Lin Feng might be killed by Yuan Ji too." Many people couldn't help but discuss. Most of them didn't think Lin Feng would win. Chapter 2393. Yuan Ji's undying bloodline was well known to the world. This person was different from Yuan Yu. They both came from the Undying Clan. Yuan Yu was unfathomable and always had a calm appearance. But Yuan Ji was on the other end of the spectrum. He was high profile and liked to be in the limelight. Although the three from the Undying Clan had not been in the Undying Immortal sect for a long time, Yuan Ji's personality meant that he was not someone who could stay in the sect and cultivate honestly. So Yuan Ji had been to many places these years and had caused a lot of trouble. He also did not hide his undying bloodline. So Yuan Ji's reputation was extremely resounding. Of course, many cultivators had also heard that Lin Feng was the owner of the Undying bloodline. But to many people, so what if Lin Feng had the Undying bloodline? It was the same bloodline. There was a huge difference between before and after the Deep Awakening. They could not be mentioned in the same sentence. Even though Lin Feng also had the immortal blood, he had the immortal blood. But Lin Feng was not able to undergo a deep awakening. How could he be compared to Yuan Ji? This was also the reason why everyone did not think highly of Lin Feng. Below the stage, the Sky Demon Emperor's son looked over with an indifferent expression. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold killing intent. He could not help but ponder, I originally wanted to kill you personally, but I never thought that the Undying clan would beat me to it. What a pity, it seems that I will have to find a chance to kill the Undying clan in order to obtain the Heaven Flame, magic treasure, divine ability, and endless wealth on your body. The person who wanted to kill Lin Feng the most would definitely be the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Not to mention the grudges between the two, just the Heaven Flame on Lin Feng's body was enough for the Sky Demon Emperor to covet. So Lin Feng had long been on the Sky Demon Emperor's son's must-kill list. Mu Xianling looked at Lin Feng with a cold expression. The corner of her mouth could not help but reveal a cold smile. In her opinion, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. She didn't think that Lin Feng was a match for Yuan Ji. Gongzi Yu, Fatso, and Little Donkey all looked relaxed. Gongzi Yu and Lin Feng used to be old rivals. Now, they were like friends, but not friends. He understood Lin Feng very well because he understood Lin Feng. Only then did Gongzi Yu realize how terrifying Lin Feng was. Back when Lin Feng was still very weak, no one could kill him. Let alone now. The only one who was worried about Lin Feng was Chu Yashuan. In Chu Yashuan's eyes, Yuan Ji was an undefeatable existence. Therefore, Chu Yashuan was very worried about Lin Feng's safety. On the stage, the aura emitted from Yuan Ji's body grew stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. That aura was suffocating. Yuan Ji's strength was indeed shocking, but Yuan Ji wanted to use his aura to suppress Lin Feng. That was a good idea, but when Yuan Ji released his qi towards Lin Feng was startled. Lin Feng was completely fine. He couldn't help but sneer. Clown, kneel on the ground now and kowtow 10 times to Master Feng. Then, crawl over and lick Master Feng's shoes clean. Master Feng will spare your life today. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. When Lin Feng said that, Lin Feng's expression changed. The surroundings suddenly became completely silent. Just now, many people were discussing how many moves Lin Feng could take from Yuan Ji. Or whether Lin Feng would be killed by Yuan Ji. Very few people thought that Lin Feng could defeat Yuan Ji. But now, Lin Feng opened his mouth. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Yuan Ji. He didn't put Yuan Ji in his eyes at all. Isn't this guy too arrogant? He's even more arrogant than Little Donkey beside him. Isn't he courting death by being so arrogant in front of Yuan Ji? It was as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. Yuan Ji was a member of the Undying clan, an ancient and powerful clan. Looking down on Yuan Ji like this, it would definitely anger Yuan Ji. In many people's eyes, angering Yuan Ji would result in a miserable outcome. Kid, you only know how to talk. Yuan Ji sneered. Yuan Ji smiled coldly. He wasn't angry because of Lin Feng's words. He walked towards Lin Feng and released a destructive energy which seemed like it could destroy the earth and sky. Moon embracing seal. Suddenly, Yuan Ji attacked, and a huge moon appeared between his hands. Moon embracing seal was an extremely ancient divine ability, and it was incomparably powerful. Now, it was used by Yuan Ji. Rumble. The moon imprint condensed into a moon and moved towards Lin Feng. It was like a bright moon descending from the 9 heavens. Facing the attack of moon embracing seal, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. His body catapulted up. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng directly turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. As Lin Feng's research on the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect became more and more thorough, the various divine abilities passed down by the Celestial Master Sect became more and more powerful. For example, the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng used. After he transformed into the 8 trigrams diagram, he felt the power of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and swamp all gather in the world. It surged into his body. Lin Feng felt as if there was endless power in his body. With a raise of his hand, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A vast and majestic voice sounded between heaven and earth. The 8 trigrams are wrong. Those who count the past will go smoothly. Those who know the future will go against it. The thunder moves, the wind disperses, the rain dampens, and the sun curls. Gen stops, Dui pleases, Chen is the ruler, Kuan is the hiding. The voice sounded like an ancient great emperor roaring at the sky. Everyone felt as if they were in a world of 8 trigrams. Fat. Immediately after, everyone saw that the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had transformed into actually tore the bright moon that Yuan Ji had condensed into half. Then, the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had transformed into quickly flew to Yuan Ji's side. The 8 trigrams diagram shook gently in the void. The void collapsed. The 8 trigrams diagram slashed towards Yuan Ji as fast as lightning. Heavens, how is this Lin Feng so powerful? Yeah, I didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Will Yuan Ji be killed by Lin Feng in the end? Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim. The scene that everyone saw was completely different from what they had expected. You're digging your own grave. Yuan Ji couldn't help but sneer in the face of Lin Feng's attack. He reached out his hand towards Lin Feng, and an ancient world appeared in his palm. I have the universe in my heart, and the world in my palm. The world that Yuan Ji had condensed in his palm enveloped the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had transformed into. Chapter 2394. Many people were stunned on the spot by this sudden reversal of the transfer. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was going to unleash his might and defeat Yuan Ji in one fell swoop. They never expected that Lin Feng would be devoured by Yuan Ji's world in the next instant. This scene could be said to have caught everyone off guard, so many people were stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. However, the cultivators who had been watching the show quickly recovered. Now that Lin Feng had been devoured by Yuan Ji's world in the palm, didn't that mean that Lin Feng was doomed? Just wait and see. That brat is dead for sure, Yuan Xia said coldly. He wanted nothing more than to personally kill Lin Feng, but he knew that he was no match for Lin Feng. Yuan Xia had also made it into the prodigy ranking, but his ranking wasn't particularly high. Earlier, when he fought another cultivator, he only lasted a dozen moves before being defeated. His final ranking would probably be around 80th or 90th. Yuan Xia was originally very depressed, but when he saw that Lin Feng was about to be killed by Yuan Ji, his mood became much better. Is he finally going to die? He only has himself to blame. Mu Xianling's lips curled into an incomparably cold expression. Lin Feng's death seemed to have allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Yashuan's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Gongzi Yu, Fatso, and Little Donkey and said, "Senior brother Lin will be fine, right?" Gongzi Yu, Fatso, and Little Donkey all had calm expressions. Little Donkey said, "Don't worry. If Big Brother Feng was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been able to live so freely until now." It was as if he had verified Little Donkey's words. Crack, crack. Yuan Ji's world in the palm began to crack. Yuan Ji's expression changed slightly. His expression became much gloomier. Whoosh. He began to form one incantation after another. Every single one of the incantations was exceptionally profound. Yuan Ji made a series of hand seals. Incantation after incantation. All of them entered the world in his palm. Yuan Ji was reinforcing the world within his palm. Bam, however, at that moment, a violent explosion was heard. The world in his palm shattered. Yuan Ji's attempt to reinforce the world within his palm failed. Lin Feng managed to break free and sent a punch towards Yuan Ji. Wall of darkness. Yuan Ji let out a long roar. His voice was like thunder. A barrier formed by the power of darkness appeared in front of him. This was a defensive divine ability. Yuan Ji had cultivated it to the level of perfection. However, Lin Feng's attack was simply too strong. Even the wall of darkness that Yuan Ji condensed with his defensive god art couldn't stop Lin Feng's attack. The wall of darkness was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Yuan Ji and sent a powerful punch towards him. Yuan Ji wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bam! Lin Feng's punch landed on Yuanji's chest. Yuanji's chest exploded. Blood spurted out as Yuanji was sent flying. Isn't he too strong? Many people cried out in shock. Yuanji had actually suffered such a serious injury. Only now did everyone realize that they had underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation base. His cultivation base was much, much stronger than they had imagined. This injury is nothing to me, Yuanji sneered. He channeled his undying divine blood, and his injuries quickly recovered. This was the ability of his undying divine blood. It could heal his body's injuries in a short time. Yuanji's undying divine blood was even more powerful than Lin Feng's. His recovery speed was much faster than Lin Feng's. Heavens! But at this moment, many people looked at Yuanji in horror. That was because Yuanji's body was rapidly aging. In the blink of an eye, Yuanji had already turned from a young man to an old man. Lin Feng's punch just now had been infused with the supreme technique, Eon Billions Years Rush. It could make someone age instantly. As one's body aged, their cultivation base would also decline to the extreme. Yuanji's current appearance was the same. His body was aging, and his battle prowess was also weakened to the extreme. Eon Billions Years Rush was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Lin Feng didn't know if Yuanji was familiar with his divine ability, but even if he knew, he wouldn't have been able to dodge Lin Feng's attack under the circumstances just now. Of course, Lin Feng felt that Yuanji might not even know that he had mastered this technique. They had never fought before, and Yuanji was incomparably arrogant. He hadn't carefully investigated Lin Feng. This was the biggest difference between him and Yuanyu. If it were Yuanyu, she would have a thorough understanding of Lin Feng, including some of the divine abilities that Lin Feng had mastered. During the battle, she would be able to react in time. I'll take your life while you're sick. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly charged at Yuanji. This was the best opportunity to kill Yuanji. If he missed this opportunity, it would be much more difficult to kill Yuanji again. Yuanji's battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and he also had the immortal divine body. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know how strong Yuanji was at his peak. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng knew very well. At his peak, Yuanji was absolutely unimaginably terrifying. Even if he could kill Yuanji, he would not be able to. If he could kill Yuanji, he would have to pay a heavy price. Yuanji had been struck by his Eon Billions Years Rush. This was the best opportunity to send him to the Yellow Springs. That ancient plate of samsara, the one that supports the operation of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the myriad worlds. Please heed my call and appear. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Deep and ancient incantations came out of his mouth. Those were the incantations. They were the incantations to summon the plate of samsara. Apart from Lin Feng, no one else could understand the meaning of those incantations. They were the ancient incantations recorded in the Great Reincarnation Art. The Great Reincarnation Art was one of the 3,000 Great Taos, and it contained many powerful divine abilities. For example, Eon Billions Years Rush. However, if one were to ask what the strongest divine ability of the Great Reincarnation Art was, it would be to summon the plate of samsara. Rumor had it that there was a plate of samsara in this world. The operation of the plate of samsara supported the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the 6 paths of reincarnation was something that all living beings had to experience. Even immortals had to experience the 6 paths of reincarnation. As Lin Feng's voice faded, above the 9 heavens, boom boom boom, a loud sound that shook the heavens was heard. Endless black fog surged out, and within the black fog, a round plate could be vaguely seen. The round plate was ancient, majestic, vast, and heavy. It was the legendary plate of samsara. When they saw the plate of samsara, many people couldn't withstand the pressure of the plate of samsara. Thump. Thump. Chapter 2395. The radiance of the plate of reincarnation illuminated the world. It was immortal. Even though they didn't know what it was, countless cultivators were deeply shocked after sensing the aura of the plate of reincarnation. The plate of reincarnation exuded a terrifying divine aura. That terrifying aura permeated the entire area. Now, Everyone only had the urge to bow down and worship it as if they were facing an immortal. They had no other thoughts. Summoning the Plate of Reincarnation was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Lin Feng rarely used this move in a big battle because summoning the Plate of Reincarnation consumed too much of his body. It was easy to use up all his dharmic powers. His opponent hadn't been killed yet, and his own magic power had already been exhausted. Wasn't that the only path left for him was death? But it was different now. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly improved compared to before, the dharmic powers stored in his dantian were no longer the same as before. Therefore, even if he summoned the Plate of Reincarnation to fight against the enemy, Lin Feng could still control this peerless supreme technique very well. Moreover, now, Lin Feng had to seize this rare opportunity to kill Yuan Ji. The Plate of Reincarnation and Eon Time were both supreme techniques included in the Great Reincarnation Technique. These two supreme techniques were also connected to each other. Summoning the Plate of Reincarnation to deal with Yuan Ji could also form a mysterious connection with the power of reincarnation in Yuan Ji's body, which would suppress Yuan Ji even more. It would also be more difficult for Yuan Ji to counterattack. Rumble, under Lin Feng's control, the Plate of Reincarnation spun and a terrifying force swept towards Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji couldn't avoid it. Bang! With a muffled sound of collision, Yuan Ji was sent flying. Half of his body exploded. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, the power of summoning the Plate of Reincarnation and the Great Reincarnation Technique was too strong. Yuan Ji roared in anger as if he was going crazy. Lin Feng's attack was too strange and too terrifying. He didn't even know how he was injured. Yuan Ji operated his immortal divine body to recover his physical body. Moke limitless. After recovering from his injuries, Yuan Ji used a powerful Buddhist magic to condense a huge golden light shield to protect himself. Waves of majestic voices resounded throughout the world. It was as if there were 3,000 old monks sitting cross-legged and reciting Buddhist scriptures. Wheel of Samsara, descend. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he began to summon the Plate of Reincarnation. Under Lin Feng's command, the Plate of Samsara descended from the sky and smashed viciously against the defensive barrier that protected Yuan Ji. Under the attack of the Wheel of Samsara, the defensive light shield protecting Yuan Ji directly shattered. As for the Reincarnation Plate, it suppressed Yuan Ji in midair. Yuan Ji tried his best to break free. But he tried many times. None of them succeeded. Yuan Ji has been suppressed. Many people were shocked. Now that Yuan Ji was suppressed, it was troublesome. How could Lin Feng let Yuan Ji go? Yuan Ji, you're too arrogant. But you don't have the strength to be arrogant, yet you're still so arrogant. You're overestimating yourself and seeking death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward and attacked Yuan Ji. You dare kill me? The Immortal Clan won't let you go. Yuan Ji roared at the top of his lungs. He wanted to use the Immortal Clan to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Yuan Ji's threat. Bang! The punch landed on Yuan Ji's body. Yuan Ji's physical body directly shattered. I'm immortal. My body regenerates. All that was left of Yuan Ji was a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist twisted, trying to reform Yuan Ji's body. Many people were shocked when they heard Yuan Ji's voice. His body exploded into a bloody mist, yet he was still alive. The Immortal Clan's ability was too terrifying. It's useless. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape death today. Lin Feng's expression was cold, and his voice was filled with cold killing intent. He flicked his finger. A ball of heavenly fire flew out. It enveloped Yuan Ji. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yuan Ji's body exploded into a bloody mist and burned fiercely. Yuan Ji let out an incomparably shrill scream. Soon, Yuan Ji's soul was burned to ashes. All that was left was a storage ring, which Lin Feng put away. Yuan Ji died just like that. Countless people looked at each other. They couldn't believe their eyes. Yuan Ji was such a powerful figure. Yet, he died just like that. Then, everyone looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with shock. Originally, Many people thought that Lin Feng's strength could only compete for the 20th to 30th place on the genius list. But now, everyone's opinion had changed. With Lin Feng's strength, he could definitely compete for the top 10. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Feng, that little bastard, deserves to die 1,000 times. Yuan Xia's face was filled with killing intent. Beside him, Yuan Yu's expression was calm. Even if Yuan Ji died at Lin Feng's hands, Yuan Yu's expression was as calm as an ancient well. This person hid too deeply. No one knew what he was thinking. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Mu Xianling couldn't accept the scene in front of her. She wanted to marry a top-notch prodigy. Back then, she felt that Lin Feng wasn't a top genius, so she refused to marry Lin Feng. Mu Xianling hoped that Lin Feng would be killed. That would prove that her choice wasn't wrong. But now, Mu Xianling knew how wrong her choice was. Even if he was the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Qing Emperor, and the others wouldn't dare say that they could definitely defeat Lin Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with different expressions. They all had different thoughts. Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his qi, and flew back to where he had come from. Ha 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 ha, little Feng, you're awesome. Fatso grinned. Brother Feng really is Brother Feng. His strength isn't just for show. The donkey also grinned and said, that's right. Gongziyu said, what a monster. How many years has it been since he came from the martial heaven continent to the 9 prefectures? His cultivation base has increased so much. Lin Feng said, same here. Didn't your cultivation base increase a lot as well? Gongziyu curled his lip, but didn't say anything else. Chu Yashuan congratulated Lin Feng. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng and Chu Yashuan were much closer now. Chapter 2396. Not long after Lin Feng came down, Gongziyu was enveloped by a beam of light. The next moment, Gongziyu was teleported to the arena. Gongziyu's opponent was shrouded in a wide black robe and a bamboo hat. Gongziyu frowned slightly as he looked at the man. Young Master Yu, do you still remember the Great Devil World? The cultivator in the bamboo hat set up a soundproof restriction and said aloud. Upon hearing the words Great Devil World, Gongziyu's pupils constricted violently, and his breathing became much heavier. Why are you here? Gongziyu's expression was cold. Someone wants young Master Yu's life, so I'll take care of young Master Yu while I'm at it. The cultivator with the bamboo hat said. Hee hee. Don't you think you're boasting shamelessly? Gongziyu said coldly. I know young Master Yu's bloodline is powerful, but I forgot to tell young Master Yu that I obtained some opportunities many years ago and my bloodline underwent a baptism. Furthermore, I consumed several blood-condensing immortal pills. My bloodline shouldn't be much weaker than young Master Yu's. The cultivator with the bamboo hat said indifferently. What are the two of them muttering about? Fatty's face was filled with confusion. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't know. He then frowned and said, Gongziyu's expression doesn't look too good. I wonder who that guy with the bamboo hat is. Little Donkey said, could it be an enemy or something? Hearing Little Donkey's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. On the arena. Gongziyu said coldly, you want to kill me, but you'll have to suffer my wrath. I'm very confident in dealing with you. The cultivator in the bamboo hat sneered and took a step forward. His body exuded a terrifying wave that could destroy heaven and earth. 9 demon god strikes. Boom. 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 9 demon gods condensed and charged at Gongziyu. The 9 demon gods looked like real demon gods. Each of them had a powerful aura and a terrifying cultivation base. Heavenly demon. Gongziyu's opponent is a heavenly demon. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he sensed the existence's aura. Chu Yashuan asked curiously, isn't Gongziyu a sky fiend? It was said that Gongziyu was the son of the heavenly devil emperor. That cultivator wearing a bamboo hat had such a strong killing intent towards Gongziyu. How could a heavenly devil dare to kill Gongziyu? Isn't that a crime? The heavenly demon emperor's son was the emperor's of the heavenly emperor. Was the prince. A heavenly demon was a subject of the emperor of the emperor. The courtier killed the prince. Wasn't that a crime? Lin Feng said, I'm afraid there's a reason we don't know about this. Gongzi, you seem to have escaped from the heavenly demon Great World. Fatso said, it seems like something happened in the heavenly demon Great World that we don't know about. Also, Gongzi Yu has the magic lotus. The other heavenly demons must be plotting to kill him and steal the magic lotus. The magic lotus, that's a good treasure. Little Donkey's eyes lit up when he heard the words the magic lotus. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, don't talk about Gongzi Yu's the magic lotus. Be careful that Gongzi Yu doesn't turn you into donkey meat. If he dares, I'll kill him with my fart. Little Donkey said as he twisted his donkey butt. Lin Feng didn't continue chatting with Little Donkey. He looked at the battle on the stage. At this moment, the 9 demon gods formed by the cultivator with the bamboo hat had already surrounded Gongzi Yu. The 9 demon gods were extremely tyrannical. Under the siege of the 9 demon gods, Gongzi Yu seemed to have encountered some trouble. Young Master Yu, the 9 prefectures will be your burial ground. No matter how you struggle, only death awaits you. The demon god with the bamboo hat said coldly, revealing a murderous intent. Gongzi Yu said coldly, don't be complacent too early. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongzi Yu began to form a series of complicated hand seals. Gongzi Yu was probably going to use some top-tier divine abilities. The magic lotus. Create 10,000 worlds. Gongzi Yu couldn't help but shout. The magic lotus condensed in his hands. This wasn't Gongzi Yu's magic treasure. Instead, it was the magic lotus condensed from a divine ability. The magic lotus was a sacred artifact of the heavenly devil race. It had all kinds of unimaginable abilities and great power. The magic lotus condensed by Gongzi Yu was also very extraordinary. The demonic lotus floated in the air and transformed into one world after another. The magic lotus had created a total of 9 worlds. The 9 worlds descended from the sky and devoured a demon god. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately after, 9 violent explosions were heard. The 9 worlds directly exploded. The 9 demon gods were also blown to smithereens. Damn, Gongzi Yu's technique is so powerful. If you're enveloped by the worlds created by the magic lotus and those worlds explode, even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Fatso couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Feng nodded and said, Gongzi Yu's ultimate technique is indeed powerful. At this time, Gongzi Yu controlled the magic lotus to attack the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. Although the magic lotus was only created from a divine ability, it was still very lifelike. It was no different from the magic lotus. Shaw! Light flashed. The magic lotus began to emit light after light. Every beam of light evolved into a world. Hundreds and thousands of worlds descended from the sky, hurtling toward the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. Frenzied demon fist art, the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat coldly shouted. He threw punch after punch at the illusory worlds descending from the sky. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a madman, randomly throwing punches. However, what was even more shocking was that those seemingly random punches actually produced an extraordinarily tyrannical attack. This frenzied demon fist art was said to have been created by an extremely powerful Tianma. That Tianma seemed to have been stimulated by something and created this demon-sealing fist art in a state of insanity. Suppress! Gongzi Yu shouted. The magic lotus quickly grew larger. Very quickly, it became as large as a mountain. Then, the magic lotus began to suppress the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. The cultivator wearing the bamboo hat had just shattered the illusory world created by the magic lotus, when the magic lotus began to suppress him. The cultivator wearing the bamboo hat was immediately suppressed in the air. Gongzi Yu quickly rushed over and threw a punch at the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. However, when Gongzi Yu's fist landed on the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat, he was shocked. That body actually dissipated directly. Not good, Gongzi Yu was fooled. Many people couldn't help but be shocked. The body that just dissipated was obviously the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat condensed to deceive Gongzi Yu. However, he managed to deceive Gongzi Yu by passing off false as genuine. Chapter 2397. The cultivator with the bamboo hat had extremely terrifying means. Not only did he deceive Gongzi Yu with a fake body, but he also managed to sneak away. Not only did he hide behind Gongzi Yu, but he also silently sneaked behind Gongzi Yu. A terrifying aura spread out, making people feel suffocated. The cultivator with the bamboo hat used his full strength. He didn't hold back at all. That tyrannical attack slashed towards Gongzi Yu, as if he wouldn't rest until he killed Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu didn't have time to dodge. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Gongzi Yu wouldn't really be killed like this, right? Gongzi Yu was also a stunning figure. If he died like this, it would really make people sigh. However, this was often the case in a battle between cultivators. In the blink of an eye, someone could die. In the world of cultivators, there was no such thing as pity or sympathy. When countless people thought that Gongzi Yu couldn't escape this calamity, at this moment, everyone discovered that the void around Gongzi Yu was actually twisting. In front of Gongzi Yu, it seemed like one world after another had appeared. Those worlds were filled with mysterious power. When the cultivator with the bamboo hat slashed towards Gongzi Yu, his attack was immediately blocked by those twisting worlds. The magic lotus can create worlds that can attack and defend. Lin Feng looked at the magic lotus floating above Gongzi Yu in astonishment. The magic lotus he condensed was really strange to the extreme. Not good. The cultivator with the bamboo hat's expression changed slightly. He quickly wanted to retreat. Boom! At this moment, Gongzi Yu's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Tyrannical embryonic form. Gongzi Yu's tyrannical aura hadn't completely condensed. However, the distance between them condensed into true tyrannical aura. In fact, it was only one step away. Therefore, Gongzi Yu's tyrannical embryonic form was extremely terrifying. It could display a portion of the tyrannical aura's power. Even if it could only display a portion of the tyrannical aura's power, it was already heaven-defying. When Gongzi Yu's tyrannical embryonic form was released, it immediately bombarded the cultivator with the bamboo hat. Bang! The cultivator with the bamboo hat was sent flying. This heavenly demon. The bloodline of the three-eyed heavenly demon was extremely powerful. But this person misjudged Gongzi Yu's strength. Gongzi Yu had experienced many things over the years. His cultivation grew very quickly. The current Gongzi Yu is not the same as the Gongzi Yu of Sky Martial Continent. After the three-eyed heavenly demon was heavily injured, it wanted to retreat. It didn't dare to continue the fight. If it fought Gongzi Yu with its injured body, it would definitely die. The three-eyed heavenly demon knew this. So it quickly rushed out of the stage. But Gongzi Yu didn't plan to let it go. Gongzi Yu's tyrannical embryonic form was activated to the extreme. It suppressed the three-eyed heavenly demon. That majestic, ocean-like, terrifying pressure came down from the sky. It suppressed the three-eyed heavenly demon. The three-eyed heavenly demon felt that its body couldn't move. Die! Gongzi Yu's expression was cold. He stood up and killed the three-eyed heavenly demon. It's you who will die. The three-eyed heavenly demon turned around with difficulty. The third vertical eye on its forehead opened. Swish! A terrifying demonic light shot out from the third eye. That demonic light instantly shattered the void. After feeling the attack of that demonic light, countless people felt their souls tremble. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that demonic light was. Even Lin Feng felt a suffocating pressure. That demonic light. It made him feel a sense of horror. If Gongzi Yu was hit by that demonic light, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. At that time, it would be unknown how the battle would develop. The corner of the three-eyed heavenly demon's mouth revealed a sinister smile. It was as if it could see the scene of Gongzi Yu being killed by that demonic light. But when the demonic light was about to hit Gongzi Yu disappeared. Gongzi Yu used the shadow shift thaumaturgy. This thaumaturgy was extremely mysterious, allowing him to move his body in the blink of an eye. Gongzi Yu appeared behind the three-eyed heavenly demon. When the demonic light didn't hit Gongzi Yu, the three-eyed heavenly demon felt something was wrong. when it felt Gongzi Yu's presence behind it. The three-eyed heavenly demon quickly turned around. It saw Gongzi Yu coldly looking at it. "Young Master Yu, please spare me," the three-eyed heavenly demon loudly begged. Bam! The next moment, the three-eyed heavenly demon's body was blown apart by Gongzi Yu's punch. Dead, the three-eyed heavenly demon is dead. Gongzi Yu has won. Gongzi Yu is really strong. He's unfathomable. Many people sighed. Gongzi Yu's battle prowess shocked many people. Seeing that another cultivator had died, Zhongxian was shocked. Many cultivators became excited. Because when someone on the prodigy list dies, there will be new people to replace them. This gave those cultivators who failed a glimpse of hope. Of course, even if there are new people to replace them, they will probably be from the 25 people who were eliminated during the promotion to the top 100. After Gongzi Yu killed the three-eyed heavenly demon, the battle continued. Not long after, Fatso went on stage. To everyone's surprise, Fatso's opponent was the seductive woman next to the heavenly demon king's son. That woman was an outstanding beauty, a stunner in the human world. Last time, it was this woman who saved the heavenly demon king's son, causing Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu to fail. However, Lin Feng still couldn't tell which clan this woman came from. Being so seductive, Lin Feng originally thought that she was a fox spirit, but it didn't seem like it. TSK, what fate. Little girl, follow Lord Fatty. I will definitely not cheat my teammates. Don't follow the heavenly demon king's son, follow Lord Fatty from now on. Fatso was the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. Of course, he couldn't help but curse. Now that he saw the seductive woman next to the heavenly demon king's son, Fatso immediately began to use his glib tongue. Today, I will turn you into a real Fatso. The seductive woman's expression was cold as she swept towards Fatso as fast as lightning. She instantly arrived in front of Fatso and struck out with her palm. Chapter 2398. Back then, the demoness was able to avoid Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu's pursuit. One could see how powerful she was. Now, the palm strike aimed at Fatso was extremely powerful. If the palm landed on Fatso's head would definitely be smashed to pieces by the demoness slap. Of course, Fatso's methods were also extremely extraordinary. When the demonic woman's palm came, runes circled around Fatty's body. Those runes were extremely powerful. The demoness attack was blocked by the runes. Fatso turned around and grabbed at the demoness. The demoness expression darkened. She did not fight Fatso in close range. Instead, she quickly retreated to avoid Fatso's attack. TSK. You think you can defeat me with that little bit of strength? You're delusional. You have a good body and a good face. You're really beautiful. But you're too hot-tempered. I don't like you. Why don't I introduce you to my big brother, Lin Feng, so you can warm his bed? Fatso grinned. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Fatso could even drag him into this. Damn Fatty, I'll turn all your fat into roast pork. Yi Futian sneered. The demoness gaze turned colder and colder when she heard Fatso's words. Her voice was icy. Her hands began to form a series of hand seals. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Fatso was furious. Although he was fat, he did not want others to call him fat. Generally speaking, people who were fat hated it when others called them fat. Fatso was no exception. That was why Fatso liked to say that he was strong. Now, the demoness kept calling him a fat pig. It would be strange if Fatso was not angry. Fatso roared and pounced at the demoness. Pink space. At this moment, the demoness attack was completed. She could not help but shout coldly as her hands formed seals. Then, a pink space was formed. In that pink space, beautiful women were circling around. There were all kinds of beauties that could dazzle one's eyes. It was truly a dazzling sight. And those beauties were calling out to Fatso. F***CK, Fatso is done for. The donkey began to bray loudly. Who was Fatso? In Fatso's words, I don't have any big dreams in my life. I just want to bring a few beautiful women home to be my wives. It's just that he still hasn't been able to bring any beautiful female cultivator home to be his wife. Previously, he had even asked Lin Feng to introduce Xia Shiyun's cousin to him. But the key point was that the girl was not interested in Fatso, so Fatso could only give up. Now, Fatso was surrounded by pink space. So much beauty surrounded Fatso. This beauty called him Fat Brother, that beauty called him Little Brother, and that beauty called him Lover Brother. Perhaps Fatso's bones were about to go soft. In fact, not to mention Fatso, if any other cultivator was involved in such a pink space and saw so many beauties, their bones would probably go soft. Life is lonely, we are willing to live together with Fat Brother. If you don't let me down, I will serve Little Brother for the rest of my life. I am willing to be with Lover Brother for the rest of my life. One beauty after another walked towards Fatso, their voices filled with charm. Fatso's eyes widened. This damn Fatso really fell for it. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Fatso falling for it was a very troublesome thing. If he didn't wake up, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even be killed by the demoness. Just as the beauties were about to surround Fatso, Fatso suddenly sneezed. After this sneeze, the peerless beauties in the pink space disappeared without a trace. Damn, a group of fairies disappeared with a sneeze. Where are those fairies? Don't tell me that Fatty really sneezed it all away. That's an illusion. It doesn't exist at all. It's an illusion. Fatso just sneezed and destroyed some kind of balance in the pink space. The illusion failed because of that, and those women disappeared. Did Fatso profit from this disaster? The densely packed cultivators below whispered to each other. They all felt that Fatso was extremely lucky this time. This sneeze was too timely. If it had been a little later, who knew what terrible things would happen? This damn Fatso must have done it on purpose. We were all fooled by him just now. This guy wasn't bewitched by those beauties at all. I know Fatso too well. Even we were fooled by him. Now, I've seen through his trick. His playing with that demoness. Am I very smart? I saw through Fatso's trick at a glance. Little Donkey said proudly. Many people around him rolled their eyes. Damn it. Can he be any more shameless? We can also see that Fatso is most likely playing with that demoness. Do you think you're the only one who can see through it? Of course, the surrounding cultivators wouldn't touch Little Donkey's bad luck. Lin Feng played along and said, Brother Donkey is still the best. Your discerning eyes are like torches. Little Donkey had a smug look on his face, but he still pretended to be very polite and said, Aya, I'm not as good as Brother Feng said. Ha 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 ha, you're the funniest. Many people cursed in their hearts when they saw Little Donkey laughing loudly. In the arena, Fatso tore through the pink space and rushed out. However, Fatso had just rushed out. The demoness' new attack had already been prepared. This time, the demoness condensed an aurora. That aurora was called the killing light of the North Pole. This divine ability was abnormally terrifying. The killing light of the North Pole instantly tore through the void and slashed towards Fatso, wanting to cut Fatso in half. Feeling the power of this attack, Fatso turned pale with fright. He quickly dodged. Although Fatso was fat, his movements were agile and his speed was extremely fast. Therefore, he successfully dodged the killing light of the North Pole. However, the killing light of the North Pole was very strange. Ordinary attacks would automatically dissipate after failing to hit the target. However, the killing light of the North Pole did not dissipate. Instead, it followed like a shadow and quickly chased after Fatso. I'll dodge. I'll dodge. I'll dodge. Fatso twisted his fat body. He was so agile that he looked like a skinny person who weighed 50 kilograms. He dodged back and forth in midair. His fat waist twisted here and there, and his butt swayed here and there. No matter how the killing light of the North Pole attacked Fatso, it could not touch him. Fatty's agility made many people sigh at their inferiority. Your attack is not good. Fatso pursed his lips and said. Is that so? The demoness' lips curled into a cold smile. Her hands were constantly forming seals. The dense killing light of the North Pole condensed and formed. Perhaps tens of thousands of killing lights of the North Pole appeared, enveloping the entire arena and blasting towards Fatso. F***CK. Seeing the dense killing light of the North Pole, Fatso's face turned green. Chapter 2399. Big Sister, Beauty, Fairy. Let's talk this out. Please retract your divine ability, Fatso wailed. After hearing Fatso's words, the cultivators watching the battle below all raised their middle fingers at Fatso. Big brother. This was a proper prodigy ranking competition. Naturally, the victor had to be decided. Why should he retract his divine ability? This guy is really someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He was very arrogant before, but now that he's met a powerful opponent, he's suddenly become a coward. I've long disliked this damned Fatso. Now that I see this damned Fatso in trouble, I'm so happy. Ha 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 ha, the cultivators below discussed animatedly. The demoness did not stop just because Fatso begged for mercy. The killing light of the North Pole that she condensed continued to bombard Fatso. I admit defeat. I surrender. You've won. Are you happy now? Fatso cried out without any backbone. Don't tell me that I know this damned Fatso. Little Donkey turned his head away, looking as if he could not bear to look at Fatso. Lin Feng said, Fatso is shameless. It's indeed his style to do something like this. Gongzi Yu said, but it's obvious that the demoness has no intention of letting Fatso go. It's useless even if he begs for mercy, Little Donkey said, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. This damned Fatso is too spineless. It's best if he's cut into 8 pieces by that demoness. Is there anyone who curses their own companions like this? Some of the surrounding cultivators muttered. Little Donkey cried out, can't I be happy? Are you guys not convinced? Do you believe that I, Lord Heavenly Donkey, will accept you as my human pets? Little Donkey did not change his arrogant style. Naturally, those people didn't dare to say anything. The little donkey might do something out of line. In the arena, the dense killing light of the North Pole was about to hit Fatso. Fatso said angrily, B****, I've already admitted defeat and you're still not letting it go. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Looks like if Lord Fatty doesn't use his trump card today, you'll really think that Lord Fatty is easy to bully. Could it be that the Fatty is going to use that move? Little Donkey couldn't help but shout. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed like Little Donkey knew what move Fatso was going to use. Let's see Little Donkey's reaction. The move Fatso was about to use was probably extremely powerful. Fatso was so mysterious. Who knew how many secrets he was hiding? Although he looked like he was not in tune. In fact, this guy's methods were very powerful, and he had some hidden big moves. Naturally, this was a very normal thing. Super Janemba. All of a sudden, the Fatty roared. Following that, his hands began to form various complicated seals. Then everyone saw it. With Fatso as the center, shocking ripples condensed, and those ripples swept through the void. Those ripples. They were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. God of evil thoughts. God of evil thoughts. A low roar came out from the ripples. The god art had a spirit. This was definitely an extremely terrifying god art. And the most shocking thing was that the power of the ripples emanating from Fatso's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the fluctuations were also getting stronger and stronger. Clang, 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 those ripples directly shattered the killing light of the North Pole condensed by the siren. After that, the ripples surged toward the demonic woman. What kind of god art is this? Many people were shocked as they looked at the ripples on the stage. Those ripples emitted an evil aura, an evil power. But the power was so strong that it shocked and moved many people. It was definitely a god art that could be called heaven-defying. It was so powerful that it shocked people. Celestial Demon Overlord Fist. The siren shouted coldly and used a powerful fist technique to fight against Fatso's Super Janemba. Behind the siren, a celestial demon phantom appeared. This celestial demon was famous and called the Overlord. The celestial demon Overlord was an expert of the celestial demon clan even earlier than the celestial demon emperor. He was once revered in an era and was almost invincible. The celestial demon Overlord Fist was a supreme god art created by the celestial demon Overlord. This god art could kill gods and immortals, slaughter demons, and devour gods. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. However, when the siren's tyrannical attack collided with Fatso's Super Janemba, she was still not the opponent of Super Janemba. Fatso's Super Janemba condensed the evil god's will. In each Janemba, a god of evil thoughts was born. Among the densely packed Janemba, it was unknown how many gods of evil thoughts were born. When the power of the evil god was linked together, it was simply unstoppable. If God or Buddha stood in their way, they would kill God or Buddha. Bang! Super Janemba defeated the celestial demon overlord Fist. Then, the ripples condensed by Super Janemba swept across the siren's body. The siren's face was as pale as paper. Her body flew backward. Her magic power was in chaos, and she probably didn't have much combat power left. Waha! Little Fenglin, I'll give you a great beauty and let her be your maid. Fatso shouted and pounced towards the siren. This damn Fatso. Chu Yashuan glared fiercely at Fatso. The fact that Fatso wanted to give the siren to Lin Feng made her very angry. Does this guy really dare to do such a thing? Many people muttered in their hearts. The face of the celestial demon emperor's son became extremely gloomy. However, he couldn't interfere in the battle on the arena. If the siren was really captured by Fatso and given to Lin Feng to be his maid, the son of the celestial demon emperor would lose all his face. To him, this was something that he absolutely could not accept. Just as Fatso was about to grab the siren waved her right hand gently. Swish! Clouds of pink poisonous gas gushed out and swept towards Fatso. This siren's methods were very terrifying. Not only was she powerful, but she also had magic power. She also had powerful magic power. It was just that he didn't know if this poison was refined by her or a racial talent. Lin Feng felt that the poison released by the siren was very likely a racial talent. Fatso didn't dare to touch the poison. He quickly retreated to avoid the poison released by the siren. The siren stomped her feet and quickly rushed down the arena. Fatso won this battle. Fatso also flew down the arena. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't be sad. Although you don't have a maid, if you want to find someone to warm your bed, it's still easier to find one. There's one right in front of you. Believe it or not, I'll sew your mouth shut." Lin Feng naturally knew who the fat guy was talking about. He glanced at the fat guy angrily and couldn't help but glare at him. Lin Feng didn't care, but Chu Yashuan was a woman. What would she think after hearing this? Chu Yashuan's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. Apart from being shy, Chu Yashuan realized that she was secretly looking forward to it. It was as if she was looking forward to Lin Feng doing something outrageous to her. Chapter 2400. After Fatso's battle ended, the battle continued. Pairs of contestants stepped onto the stage, and after a fierce battle, victory and defeat were decided. The top 50 were decided. After 6 hours of rest, we will proceed to the elimination round. Master of the East said. Everyone took the time to rest. And within these 6 hours, the 25 cultivators who had been eliminated fought and were ranked. According to the final ranking, if anyone in the top 100 died, these people would replace them. After a fierce battle, the 25 cultivators also won. Only 2 people had died so far. Therefore, among these 25 people, the top 2 cultivators were lucky enough to enter the prodigy role. They were ranked 99th and 100th respectively. If more people were to die in the following days, the people below would automatically replace them. It could be said that whether one could enter the prodigy list depended entirely on one's strength. If one was strong enough, they could naturally enter the prodigy list. If one was not strong enough, it would be extremely difficult to enter the prodigy list. 6 hours passed quickly. Next was the lot drawing ceremony for the top 25. The cultivators who could enter the top 50 were definitely famous prodigies in the 9 states. Other than Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey, another disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect entered the top 50. Bai Shusheng, one of the most mysterious disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had walked out of a stone found under the reincarnation immortal sect. He had mastered the Tao of killing and was very powerful. Back then, Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng had competed for the black gold immortal spiritual iron at the overseas auction house. At that time, Bai Shusheng had not competed with Lin Feng. Therefore, he hated Lin Feng and even wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, he did not succeed. Bai Shusheng was only 11 years old back then. Now, more than 10 years had passed. Bai Shusheng had changed from an 11-year-old boy to a handsome young man. He held a sword in one hand, and his silver hair draped over his shoulders. He was very handsome, but his face was cold, and it was not easy for people to approach him. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Bai Shusheng looked over at Lin Feng with a cold smile. This Bai Shusheng is quite a powerful person. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The creatures that came out of these stones all had powerful skills, and Bai Shusheng was no exception. He had to be wary of Bai Shusheng. This person was not a kind person. Everyone went up the stage and began to draw lots. Lin Feng drew a new lot, which was the same as the previous lot. There was only one rune on the newly drawn lot and no name. Therefore, he would only know who his opponent was during the battle. Let me tell you, admit defeat when you meet me, Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll kick you to death with my hoof. After drawing his lot, Little Donkey walked around the group of experts and spoke arrogantly. This stupid donkey is too arrogant. He actually dares to provoke so many experts at once. Many people couldn't help but wipe their cold sweat. There's a saying that goes, if you don't catch him, you won't die. That donkey is walking further and further down the path of catching him. I can't wait to see him get beaten up by those top experts. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant then. A cultivator immediately spoke up. After drawing lots, Lin Feng and the others walked down the stage. Now, there was only one void arena left for the 25th round. The battles would take place one after another. It wasn't like before, where the cultivators on the 10 stages fought at the same time. Swish, swish. 2 beams of light shot down from the stage and wrapped around 2 cultivators. The 2 cultivators were Wu Yuanqing from the Taishang Immortal Sect and Yuanyu from the Immortal Sect. Wu Yuanqing had cultivated for 435 years, but his cultivation base was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that he had mastered a heaven-defying divine ability. After using that divine ability, he was almost invincible. Although Yuanyu kept a low profile, he was still very famous. He was different from Yuanji as a possessor of the undying bloodline. Yuanji was arrogant. Yuanyu, on the other hand, was patient. The more patient a person was, the more terrifying they were. Yuanyu was one such example. I didn't expect that the first battle would be between these two. I've always felt that they had the strength to make it into the top 10. There are no weaklings among those who can make it into the top 50. I wonder who will win in the end. The cultivators below began to discuss. The battle between Yuanyu and Wu Yuanqing would definitely ignite everyone's emotions. Boom, terrifying shockwaves swept out, shaking the void. Waves of powerful energy swept out in all directions. Yuanyu and Wu Yuanqing did not say much. The two of them began to fight. All kinds of divine abilities were used, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Lin Feng had been observing Yuanyu the entire time. Yuanyu could be said to be Lin Feng's greatest enemy. Lin Feng also felt that Yuanyu should be much more terrifying than Yuanji. Lin Feng watched the battle between Yuanyu and Wu Yuanqing for a while and realized that both of them were holding back and did not use their ultimate moves. Little Donkey immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. "Can you fight faster? You're too slow. Can you two do it or not? If you can't, Lord Heavenly Donkey will go up and beat you both to the ground." Everyone was used to Little Donkey's arrogance. Now that he had threatened to beat up Yuanyu and Wu Yuanqing, the two could not help but raise their eyebrows. He wondered if the two of them held a grudge against the Little Donkey. However, Little Donkey did not care about that at all. After the initial probing, Yuanyu and Wu Yuanqing began to fight one after another. The Taishang Immortal Sect had the most powerful immortal art inheritance. It had been the #1 force in the 9-states world for so long. It was obvious how terrifying the sect's inheritance was. Yuan Yu was the successor of the Undying clan. Not only was his bloodline powerful, but he also cultivated many heaven-defying techniques. The most important thing was the Undying bloodline. He could constantly recover from his injuries. This was something that Wu Yuanqing could not do. The battle went on for more than 1,000 rounds. The fight was extremely intense. The void collapsed, and the sky changed color. In the end, the victor was decided. Wu Yuanqing lost to Yuan Yu. Wu Yuanqing's expression was gloomy. He did not say anything and flew down from the stage. Chapter 24:01. After Wu Yuanqing's battle ended, the cultivators for the next round were teleported to the arena. One of them was the little girl who had been doing very well in the past. Her delicate appearance was simply too beautiful, but her cultivation was so strong that it was a little abnormal. The other person was an expert from the fallen angel race. The fallen angel cultivators were different from the other angel cultivators. The angel race represented light. The fallen angel race represented darkness. Therefore, the relationship between the two races had always been tense. Conflicts and battles often broke out. The fallen angel race cultivator was very strong, but the little girl could no longer be described as strong. She gently sent out 3 palm strikes and sent the fallen angel race cultivator flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Fatso, Little Donkey, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Yuan Yu, the Great Demon God, and the other cultivators who participated in the rank advancement competition frowned. The little girl's strength was a little beyond imagination. Sorry, little Tian Tian gets excited whenever she fights. Mother told me to hide my strength, but little Tian Tian forgot. The little girl's pitiful appearance made people want to take pity on her. And her mother. Damn, how powerful is this little girl's mother? Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. This little girl was too terrifying. If they were to fight against her, it would make them despair. As for what level the little girl's mother was at, it was unknown. The other cultivators went up the arena one after another. Gongzi Yu, the woman in white, Li Gan who was possessed by the demon blood, the great demon god, Little Donkey, the daughter of the demon emperor, the son of the sky demon emperor, Fatso, the Qing emperor, and the others went up the arena one after another. Moreover, they defeated their opponents every day. Lin Feng also jumped onto the battle stage. His opponent was a mermaid from the purple-scaled clan. After seeing Lin Feng, the purple-scale merman's expression turned cold. Lin Feng had a grudge against the merman race. The mermaids of the purple-scale clan were the royal family of the mermaids and mermen. Of course, they knew everything about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I thought that your merfolk race had been completely exterminated by his honor. I didn't think that there would still be people alive." Hearing the name, the merman's eyes flashed with endless killing intent. The merman race was close to being exterminated. Now, there were less than 100 of them left. It was caused by his honor personally. The merman from the Purple Scale clan set up a soundproof barrier and asked, "Was His Highness killed by your master?" Lin Feng was the only one who knew that Lord Tortoise had insta-killed his honor. Except for Lin Feng. Perhaps some demons in the sea had seen it. The Purple Scale race was the king of the sea. Being able to obtain this information, Lin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng nodded indifferently and said, "Since you know, why bother asking? We had grudges in the past, but let's forget about them now," the merman from the Purple Scale clan said. Then, he removed the restrictions and flew down. This guy actually surrendered without a fight. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. He won just like that. Wasn't it a little too easy? Lin Feng only cared about the results, not the process. Thus, he didn't feel that there was anything unfair about not fighting with the merman. It was better not to fight. This way, he could maintain his condition even better. After a big battle, he would be half dead tired. If he met an expert later on, he might not be able to use his full strength. The merman from the Purple Scale clan had surrendered, and Lin Feng had advanced. This made Lin Feng very happy. However, Many people were extremely unhappy. The cultivators below were originally full of anticipation for the big battle to begin. They didn't expect that the merman from the Purple Scale clan would surrender without a fight. Many people began to shout. These two cheated. They just set up a soundproof barrier. They must be talking about some shady deal. We can't accept this. We must kick these two guys out of the genius role. That's right. The dignity of the genius role cannot be blasphemed. We must kick these two guys out of the genius role to establish the supreme dignity of the genius role. After hearing the clamor below, Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and say, "It's none of your business." The cultivators below became even more clamorous. At this moment, Dongfang Zhentian said, "Everyone. The genius role only cares about the results, not the process." A bunch of bastards. Lin Feng pointed his middle finger at the cultivators who were yelling at him. This action was too provocative. Many people cursed angrily. If it weren't for the fact that private fights were not allowed here, many people would have probably pounced on Lin Feng to beat him up. However, Lin Feng didn't care what those people thought at all. He flew down from the arena and continued to recuperate. In the end, 25 out of 50 people were selected. The remaining 25 people. They were Lin Feng, Little Donkey, Gongzi Yu, Fatso, Bai Shosheng, the Little Girl, the Great Demon God, the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, Norung Dao Sect, a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Guizifei, a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Li Qian, a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Yu Wenyu, the Woman in White, the Qing Emperor, Zhong Daoling, a disciple of the Heaven Dao Immortal Sect, Zhu Xianjun, a disciple of the Sunset Immortal Sect, Tsang Jiantian, a disciple of the Sword Saint Immortal Sect, Xue Fatian, a disciple of the 10,000 Arts Immortal Sect, Chu Donga, a disciple of the Longevity Immortal Sect, Li Bishan, a disciple of the Red Dust Immortal Sect, the Witch, Mu Shenqiong, a disciple of the Mu clan of the Tianhuang Divine Realm, Shu Zun, an overseas itinerant cultivator, Murong Feiyan, the Grand Princess of the Murong Celestial Kingdom, and the mysterious veiled woman, the mysterious woman who had previously entered the top 1,000 and ranked first. These 25 people were definitely experts among experts. Therefore, the next duel would be even more intense. There will be a bye for the 13th round. Next, everyone will draw lots. The person who draws the bye will stop fighting, Master Dongfang said in a deep voice. Everyone came to the arena and lined up. Then, they took out the lot they chose from a drawing box placed in front of Master Dongfang. Only one of them was a bye. The rest were matchups. The vacant lot was taken by the mysterious veiled woman. The rest were matchups. Because everyone didn't know who their opponent was. Therefore, the cultivators who were about to fight were also guessing their possible opponents. The cultivators below were also guessing the possible duel. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. After the drawing of lots, everyone went to rest for half an hour. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 beams of light swept out. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor and Zhong Daoling of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Sect were teleported to the arena. Boom, a battle broke out. The two of them didn't say much and started a fierce competition. This was the top 13 main characters. As long as they could successfully advance and then go one step further, they could enter the top 10. And the rewards and providence obtained by the top 10 were far from what the rest of the rankings could compare to. Chapter 2402. Zhong Daoling's cultivation was abnormally strong. Although the Sky Demon Emperor's son was terrifying enough, it would not be easy for him to defeat Zhong Daoling in a short period of time. As one of the 10 great immortal sects, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Sect was an ancient sect with extremely powerful immortal techniques. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Sect had even more immortal techniques than the other great immortal sects. The sect was known for its many immortal techniques. Zhong Daoling was a possessor of a special physique called the Dao Fusion Physique. This physique was extremely rare. It was one with the Dao and allowed one to cultivate any Dao technique with twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, it was very easy for one to enter a deep state of Dao comprehension. Therefore, those with the Dao Fusion Physique often had heaven-defying comprehension. Therefore, All of Zhong Daoling's divine abilities had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. That was too heaven-defying. One had to know that many of Lin Feng's divine abilities had only been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Some of the more profound divine abilities had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. As for the great perfection realm, there were only 4 or 5 divine abilities. There were also some divine abilities that were more difficult to cultivate. Currently, they were only at the minor perfection realm. There was still a long way to go before reaching the great perfection realm. However, Zhong Daoling had cultivated all of his divine abilities to the great perfection realm. One could only imagine how monstrous he was. Therefore, even for the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, this was an extremely difficult battle. In fact, from the start of the battle until now, those who could fight their way into the top 25. The difference in cultivation between these cultivators. Apart from a few exceptionally monstrous figures. The remaining people. Even if there was a gap in cultivation. However, the gap was not so big that one could defeat the other party in a few moves. The gap was extremely small. Because the gap was not very big. Therefore, it was hard to say who would be the final victor. There were many factors that could affect the final outcome of the battle. For example, one's state and performance during the battle would affect the final outcome of the battle. After a bitter battle, both sides went through a bitter battle. The Sky Demon Emperor's son defeated Zhong Daoling by a very small margin. What a pity. Zhong Daoling lost because of his bloodline, yes. Although he has the Dao fusion physique, he has not undergone a deep bloodline baptism. The Dao fusion body has never formed a huge clan. It has only appeared occasionally in history. Thus, no one knows how the Dao fusion body can undergo a deeper bloodline awakening. The spectating cultivators couldn't help but discuss among themselves. At this moment, the second group of cultivators began. The second battle was between the great demonic god and Mu Shenqiong. Seeing that his cheap brother-in-law had appeared, Lin Feng couldn't help but look towards the arena. Mu Shenqiong being able to fight his way into the top 25 had truly shocked too many people. He was the biggest dark horse in this prodigy ranking competition. Previously, no one had thought that Mu Shenqiong would be able to go so far. Mu Shenqiong was truly amazing when he did not make a sound. Great demonic god and Mu Shenqiong were fighting. Lin Feng had observed Mu Shenqiong's battle before, but he didn't find anything special. At that time, according to Lin Feng's guess, Mu Shenqiong being able to rank in the 200th or 300th place was already extremely good. But now that he saw Mu Shenqiong's attack, Lin Feng saw something different. Mu Shenqiong was extremely proficient in combining divine abilities. He should have the ability to do 2 things at once. Then, he could use 2 divine abilities at the same time, combining different divine abilities to unleash them. That was why his battle prowess was greatly increased. No wonder he could fight his way into the top 25. Previously, he had only been using 1 divine ability. Now, he's able to do 2 things at once. Moreover, he's using all sorts of divine abilities at once. This is the main reason why he's the biggest dark horse. However, Mu Shenqiong was still lacking when it came to challenging the great demonic god. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the great demonic god was. Even if he fought the great demonic god one-on-one, he wouldn't dare say that he could definitely defeat the great demonic god, let alone Mu Shenqiong. After more than 300 rounds, the battle ended. Mu Shenqiong was defeated. The third battle was between the little girl and the longevity immortal sect's Chu Donga. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the battle, Chu Donga's hand suddenly flashed. A tray appeared in his hand. On the tray were various fruits, candies, and snacks. Chu Donga said with a smile, "Little girl, are you hungry? I have good food here. Let's stop fighting. Take these things and find a place to eat slowly." Damn. Shameless. He's too shameless. Many people started cursing. Chu Donga clearly knew that the little girl was too strong. That was why he took out so much food to trick her. Are they all for little Tian Tian? Little Tian Tian's eyes lit up. Seeing her expression, many people couldn't help but slap their heads. Chu Donga's trick was shameless. However, little Tian Tian was too young. From the looks of it, she was going to be tricked. Of course, they're for you. Little girl, come and eat, Chudonga said with a smile. He really looked like a big bad wolf trying to trick a little white rabbit. Little Tian Tian skipped over, picked up a candy, peeled it open, and started munching on it. Is it good? Chudonga asked with a smile. It's good. It's good. Thank you, big brother. Little Tian Tian smiled happily. If it's good, take it to a place below the arena and eat slowly. Chudonga handed the tray to Little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian hurriedly nodded and took the tray with one hand. Chudonga's face was full of smiles. He had finally gotten rid of this little ancestor. He was really smart. This guy was still so proud of himself. However, at the next moment, Little Tian Tian punched Chudonga in the face. Chudonga fell to the ground and fainted. The last thought he had before he fainted was, why did this happen? Little Tian Tian smiled sweetly and said, Mother said that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. When you meet such a person, you have to take the gift and knock him out. Ha 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 ha, that guy deserves it. That's right. He brought it on himself. That little girl isn't stupid. She won't be tricked so easily. Countless people were convulsing with laughter. Chudonga had really shot himself in the foot. Chudonga soon woke up and flew down the arena in a depressed manner. As for Little Tian Tian, she hugged a pile of snacks and found a place to eat as if no one was around. Swoosh! 2 beams of light shone down. Lin Feng was teleported to the arena. Lin Feng's opponent was also teleported to the arena. After seeing his opponent, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng didn't expect that his opponent would be this person. Chapter 2403. The Witch. Rumor had it that she was the daughter of a great emperor. Back then, the witch had occupied a genius peak and successfully defended it. The witch looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. Although she wasn't very old, her cultivation was exceptionally heaven-defying. After getting on the stage, the witch looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Her expression was very arrogant. It was a kind of pride that came from her bones. I know your cultivation is extraordinary, but you are destined to lose against me. The witch walked step by step towards Lin Feng. She was still growing, so she wasn't very tall. She was only about 1.6 meters tall. She looked like a little sister next door, but the coldness and arrogance on her face made people unable to get close to her. It's actually a battle between these 2 people. These 2 people are very likely to enter the top 10 of the genius ranking. Many people cried out in alarm. The battle between the heavenly demon emperor's son and Zhong Daoling was intense enough. The battle between Lin Feng and the evil witch was just as explosive as the battle between Lin Feng and the evil witch. A little girl dares to boast so shamelessly here. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the witch. Although I'm young, I'm enough to suppress you. The witch walked over and pressed her palm towards Lin Feng. 9 heavens suppressing gods. This was an extremely powerful divine ability. The 9 heavens were condensed and floated above Lin Feng. Then, it pressed down on Lin Feng. Waves of destructive energy swept across the heavens. The 9 heavens were like 9 real worlds pressing down. The power was so strong that it shocked many people. As expected of the Devil Emperor's daughter. Her attacks are really extraordinary, many people exclaimed. The Devil Emperor's daughter had a powerful bloodline. Although she was a little young, her cultivation was still heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the Devil Emperor's daughter was so arrogant and had such a powerful cultivation. It was normal for her to be arrogant. Break. Lin Feng sneered, stepped forward, and punched 9 times in a row. Bang, 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 fist after fist smashed onto the 9 heavens. However, he wasn't able to shatter the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens universe was very terrifying, sending Lin Feng flying. Too strong. The spectating cultivators were all shocked. In the past, Lin Feng had fought many times and displayed an extremely formidable strength. At that very moment, however, he was being suppressed by the witch. Thus, everyone was shocked. The witch's strength had absolutely already reached an unfathomable level. I haven't activated the power in my bloodline, and you're already unable to withstand it. If I activate the power in my bloodline, I should be able to defeat you with just a flick of my finger, said the evil witch while walking towards Lin Feng. She looked down on Lin Feng. A person like you is not qualified to be my opponent. Getting rid of you is too easy for me. The devilish female's voice was ice cold. She continued to control the 9 heavenly layers to suppress Lin Feng. Whose child is this? How dare you not know the rules and respect? It seems that I need to educate you on behalf of your family. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward, activating the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The dragonesque elephant arm was immediately activated. Lin Feng felt that the power in his arm could destroy a planet with one punch. This feeling was so good that he had the urge to roar at the sky. Bang, 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 3 consecutive punches were thrown, and the 9 heavens universe shattered. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you're going to teach me a lesson? Do you know that someone with your status was only fit to be my slave in the past? The witch was very arrogant. This was an innate arrogance. Before she was sealed all those years ago, she was a lofty existence. Her father was the overlord of the world. Others would naturally bow and scrape in front of her. After countless years, she was reborn. She was still as arrogant as before. The grass on your father's grave has withered countless times, yet you still act so high and mighty. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Lin Feng mocked. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? There's only one outcome for provoking me, and that's death. The witch's eyes flashed with coldness. She quickly rushed over, and a blood-colored sun appeared in her hand. Blood sun god-slaying. The witch's voice was cold. The blood-colored sun flew out and crashed toward Lin Feng. Bang! The blood-colored sun crashed into Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. You're too weak. An ant is an ant. The witch continued to control the blood-colored sun to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he swung the dragonesque elephant arm toward the blood-colored sun. However, the blood-colored sun suddenly emitted an endless amount of blood-colored light. The blood-colored light turned into a blood-colored quagmire. Lin Feng was trapped in the quagmire. It was as if an ordinary person had fallen into a quagmire, unable to control his body. The blood-colored sun pressed down on Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng. How weak. I can kill you in less than 10 moves, the witch sighed emotionally. Lin Feng is going to be killed. Heavens! Isn't the witch too powerful? Everyone, I think this witch's identity is not simple. Her father is probably not as simple as a demon emperor, right? I'm not sure. Previously, it was widely rumored that her father was a demon emperor. Due to her powerful bloodline, many people guessed that she was a descendant of a demon emperor. The cultivators below whispered to each other as they began guessing the witch's identity. She was so young, yet she possessed such a terrifying cultivation base. Could her father be an immortal? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Perhaps, only the descendants of immortals could be so powerful. It's time to end this, you despicable ant. You've infuriated me with your words. I'll sever your 3 souls and 7 spirits, making it so that you can never reincarnate. This is what you get for offending me. Step by step, the witch approached Lin Feng. She raised her hand and attacked Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Seeing this, the faces of many changed drastically. Who would have thought Lin Feng, such a monstrous genius, had surprisingly been killed by a 13 or 14-year-old girl? The witch was too terrifying. She was so strong that it made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. Is he finally going to die? Mu Xianling, who was among the crowd, heaved a sigh of relief. She was at the bottom of the Heaven's Pride list, which made her very depressed. However, seeing Lin Feng being killed made her feel much better. It's too easy for you to die just like that. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son looked over with an indifferent expression. What should we do? Senior brother Lin won't really be killed, right? Chu Yashuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Chapter 2404. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was going to die in the hands of the witch, they saw the bloody quagmire burning fiercely, and the bloody sun that suppressed Lin Feng was also burning. This was the great sacrificial art. Lin Feng used the great sacrificial art to directly sacrifice the witch's attack in the most overbearing way. The great sacrificial art sacrificed the attack and turned it into the purest energy. This energy was all absorbed by Lin Feng. It strengthened Lin Feng's battle strength. When the witch's attack was about to hit Lin Feng's expression changed. Runes appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's body, and those runes condensed into a defensive crystal wall. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The witch's tyrannical attack hit the defensive crystal wall, but it was immediately dissolved by the defensive crystal wall. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the demoness. The witch probably thought of Yuan Zhizhong's ancient time rush move, so she didn't dare to fight Lin Feng head-on, and chose to retreat instead. Although the witch was young, at the age of 13 or 14, she had reached the age where she cared about her appearance. She naturally didn't want to age. For a woman, aging was simply unacceptable and disastrous. However, it wasn't that easy for the witch to retreat. Lin Feng had already locked onto her body. Moreover, Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and he rushed to the witch's side in an instant. With this little strength, you dare to threaten to destroy my 3 souls and 7 spirits. What a joke! Lin Feng looked at the witch indifferently, with a cold expression on his face, and his tyrannical punch was aimed at the witch. Seeing that this punch was unavoidable, the witch's pretty face couldn't help but sink slightly. In order to prevent Lin Feng from using the ancient time rush move, the witch's ancient time rush moved. A large amount of devil light gushed out from the witch's body, enveloping her body. This devil light wasn't simple, and it exuded an ancient aura. This was a demonic light that had evolved from an extremely ancient power. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This didn't seem to be the witch's power. It was most likely a power she had inherited from her father. It could also be the power of an ancestor that was sleeping in her blood. This demonic light was able to block the ancient time rush of millions and millions of years. However, this demonic light was unable to resist Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. When Lin Feng's powerful punch crashed onto the witch's body, she was stunned. The witch was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. That tyrannical punch shook the witch until her face was as white as paper. The magic power in the witch's body was almost scattered by Lin Feng. TSK, TSK. Little Feng Feng is indeed powerful. How can he be defeated so easily? Fatso grinned. Don't you know who Big Brother Feng is? He's the big brother of the heavenly donkey Holy Venerable. My big brother Feng won't be defeated so easily. Little donkey shouted. I couldn't kill him again. Mu Xianling's expression darkened. What a troublesome fellow. However, this is even more interesting. This prince hopes that you can defeat the witch, because this prince really wants to personally behead you. The heavenly demon emperor's son's lips curled into a sinister smile. Everyone's attention was on the battle between Lin Feng and the witch. Countless cultivators had thought that Lin Feng would die at the witch's hands. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be able to launch a desperate counterattack while being suppressed by the witch? It was truly inconceivable. Now, everyone's impression of Lin Feng had changed once again. Take another punch. Lin Feng chased after the demoness and threw another punch at her. Lin Feng was too fast. Normally, when Lin Feng gained the upper hand in a fight, it would be very difficult to reverse the situation. This was because once Lin Feng gained the upper hand, what followed was usually a thunderous attack. Lin Feng's attack power was very strong. His speed was also extremely fast. Therefore, it was very difficult for cultivators who were at a disadvantage to find a chance to counterattack. Just like the witch now. The witch's cultivation was very powerful. She had even undergone a deep awakening before she was sealed in the stone. If she activated the ancestral power in her bloodline, her cultivation would soar greatly. But so what? Lin Feng wouldn't give her this chance at all. Just as the witch said that she was going to use an even more powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng had already rushed over and threw another punch. In order to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack his opponent, Lin Feng wouldn't use his divine ability because it took time to condense his divine ability. Although the time was very short, for experts, A few breaths of time was enough for them to get rid of Lin Feng. Therefore, in order to not give his opponent time to get rid of him, Lin Feng directly used physical attacks. If it were other cultivators who used physical attacks, the witch wouldn't be afraid at all. But Lin Feng's physical attack wasn't. Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm. It was even more terrifying than other people's divine ability attacks. The draconic elephant arm was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Therefore, the witch had no choice but to use her body to block Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm. She crossed her arms in front of her to block Lin Feng's attack. When the two sides collided, the witch felt as if her body was hit by an ancient giant mountain. She felt that all the bones in her body were about to be shattered by that terrifying punch. Her body flew out uncontrollably. This made the witch feel like she was going crazy. The witch had never suffered such a loss. Before this, she looked down on Lin Feng so much. He thought that defeating Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. But after the real fight, she knew. Lin Feng was actually so terrifying. It was completely beyond her expectations. When the witch wanted to use her ultimate move or activate the sleeping power of her ancestors in her bloodline to deal with Lin Feng. At this time, it was already too late. Be suppressed by me. Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of the witch. With a wave of his hand, he directly suppressed the witch. If you dare to suppress me, I will definitely kill you. The witch screamed. She had always been smooth sailing and invincible. But now, she was at a disadvantage because of Lin Feng. Now, she was even suppressed. This was completely unacceptable to the witch. For someone as arrogant as her, this was simply a great humiliation. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think your threat is useful?" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his hand. Formation runes curled around it and directly sealed the witch's magic power, making her unable to resist. Then, Lin Feng hugged the witch and landed on the arena. "Let go of me, I will kill you," the witch screamed. Slap, however, what followed was the crisp sound of a slap. The witch covered her buttocks that had been attacked. She was furious. "I will fight it out with you," she screamed. Then, she reached out to grab Lin Feng. Chapter 2405. Although the witch was strong, with her magic power sealed, she was like a tiger without its fangs. She was no longer a threat. As for grabbing and scratching, they could not cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng simply sat on the stage and pressed the witch on his legs. Pa! 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 Slapping sounds rang out one after another. "Little girl, are you rebelling? Do you still dare to act all high and mighty in front of your young master? Do you still dare to threaten your young master? Do you still want to take your young master's life? Do you still dare to make a fuss in front of your young master?" The slapping sounds were accompanied by one question after another from Lin Feng. The witch kept resisting. Everything she had experienced so far, moreover, she had experienced it in front of so many people. It was worse than killing her. Right now, the witch only wanted to get rid of the demon Lin Feng as soon as possible. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. In the end, even the witch was afraid because Lin Feng had no intention of stopping. "You bastard, you are shameless, you are shameless," the witch cursed loudly. "How am I a bastard? How am I shameless? How am I shameless?" Lin Feng retorted. When the cultivators below saw Lin Feng's innocent look, they immediately looked at him with disdain. He was teaching a woman a lesson so shamelessly. Was he teaching her a lesson? Or was he taking advantage of her? If this wasn't a scoundrel, shameless, then what was a scoundrel, shameless, and shameless? Everyone had a new understanding of how shameless Lin Feng was. The witch was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. However, now that she had fallen into the hands of a demon like Lin Feng, if she did not beg for mercy, her fate would probably be even worse. The witch decided to submit to Lin Feng for the time being. There was a saying that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. She would think of a way to take revenge after she escaped. With that thought, the witch took a deep breath and said, "I was wrong. I will never offend you again. Please be magnanimous and let me go. TSK, TSK. You know you were wrong. Good. Get up. Massage my shoulders and legs first. I will consider letting you go, Lin Feng said. What did you say? What did you say? Do you know who I am? You dare ask me to massage your shoulders and legs? After hearing Lin Feng's request, the witch screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Begging Lin Feng for mercy was already her bottom line, and now he wanted to massage her shoulders and legs. This was something that only a coarse servant girl would do for her master. Could it be that this scoundrel, son of a bitch, was treating her as his maid? When she thought about that, she had the urge to bite Lin Feng to death. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I'm just afraid that someone's ass will continue to suffer. Lin. Pa. Slap after slap came down. Lin Feng did not show mercy. Instead, he increased his strength. The witch was in so much pain that she almost cried. The witch hated Lin Feng to death. But now, she could only endure. A little impatience spoils great plans. So what if I tolerate you for the time being? The witch could not help but think fiercely. She decided to submit for the time being. I promise you. Stop it now. The witch shouted. Lin Feng stopped and looked at the witch with a smile. The witch quickly got up and rubbed the painful place. She looked at Lin Feng with a pair of eyes that seemed to spit fire. Lin Feng acted as if he did not see the witch's murderous gaze. Instead, he took out the white jade cold bed that he had obtained earlier from his mountain river ring. This was a treasure. Lying on it was equivalent to taking the initiative to cultivate. It was very useful for cultivators who cultivated ice attribute cultivation techniques. Lin Feng lay on the white jade cold bed. It was very comfortable. Damn, this guy actually took out a bed. Damn, that's the arena where the genius ranking competition is held. It's not a place for you to sleep. Many people cried out speechlessly. Even Dongfang Zhentian could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. He had met such a weird contestant like Lin Feng. He also felt very helpless. Little Donkey shouted, awesome, as expected of Brother Feng. I still have a lot to learn from Brother Feng on the path of enjoying life and acting cool. Fatso said, TSK, let the daughter of the Demon Emperor massage his shoulders and legs. Little Feng is really awesome. Why aren't you coming up? Lin Feng looked at the witch and said. The witch glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She knelt beside Lin Feng like a little maid and began to massage Lin Feng's shoulders and legs. When the witch saw Lin Feng's expression of enjoyment, she almost pounced on Lin Feng and strangled him to death. However, when she remembered that her magic power was still sealed by Lin Feng, she had no choice but to give up for now. It's so comfortable, so comfortable. Lin Feng was enjoying the massage as he let out a satisfied moan. Damn, hurry up and come down. Don't delay us from watching the exciting battle. That's right, hurry up and come down. The cultivators below the arena started to shout. I won't go down. What can you do to me? Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, I like to see you all gnashing your teeth and not being able to do anything to me. The cultivators below the arena were instantly enraged. They started to scold and provoke Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about these people at all. After enjoying a full body massage, Lin Feng finally let the witch leave. After Lin Feng came down from the arena, the battle continued. The next battle was between Bai Shusheng and the overseas rogue cultivator, Shu Zun. Bai Shusheng mainly cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. However, the Tao of Slaughter was not Bai Shusheng's most terrifying ability. This was because Bai Shusheng was also an existence that had walked out of the stone. He had a powerful bloodline. However, very few people had seen Bai Shusheng activate his bloodline. No one knew what kind of terrifying abilities Bai Shusheng's bloodline possessed. However, in this battle with Shu Zun, Bai Shusheng was pressured by Shu Zun and had no choice but to activate his bloodline. Bai Shusheng's bloodline was the extremely rare bloodline of Slaughter. This bloodline was mainly used for slaughter. Once activated, the bloodline would soar to the sky. It was no wonder Bai Shusheng mainly cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. It complemented his bloodline of slaughter. In the end, Bai Shusheng relied on the terrifying power produced by the combination of his bloodline of slaughter and the Tao of Slaughter to defeat Shu Zun. Swoosh! Swoosh! Light flashed. Little Donkey and Guizifei of the Supreme Immortal Sect were teleported to the arena. It's the donkey's turn. Ha ha ha. That donkey's opponent is Guizifei. This is going to be interesting. Guizifei is definitely one of the most monstrous geniuses among the new generation of disciples in the Supreme Immortal Sect. It's said that his talent is not inferior to Dugu Di Tian's. His talent is that monstrous. Yeah, Guizifei has hidden his strength very well. His cultivation base is extremely terrifying. Little Donkey is going to be in trouble. To think that arrogant donkey would have such a day. It's the will of the heavens. Chapter 2406. Kid, you're no match for me. I don't even want to fight you. Now, raise your butt and let Lord Heavenly Donkey kick you out. If you don't know what's good for you, Lord Heavenly Donkey will beat you half to death and throw you out. As soon as the donkey stepped into the ring, it started to bray loudly. This donkey is still as arrogant as ever, but he seems to be arrogant to the wrong person this time. Guizifei isn't a simple person. This donkey's time to be arrogant will come soon. The cultivators below whispered to each other. They were all waiting for Guizifei to teach Little Donkey a lesson. Showing off would make people jealous. Little Donkey liked to show off so much and was so strong. Of course, he would be hated. Only mediocre people wouldn't be jealous. This saying actually made a lot of sense. Guizifei sneered and said, "Dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground are known as the two best in the world. I've already eaten dragon meat, but I haven't eaten donkey meat. I wonder how it tastes. Now's a chance. I'll kill your donkey and have a taste." Little Donkey was furious. It just so happens that Lord Heavenly Donkey wants to take in a few human pets. I think you're not bad, so I've decided to take you as my human pet. You're asking for it. Guizifei shouted coldly. He jumped up and charged at Little Donkey. Little Donkey turned around and wriggled his butt, releasing a smelly attack at Guizifei. This was one of Little Donkey's favorite moves. In Little Donkey's own words, his fart could kill his opponent even if it didn't stomp him to death. Little Donkey's fart wasn't just a simple fart. It contained a lot of energy, which was equivalent to a compressed ball of energy. Moreover, this donkey's fart was highly poisonous. Therefore, its attack power was very strong. The slightest carelessness could lead to disaster. Faced with Little Donkey's smelly attack, Guizifei didn't attack directly. He chose to dodge. Guizifei's speed was extremely fast. When Little Donkey's smelly attack was about to hit Guizifei, Little Donkey's attack landed on Guizifei. Guizifei's body moved to the left. He immediately dodged Little Donkey's attack. Guizifei was pleased with himself. He sped up and charged towards Little Donkey. However, at that moment, Guizifei felt a slight movement behind him. He turned his head to look and discovered that Little Donkey's smelly attack had actually turned around and flew towards him again. Holy shit, is that even possible? Guizifei couldn't help but roll his eyes gloomily. Fortunately, his perception was strong. Otherwise, he might really have fallen for it. The scented attack quickly flew over. It smashed towards Guizifei. Guizifei once again dodged Little Donkey's smelly attack. However, although it didn't hit Guizifei, the stench had already begun to spread throughout the arena. Guizifei almost vomited when he smelled it. Damn, this donkey is amazing. It can actually control its own fart to fly in the air. I'm really impressed. That's no ordinary donkey's fart. It clearly contains an extremely strong attack power. The cultivators below were also discussing Little Donkey's attack. However, Little Donkey's attack was truly disgusting. After Guizifei dodged more than 10 attacks in a row, he felt that something was wrong. He felt his body begin to weaken. There's poison in the fart. Guizifei's face suddenly sank. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly stopped breathing. Then, he took out a few antidote pills and swallowed them. However, at that moment, Little Donkey's smelly attack had already reached Guizifei's side. This time, Guizifei dodged it. However, Little Donkey controlled the smelly attack to explode right next to Guizifei. Guizifei was hit by the impact and was sent flying. Although Little Donkey's attack was powerful, it wasn't without its flaws. It needed to be brewed. Brewing a smelly attack required a certain amount of time. Therefore, this attack couldn't be used continuously. If it could be used continuously, this attack would be too heaven-defying. If it couldn't kill people with a stomp, it could blow them up. If it couldn't blow them up, it could be suffocated to death. If it couldn't suffocate to death, it could be poisoned to death. Guozifei's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His body was also emitting a foul stench. It was a complete contrast to the image of the handsome young master from before. Seeing Guozifei like this, the cultivators watching the battle below all showed expressions of pity for Guozifei. This was too tragic. His image was completely gone. Even if he defeated Little Donkey in the end. Today, he had lost a lot of face. "I'm going to kill you." Guozifei roared in exasperation and pounced towards Little Donkey. The arena was shrouded in a light brown gas. The smelly attack released by Little Donkey hadn't completely dissipated. Therefore, the arena was still shrouded in poisonous gas. Guozifei's aura was very strong. However, it was obvious that whether it was his reaction speed or his own combat strength, even Guozifan had a relatively large downward trend. Lin Feng noticed this, so he was quite impressed with Little Donkey. Little Donkey's seemingly nonsensical attacks were, in fact, advancing step by step. For example, when he used the smelly attack in the battle with Guozifei, not only did it anger Guozifei, but it also made him irritable. It was difficult to exert one's strength when one was irritable. It was just like how it was difficult to do something well when one was irritable. The most important thing was, the smelly attack contained a strong poison. This poison would cause the cultivation of the poisoned person to drop and slow down. Once the battle started, it would be easier to defeat the other party. Little Donkey pursed his lips and said, "A piece of trash like you wants to defeat me? I reckon you'll have to cultivate until the next era." Fart. Many people burst out laughing. Little Donkey was too good at mocking people. Guozifei actually had to cultivate until the next era to defeat it. This was too disrespectful of Guozifan. "Supreme killing Dao!" Guozifan shouted coldly, and his body suddenly shot out in the void. Next, Guozifei's body actually turned into a Dao diagram. The Dao diagram trembled slightly in the void. Heaven and earth were shaken apart. What a powerful attack! This Supreme Immortal Slaying Dao is an immortal technique recorded in the Supreme Immortal Sutra, right? What? This is an immortal technique. Heavens, this is amazing. That arrogant donkey won't be split in half, right? Someone recognized the prowess of the Supreme Immortal Slaying Dao's divine ability. Instantly, many of the cultivators below exclaimed in unison. Chapter 2407. There were many types of immortal arts, but the immortal arts passed down by the Taishang immortal sect were definitely the most terrifying type. Why was that so? It had to be traced back to the origin of the Taishang immortal sect. Countless experts had been born in this era, such as the carnate life forms in the beginning and the immortals later on. No one knew how many experts had appeared in the long years. However, there was one expert who had stunned all of history. This expert's name was Taishang. Taishang meant transcendence. And this powerhouse represented the meaning of transcendence. He had transcended the restraints of the great Tao, heaven and earth, and the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was Taishang. No one knew how powerful Taishang was back then. Because anyone who fought Taishang was already dead, regardless of whether they were postnatal life forms such as immortals, gods, demons, devils, ghosts, or earthen life forms such as the Stone Clan. No one was Taishang's match. Taishang's lifespan was extremely long. Rumor had it that Taishang had lived for many great eras. Some also said that Taishang had already comprehended the secret of immortality. He was an immortal existence. It should be known that even those who were lucky enough to survive the collapse of an epoch and obtain great fortune to live to the next epoch were not immortal. However, the Grand Supreme was immortal. It was simply too inconceivable. Of course. These were just rumors after all. There was no way to verify whether they were true. However, there was one thing that was certain. Taishang had seen the door of everlasting life and cultivated under it for a long time. That was why Taishang was so powerful. The Taishang immortal sect was not actually founded by Taishang. It was founded by a cultivator who had obtained Taishang's legacy. As for whether the cultivator who founded the Taishang immortal sect was related to Taishang, no one knew. Taishang had transcended everything. His strength was enough to disdain any existence. The Taishang immortal slaying Tao was Taishang's inheritance. From this, one could see how powerful this divine ability was. Immortal arts were very rare. Immortal arts passed down by Taishang were even rarer. This was also why so many people thought that little donkey would die under the Taishang immortal slaying Tao. The power of this divine ability was indeed unbelievably strong. In the face of this attack, little donkey immediately cried out, "You bastard, you actually have such a powerful attack. It seems that if I don't use some of my secret techniques, people will underestimate my strength. I'll kill old immortal with random punches." Little donkey roared and stood up on its hind legs. His two front legs kicked out at the oncoming Tao diagram. Killing an old immortal with random punches? What kind of supernatural power is this? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it either. Have you heard of it? No, this is the first time I've heard of such a divine ability. Isn't this ability's name a little too weird? Yeah, I also feel that the name of this divine ability is too weird. Is there such a divine ability in this world? Upon hearing little donkey's shout, the cultivators watching the battle below all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Killing an old immortal with random punches? This name didn't sound like the name of a fist technique at all. It sounded more like the name of a divine ability than something like the dog-beating fist technique. This guy must have come up with a name himself. Many people began to slander him. TSK, Brother Donkey's divine ability is very powerful. Fatso smacked his lips when he saw little donkeys killing old immortal with random punches. Fatso was clearly more familiar with Brother Donkey's various divine abilities, so he knew how terrifying Brother Donkey's divine ability was. Bang bang bang, little donkey's divine ability clashed with Guozifei's Tao diagram, causing a series of earth-shaking collisions. Each collision was like the ringing of a great bell. Cracks appeared in the void due to the vibrations. After 36 consecutive collisions, Brother Donkey's killing old immortal with random punches landed. After 36 rounds, Brother Donkey's killing old immortal finally broke Guozifei's supreme immortal slaying Tao. Guozifei's body changed from the Tao diagram to his original form. His entire body was sent flying. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Countless exclamations suddenly rang out. Gazes of disbelief were fixed on what was happening in the arena. Everyone knew how powerful the supreme immortal slaying Tao was. However, such a powerful divine ability couldn't withstand Little Donkey's attack. Little Donkey had become so powerful. Even Lin Feng was very surprised. Lin Feng knew that Little Donkey was powerful, but he never thought that Little Donkey's strength would be so powerful. He could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Ah! Guozifei roared in anger. He was mad with hatred. He was the holy son of the supreme immortal sect, a high and mighty existence. But now, he was injured by a donkey. If news of this spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? Supreme World Annihilation / Guozifei roared in anger. His body emitted waves of destructive energy. The energy waves changed the color of heaven and earth. Supreme World Annihilation / is actually this peerless technique. It's said that it's one of the 13 supreme immortal techniques recorded in the Supreme Immortal Sutra. This immortal technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in the Supreme Immortal sect, only a handful of people have successfully cultivated this technique. I didn't expect Guozifei to have comprehended this supreme technique at such a young age. I wonder if that donkey can withstand Guozifei's attack. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed. Many people's expressions changed when they heard how powerful the Supreme World Annihilation / was. They were shocked. Guozifan, who had used the Supreme World Annihilation / turned into a murderous aura. That murderous aura shook slightly. It could tear the void apart. It was very powerful. It could make one's soul tremble. That murderous aura directly slashed towards Little Donkey, wanting to split Little Donkey in half. Feeling the cold aura emitted by that murderous aura, many people couldn't help but tremble even though they were far away. Hey, you're not simple, you bastard. You actually know such a powerful move. The donkey began to bray loudly. Hearing Little Donkey's words, many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. What kind of situation was this? Little Donkey actually used words like bastard to provoke Guozifei. He was really tired of living. With a thought, the galaxy is forever separated. Little Donkey roared, and a galaxy world appeared in front of him. He wanted to use the galaxy world to block Guozifan's attack. However, Guozifei's attack was too terrifying. It directly pierced through the galaxy world and flew in front of Little Donkey. Thud! A tearing sound was heard. Chapter 2408. It can't be, right? That arrogant donkey is dead, just like that. Many people were completely dumbfounded. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Although Little Donkey's body had been torn apart, Little Donkey's body wasn't bleeding. That didn't make sense. Little Donkey was made of flesh and blood. If he was really killed, how could he not bleed? There was only one explanation for this. Little Donkey wasn't dead. Swoosh. Sure enough, the donkey that had been killed dissipated. It wasn't its real body, but an avatar formed by condensing energy. Now, it was gone. Kakaka. At that moment, the donkey stepped out of the void and let out a strange cry that was very characteristic of the donkey. Crack, crack. Little Donkey raised his hoof and kicked Guozifei's murderous aura. Guozifei's murderous aura was kicked back to its original form by Little Donkey. Guozifei's ultimate world annihilation slash hadn't been able to kill Little Donkey. Instead, Little Donkey had quickly beaten him back to his original form. At that moment, no one understood how Little Donkey had managed to dodge Guozifei's attack. You're too weak. With your little cultivation, you're only fit to carry Brother Donkey's shoes, the donkey said arrogantly, once again turning on its pretentious mode. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Donkey charged in front of Guozifan. A huge donkey's hoof kicked viciously at Guozifei. Crack, crack. A hoof landed on Guozifei's chest. Guozifei's chest caved in. Wah! Guozifei spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground. His face was as white as a sheet. Little Donkey descended from the sky and stepped on Guozifei. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Many people were still in a daze. They hadn't expected this outcome. When Little Donkey had drawn Guozifan, many people thought that Guozifei would win. However, when the battle started, they realized how wrong they were. Little Donkey's battle prowess was simply heaven-defying. Guozifei could only be abused by Little Donkey. Although Guozifei had used the Tai Supreme Immortal Sect's top immortal technique, he hadn't been able to cause any damage to Little Donkey. Everyone couldn't help but guess the donkey's cultivation level. Just what level was it at that it was so terrifying? Do you admit defeat? Little Donkey looked at Guozifei. Now that he was being stepped on by the donkey, Guozifei felt so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. He looked coldly at Little Donkey and didn't answer Little Donkey's question. F***CK, it seems like you're still not convinced. The donkey immediately brayed. A cold glint flashed in its eyes, as if it was plotting something. Seeing Little Donkey's eyes flashing, Yi Shiwen felt a chill run down his spine. Guozifei felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Guozifei also admitted defeat. He quickly said, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. What a coward. Scram! Little Donkey raised his hooves and kicked Guozifei away. This donkey is too ferocious. Even an expert like Guozifei can't compare to it. I don't think there are many people who can defeat this donkey. That little girl, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, the white-robed woman, the great demonic god. Qing Emperor and Bai Shosheng might be able to fight her. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. They didn't include Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, or Fatso. This was because Lin Feng and the other two were in the same group as Little Donkey. If they really met, one side would probably choose to forfeit. Little Donkey was in the 6th group. After Little Donkey left the stage, 2 beams of light teleported 2 cultivators up. The 7th group began. The 2 people in the 7th group were the Nalan Dao sect of the Supreme Immortal sect and the Hidden Sword Heaven of the Sword Sage Immortal sect. The Nalan Dao sect was good at various powerful divine abilities, while the Hidden Sword Heaven had an understanding of the Sword Dao that ordinary people couldn't reach. The battle between the two was also very intense. In the end, the Nalan Dao sect defeated the Hidden Sword Heaven. The 8th group was Fatso's turn. Fatso's opponent was the eldest princess of the Murong Immortal Kingdom, Murong Feiyan. Murong Feiyan was also a peerless beauty. She was ranked in the top 10 beauties in the beauty chart. It was rumored that this woman was best at dancing. She was able to dance in a palm-sized area. After seeing Murong Feiyan, Fatso's eyes immediately widened. He almost drooled. This damned Fatso really couldn't move his legs after seeing the woman. When the two were fighting, Fatso wanted to take advantage of Murong Feiyan. But before he could take advantage, he was sent flying by Murong Feiyan. Murong Feiyan was beautiful and had a high cultivation, so the fatty was forced to retreat after one move. In the end, he was defeated by Murong Feiyan. This damned Fatso is really useless. The donkey wailed, looking exasperated at its failure to live up to expectations. After Fatso was defeated, he actually went to get close to Murong Feiyan. He told her his name, hometown, age, background, and so on. Then, he emphasized that he was single. Damn, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Damned Fatso, get down here. Many people below started cursing. Murong Feiyan didn't pay attention to Fatso. However, Fatso wasn't discouraged. This guy was a person who would become braver with every defeat. The 9th group was between Li Gan, who was possessed by the devil blood, and Zhu Xianjun of the Sunset Immortal sect. Zhu Xianjun was also an extremely powerful person. However, his opponent was too strong. Although the devil blood had hidden his strength, he still defeated Zhu Xianjun easily. The 10th group was between Qing Emperor and Li Bishan of the Red Dust Immortal sect. Qing Emperor's cultivation was unfathomable. Li Bishan, on the other hand, had received guidance from the Red World Fairy. The battle between the two was also extremely intense. In the end, Qing Emperor defeated Li Bishan. The 11th group was between Gongzi Yu and Li Gan. Gongzi Yu's opponent was Xue Wanfa. Xue Wanfa was the son of the 10,000 Arts Immortal Sect's sect master. His cultivation was tyrannical, and he fought a fierce battle with Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu narrowly defeated Xue Wanfa. Heavens! The last group is between Yuan Yu and the woman in white. It's actually a battle between these two. This is definitely the most anticipated battle of this round. Yuan Yu has a patient personality. I've always thought that comparing Yuan Ji to this person was an insult to him. This Yuan Yu is who knows how many times stronger than Yuan Ji. That woman in white is even more powerful. I've even seen her chase after Lin Feng in the past. Look at how strong Lin Feng's cultivation is. He was actually chased around by that woman in white. You can see how terrifying that woman in white is. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Chapter 2409. Lin Feng understood the white-clothed woman very well. Her cultivation was abnormally terrifying. Gongzi Yu said that the white-clothed woman was from the Divine Sun clan. This was an ancient clan that protected the sun, and the white-clothed woman had sealed herself for many years. Now that she had come out, perhaps only the white-clothed woman herself knew how strong her cultivation was. Back then, Lin Feng had been chased by the white-clothed woman, so Lin Feng knew what kind of tyrannical existence the white-clothed woman was. As the successor of the Undying clan, Yuan Yu had hidden himself very deeply, causing Lin Feng to be deeply fearful of him. Originally, Yuan Yu should have been a seeded contestant and had a high chance of entering the top 10. But now that he met the white-clothed woman, there were many more variables. Bai Wanyu's bloodline is very powerful. Her clan, her ancestor, is too extraordinary. Although Yuan Yu's bloodline is powerful, he is destined to be different from Bai Wanyu. Gongzi Yu said. Lin Feng knew what Gongzi Yu meant by different. Bai Huanyu's grandfather was said to be a powerhouse that dominated the world. Was he a great emperor? Or even an immortal? After all, Bai Huanyu had sealed himself for countless years. Countless years ago, the top powerhouse should have been an emperor or even an immortal. Yuanyu's bloodline was also extremely powerful, but Yuanyu was not a third-generation relative of an emperor or an immortal. The first 3 generations of the bloodline inheritance were the most powerful. And the 3 generations we are talking about, the first generation is the son's generation, the second generation is the grandson's generation, and the third generation is the great-grandson's generation. This was the 3rd generation of the bloodline inheritance. The same bloodline. The degree of awakening of the ancestral blood was also the same. However, cultivators within the 3rd generation of the bloodline inheritance were often much stronger than cultivators outside of the 3rd generation of the bloodline inheritance. Yuanyu belonged to the latter. He was not a living creature that walked out of the stone. Although his bloodline was powerful, the bloodline inheritance was too ancient. The ancestral power in his bloodline could not compare to Bai Huanyu's. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it would not be easy for Bai Huanyu to defeat Yuanyu, because Yuanyu had hidden himself too deeply. A battle between cultivators. The bloodline inheritance was only one factor that determined the outcome of this battle. But not all of them. In a battle between cultivators, there were many factors that ultimately determined the outcome of the battle. Cultivation level, divine ability, magic power, bloodline, performance, psychological fluctuations, emotional control, speed, and so on. Of course, some factors were more important. For example, the mystique, realm, bloodline, and other factors. There were also some factors that were relatively non-determinants, such as psychological fluctuations, emotional control, and so on. It was hard to say what would happen in the battle between Bai Huanyu and Yuanyu until the last moment. Right now, it could only be said that everything was possible. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed. The battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng had been observing Yuanyu the entire time. He had a nagging feeling that Yuanyu was withdrawing her strength. Bai Huanyu also seemed to be deliberately hiding her cultivation. The two sides fought for thousands of rounds, and in the end, Bai Huanyu won. This battle could be said to be brilliant and varied. Many people were mesmerized by the scene. Neither of them used their full strength. Gongzi Yu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yuanyu is not a simple person. He keeps a very low profile and doesn't particularly care about the outcome of this battle. Those who know how to hide are the most terrifying. Fatso said. Little Donkey had always been fearless. When Yuanyu was mentioned, he could not help but say, that guy is indeed terrifying. Every time I see him, my heart will suddenly jump. There aren't many people who can make me feel this way. He's a great enemy, Lin Feng said. The battle between Bai Huanyu and Yuanyu was the 12th battle. It was also the final battle of the 25 to advance to the 13th. After the end of this battle, the top 13 were decided. The top 13 were Lin Feng, Little Donkey, Gongzi Yu, Bai Shosheng, the Little Girl, the Great Demon God, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, Norung Daosek's disciple, Li Gan, Bai Huanyu, the Qing Emperor, Murong Feiyan, and the mysterious Veiled Woman. Next, the most important battle would begin. The battle of the 13th to advance to the 7th stage. The closer the battle was to the end, the more tense it became. The atmosphere at the scene couldn't help but become solemn. Everyone was waiting for the final drawing of lots and the showdown. The last 13 people are all experts among experts. I wonder what the final result will be. It seems that one person will also get a bye in this round. The person who gets the bye is really lucky. Not only will he be able to advance directly, but he will also be able to preserve his strength. When the next battle comes, his advantage will be revealed. Yeah, the last lucky person was that Veiled Woman. I wonder who it will be this time. If that Veiled Woman gets the bye again, her luck will be heaven-defying. The cultivators watching the battle whispered to each other. Lin Feng and the other cultivators who had advanced went onto the battle stage and got ready to draw lots for the final battle. First of all, Congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 13. In the next draw, one person will get the buy, and the rest will get the duel. Now, let's begin the draw. Dongfang Zhentian took out the drawing box and had everyone line up to draw their lots. Lin Feng, of course, hoped that he would be able to draw a free ticket. However, who would get it? It would depend on whose luck was better. This involved the fate of the unseen. The 13 people present all had a lot of fate. It was really hard to say who would get it. After drawing his lot, Lin Feng glanced at it and found that he got the duel. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. However, he was already prepared for this, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. Ahaha! Ahaha! My luck is exploding. I got the buy. Little donkey immediately shouted excitedly. Damn, it's actually this donkey who got the buy. This donkey's luck is really extraordinary. I was looking forward to this donkey getting a powerful cultivator, such as the little girl, the woman in white, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, or the Qing Emperor. I didn't expect it to get the buy. I hope it meets that little girl next time. Hehe, I hope it meets the Qing Emperor. Many cultivators started to slander. They couldn't wait for little donkey to get a powerful person and be defeated. However, such a situation wouldn't happen in this round for the time being. Lin Feng and the others walked to the stage and waited for the duel to begin. Everyone held their breaths. This was because the 12 people who were about to fight were all extremely terrifying. Therefore, the surrounding atmosphere became extremely solemn. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 beams of light shone down. Chapter 24:10. The first group was between Bai Shusheng and Qing Emperor. Every round of the competition had been the focus of attention, and this round was no exception. Bai Shusheng was an expert who had walked out of stone. He had an extremely powerful massacre bloodline. On the other hand, Qing Emperor was a saint fetus, born from heaven and earth. He was perfectly compatible with the great Tao. Whether it was Qing Emperor or Bai Shusheng, their cultivations were both heaven-defying. The two of them didn't say much and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. It was difficult to tell who would win. Bai Shusheng activated his massacre bloodline. Qing Emperor also activated his green immortal physique. The green immortal physique was a terrifying physique that was extremely rare since ancient times. This physique usually only appeared in the bodies of saint spirits. It was very difficult for ordinary people to have such a physique. Qing Emperor was a saint spirit. Therefore, he controlled the green immortal physique. The cultivators watching the battle below constantly exclaimed because the battle between the two of them was too exciting. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were continuously displayed. Suppression and counter-suppression. The battle was intense. Many people's blood vessels were boiling. In the end, Qing Emperor won the battle. Qing Emperor's cultivation was indeed too terrifying. Bai Shusheng was no exception when he lost to Qing Emperor. Moreover, Bai Shusheng obviously had hidden moves that he had not used. In fact, in the prodigy ranking competition, everyone had hidden moves that they had not used. In such a ranking competition, they naturally could not reveal their greatest trump cards. Therefore, many people did not choose to use their greatest trump cards even if they were defeated, because those trump cards were used to save their lives at critical moments. If they were exposed in advance, in the future, if they were besieged or ambushed, it would be troublesome if their trump cards were exposed in advance. The second group was between the great demon god and Norung Daozong. Norung Daozong exuded a mysterious aura. He was a relatively low-key disciple in the Supreme Immortal sect, and Lin Feng did not know much about him. However, he was able to fight his way into the top 13, which showed how powerful his cultivation was. As for the great demonic god, he was Lin Feng's old rival. When he first met the great demon god, Lin Feng was far from being his opponent. Now, many years had passed. Even against the great demon god, Lin Feng had the strength to fight back. Lin Feng's progress over the years was simply too fast. Boom! The great demonic god's body emitted a terrifying aura. He coldly swept his gaze towards the Norung Dao sect. The Exalted Immortal sect's Exalted Immortal scripture contains many peerless divine abilities. There are even rumored forbidden techniques. Sooner or later, I will obtain the exalted immortal scripture. The great demonic god also had a pretentious personality. In front of the disciples of the supreme immortal sect, he said that he wanted to steal their ancestral immortal scriptures. Wasn't this courting death? Who do you think you are? You actually dare to covet my supreme immortal sect's supreme immortal scripture. Do you really think you're some big shot? No matter how powerful you are only a cultivator of the younger generation. In front of my supreme immortal sect, you are still like an ant. If my supreme immortal sect wants to destroy you, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The disciples of the supreme immortal sect who were watching the battle below immediately cursed. All kinds of curses came one after another, but the great demonic god still had a calm look on his face. He didn't care about the insults from the people below. Boom! The battle on the stage broke out. Norung Dao sect didn't ridicule the great demonic god. He directly attacked the great demonic god. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. This battle was much more intense than the previous one. The great demonic god was best at attacking. His attacks were overbearing and wild. Norung Dao sect was the same as the great demonic god. He was also best at attacking. All kinds of offensive divine abilities were displayed. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. The great demonic god had previously acted pretentiously in front of Norung Dao sect, threatening to steal the undying immortal scripture. However, during the battle, he was suppressed by Norung Dao sect most of the time. Norung Dao sect's cultivation was too tyrannical, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. However, it was too difficult to defeat the great demonic god. In the continuous confrontation, Norung Dao sect's advantage began to gradually decrease. Norung Dao sect is from the human race, while the great demonic god is from the demon god race. There is a certain gap between their physical bodies. Under this kind of continuous consumption, Norung Dao sect's consumption is much faster than the great demonic god's. Gongzi Yu said. Lin Feng nodded. Perhaps this was the disadvantage of the human race. The human race's advantage was magic power, wisdom, and perception. The human race's disadvantage was their physical body, bloodline, and speed. The situation was the same as what Gongzi Yu said. Although Norung Dao sect suppressed the great demonic god in the beginning, he wasn't able to defeat the great demonic god. In this kind of tug-of-war, his consumption was too great. The great demonic god relied on the demon god race's tyrannical physical body to reduce his consumption in the battle. Therefore, in the later stages of the battle, the great demonic god began to gain the upper hand and finally defeated Norung Dao sect. In the third group, Gongzi Yu entered the stage. Gongzi Yu's opponent was the mysterious woman from the previous round. It was unknown what the identity of this woman was. When he saw Gongzi Yu's opponent, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that among these people, the 5 most terrifying people were the little girl, the cultivator possessed by the demon blood, the Qing emperor, by Wanyu, and the masked woman. These 5 people were the 5 people that Lin Feng was most afraid of. If he wanted to rank these 5 people, Lin Feng felt that the masked woman's ranking could be ranked first or second. But now Gongzi Yu drew the masked woman. This luck was really bad. That masked woman is too strong. Gongzi Yu is in trouble this time, Fatso said aloud. Little Donkey said, Gongzi Yu's luck is too bad. He actually drew such an abnormal existence. The cultivators below were also discussing. They couldn't wait to watch this battle. Boom, on the arena, a great battle broke out. The battle was intense. Gongzi Yu's attacks were very violent. Thousands of Dao techniques and tens of thousands of divine abilities were at his fingertips. All kinds of powerful attacks fell like rain, bombarding the masked woman. But in the face of Gongzi Yu's ferocious attacks, the masked woman, on the other hand, had a feeling that she was as calm as the wind and clouds, as if a huge wave was surging towards the heavens. She was countering every move. Gongzi Yu's various divine abilities were neutralized by her one after another. This is really troublesome. Gongzi Yu's fierce attacks were not able to suppress that masked woman. I'm afraid he will definitely lose this battle. Little Donkey cried out. Lin Feng said. Let's wait and see. I don't think Gongzi should be defeated so easily. Boom! At this moment, Gongzi body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy caused the surrounding void to distort.